Hello, everybody, and welcome to the TeacherCast Educational Network. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and thank you so much for joining us today and making TeacherCast your home for professional development. Welcome to a very special episode of TeacherCast today. Today is our virtual conference all about tech coaches. Today is Tech Coach Live, a full day of learning, all for tech coaches by tech coaches. And because we are here to support our Tech Coaches Network, I want to bring on our co-host with me, who's here every single week on Ask the Tech Coach, Miss Susan Vincent. Susan, how are you today? I am so excited. Welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Good morning, Jeff, and good morning, everyone who's joined us. I'm so excited for today.
That's right. We are broadcasting live on YouTube, on Facebook, on Periscope, on Twitter, anywhere that you are. Do us a favor, please. Please reach down, hit that subscribe button, click on that bell, pass this on, share this with us. We are going to be here all day until 4 o'clock Eastern. We have 14 amazing sessions. I am looking forward to great sessions all about working with administrators, helping tech coaches get that first job that's going to be coming up soon. Also, we're going to be discussing how you guys can have meaningful conversations with not only teachers and administrators, but even with students. But Sue, I got to start off today. Our first session is all about a brand new program that Google for Education is launching. I am so excited about it.
Oh my goodness, me too. I can't wait to learn about this one myself.
So without further ado, let me bring up our team from the Google Education Group Global. We've got Becky, we've got Bonnie, we've got Georgina, and we've got Jared. How is everybody today? Guys, welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Welcome, yay.
Hey.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us.
I'm so excited, not only because it's Tech Coach Live, but because there's so many great things happening these days in G Suite. Talk to us a little bit about the Google Global Educator Group, something I'm a part of, and something that's really doing some amazing stuff. We just got done doing an amazing back to school week, didn't we, guys?
Yeah, we've done that. It's a group of people all over the world. Becky, Georgina, Jared, so much help. And we offer, which it's pretty much a TV channel. If you look at their YouTube, like there's stuff every day. It's grown exponentially, and it's all because, like I said, awesome people like Becky and Georgina. And Jared, it's been really great. And Jeff was great at our boot camp. We've done a level 1 and level 2 boot camp. And then Becky really picked up this, Georgina, this coach certification and just ran with it. It's been really cool.
Now, if you're looking for more information, you can, of course, check everybody out over on globalgeg.org. One of the things that I am so excited about here is our brand new Google Junior Training Series, guys. It is about 50, 60 or so amazing videos created by teachers for the purpose of sharing it with your students and with your parents. I love the concept here of helping parents learn how to use the tools that their students are going to be using, and also giving them an easy access to some of this stuff. I mean, guys, the videos on here are awesome. You can find, again, more information over at globalgeg.org, but sites, docs, forms, slides, Gmail, calendar, Keep, Meet, Draw, Earth, you name it. There are some great videos all organized here. Guys, this is an amazing document that I'm already seeing thousands of educators take advantage of. All of these are really, they're 90-second YouTube videos, give or take. Real easy and bite-sized content for everybody.
This is great stuff. As we tell you as a tech coach, don't reinvent the wheel. Here this is ready for you to use. Great stuff.
Absolutely. But today we're going to be talking about something new, something special in the world of tech coaching. We're going to be learning about the brand new Google for Education Certified Tech Coaching Program. Jared, what is this?
So this came out of the Dynamic Learning Project, which was a project founded by Google and Digital Promise. And the goal was to impact technology use in the classroom through coaching. And so for the last 3 years, the Dynamic Learning Project has grown exponentially, but now Google has rebranded it, taken all the research that we have learned from the project, and now turned it into the Google for Education Certified Coaching Program that's now open for everybody to take advantage of and to use everything that I've learned over the last 3 years, and all the data and research, and really can have an impact on you as a coach and for your school and students.
Now, why don't we take a look at some of the resources here? Can somebody share off where is this website? What is this website? How do we get onto it? And we'll, of course, be putting the links in our chat today over on Twitter, Facebook. We are broadcasting live. Becky, what do we got today?
All right. Hey, everyone. Sorry I had to keep getting up and moving, but right here, this is on the Google for Education Teacher Center site. And right in here, if we scroll down just a little bit, we'll put this up. It gives all the directions on how to become a certified coach. And one of the greatest things about this program is it goes way beyond just being or getting a badge. There's a full curriculum included. I'm going to have to go on mute, so I'm going to let someone else take over and share a little bit about the program, just so you don't hear the screaming in the background.
So what can we expect when we visit this website, guys?
So the program is basically broken down into a basically student-led, I guess you could say, or a learner-led, coach-led certification program. So there are bite-sized chunks of self-paced course that you would go through. You hear from experiences from coaches. You read specific content related to the coaching curriculum. There's articles. You hear from experts that have been going through the DLP coaching, as Jared was mentioning earlier. And what I really like about this skills approach, this is a new interface that Google have launched recently. And what I really love about it is that it actually breaks everything down for you. So you're able to really organize your time. It tells you approximately how much time each section is going to take you. And it actually allows you to tick it off as you go through the curriculum. At the end of each section, there are short unit reviews that you can take. So it really follows along the same lines as the Google Certified Educator Level 1 and 2 platform as well. So you really have that nice consistency and streamlined approach to learning. So you become Google Certified Educator, then you can become a trainer and or an innovator, and then you can also become a coach. So I really like the way Google for Education have done an absolutely brilliant job of streamlining everything for us. There's also the opportunity to follow along a book study as well, which is optional. And so this is something that I actually am leading with this book right here by Jenny McGarrah, who currently is now working for Google. Called Courageous Adventures. So if you are an aspiring coach and you would like to share your experiences and learn from other inspiring EdTech leaders internationally, then you're welcome to join us. And we have a live book study chat every 2 weeks. And we use Google Slides, and it is a slow book study chat throughout the 2 weeks. And then we really do a deep dive together during the 2-week session. So it's a really nice yes, there is my awesome reading Bitmoji. So thank you for sharing that. But the book is it's more about the book, not the Bitmoji though, just so we're all clear. Jenny has basically shared her entire process that she went from as a classroom teacher into becoming a coach, and how we can actually meaningfully and authentically and actually purposefully integrate education technology in the classroom. So the book is absolutely phenomenal, and I'm really enjoying reading it for the second time to share with my colleagues. So we'll see if the other coaches on the call would like to add to that.
I know for me, it was our Bible, the first year of the DLP. So we read that, we did book studies through it, and it really was, for me, I've been a coach, a technology coach for 10 years. And I always say, the first few years of it was, helping teachers plug in their printers and fix projectors and, oh, by the way, would you like to use this app type thing? And then, through the project, the challenge-based coaching and reading Jenny's book, it really can transform you as a coach into bringing in that pedagogy and bringing in that impactful technology use with it. So highly recommend it if you haven't read that book.
Now, you said that the Google Educator Group Tech Coaches Network here is going through this book study, going through this as a curriculum. there's many tech coaches that are watching this live and going to be watching it later that are running tech coach groups in their school district. What advice do you have for any school district out there that's looking to take their cohort of tech coaches through the certification process?
Build your personal learning network. Honestly, get with other coaches, talk to them. Trying to do this solo, and that's really how this all started, was trying to do this solo and just looking at it and realizing, even though this was my job was to be an instructional coach and it was shifting to the technology, like I couldn't do it alone. And so whether you join our Google EC open chat and build a connection with educators and coaches in this group, or you build your PLN elsewhere, my biggest piece of advice would definitely be to focus on that PLN, that support group, having people that you can go to ask your questions as you're going through the curriculum or trying your first round of coaching. And that is how this group came about initially. But anybody else, what advice would you give?
Same. I mean, obviously I believe in the power of PLN. Because of global and stuff, it is a game changer. I like that this chat almost, I don't want to say the word accountability, but I know, okay, I need to have this done by this day. And that is helpful to everybody, and having a guide and having somebody to discuss it with, educators. I think we all really wear our partners out by talking about education and stuff. And it's really nice to have a group that gets it, and this amazing group you can learn from, for sure. Looking for that group of people you can talk to and say, hey, you're doing something cool. Like I said, I don't think there's a good group for coaches as of now there is, but I'm glad they've really started this. So yeah, definitely second what Becky said, build your PLN.
Absolutely. Kaz, can you share when that chat occurs? Is that a weekly Twitter chat? Can you elaborate a little bit more, or is it just an ongoing hashtag and post whenever?
Great question. So really the group, what we have going, and I'll show you a few things. We have our open chat right in here in Google Chat, where educators can come at any time and ask their questions, find out what's going on. We have 143 whether they're coaches or applying for the coaching application process or just wanting to learn more. So there's over 143 people in here that you can share your thoughts and ideas and questions with. And actually right off the bat, one of the members quickly created a proposal. She wanted to start coaching in her school. And so she put together a proposal, shared it out with others. I know I've used it in my own district, and so a lot of collaboration and sharing happening in Google Chat. We also have our biweekly, so every other week, book study with Georgina. And then we meet once a month, not for the book study, but just to come together and collaborate. We actually have a meeting later today where all are welcome to come and just chat and share ideas and things that are happening. We have a shared drive, and let me get into the shared drive, where we're sharing resources with each other, a Q&A that people can come in and post their questions. Like I said, here's that proposal. And then just on Twitter, like you said, the hashtag, and sharing that way. There's a website being developed. There's a Wakelet, so resources galore.
The nice thing about having these resources is that they're actually collaborated resources. So it's not just the three of us loading resources into the shared drive as Becky's showing you on the screen. It's actually a collaboration of everybody who's participating in the chat and in the book study. So it's really, really nice, especially being that it is a global GEG group and PLN. It means that we're actually getting all these amazingly inspiring international approaches. And so I remember, we were chatting yesterday as the team, and Becky was even saying this is so awesome because even though like the 3 of them live in America. It's just me on the other side of the world. Live in America. They are doing things quite differently in their respective schools. So it's really, really, really awesome to be able to pool resources internationally and see like, oh, that's working really well over on that side of the world. Maybe I'll give that a try here, or that's working well, and let's share and let's grow and build together, which is all of the Google for Education vision, which is grow with Google. So it really ties in nicely, and which is why also we would appreciate and love for anybody else to come and join. So as Jeff, you were saying earlier that there are a lot of coaches watching today's session, please feel free to join us. And I know the link's going to be dropped in the chat, and we would love to collaborate and learn more with all of you.
Now, you mentioned the whole grow with Google motto, which is something that many tech coaches out there are trying to support their school districts in, bringing Google Apps for Education in, making sure that in this hybrid learning environment, we are all on that right path. Today's conference is all about making sure that we are supporting our tech coaches, especially now as we're going into what's probably going to be a fun and exciting school year. I want to go around the room here. Can you guys give any advice to any tech coaches out there of what is your plan for the next couple weeks? How are you getting into your classrooms to make sure that you're being with teachers? How do you plan on doing the coaching model when students might not be in the classroom? How are you guys going to be looking to mold your next couple weeks as we start the school year? Becky, let me start with you.
Perfect timing. Every time I go off mute, it gets loud, and then it's quiet when I'm on mute. So it is quiet right now. I would say for me, we started this past week, and we are honestly kind of starting in a triage mode where, because I'm in California, we're starting 100% virtually. We have new teachers coming in right now. We have long-term subs coming in right now that are needing that support. So that's where my start and my focus is, because although my role is to dive in deep and do inquiry cycles with teachers, I know that we need to have all students and all classrooms ready for the year to begin. So we're starting in triage, and then in later September, early October, I'll start working on one-on-one with teachers in inquiry cycles. And it's going to look different this year. And I'm going to rely on my PLN to ask those questions and say, I can't get into a classroom because we're virtual, but how can I still do these walkthroughs in a virtual setting? How can I still, lead or co-teach a session in these virtual settings? And so we're learning, and we're going to grow together. And there's not like a set plan in place, because it's all new.
Jared, how about yourself? What are you looking forward to this year? What's your plan of attack here?
Well, coaching is going to look a lot different this year. We're starting out hybrid, so hopefully we'll stay in this model for a while. But really, right now, the year is starting out with, just like Becky said, it's kind of triage. So it's trying to get everybody comfortable using the different tools that are available, maybe, building some skills here or there. And then hopefully, talking with my building principal, we're hoping we can kind of kick coaching off after the first, 30, 40 days of the school year, once everybody kind of gets comfortable with the new normal. And then we'll see where we go from there. But kind of like Becky, when you're only seeing students 2 days a week, how are we going to fit in trying to visit classrooms and things like that? So that's where your PLN is going to become very important in coaching in this new way.
Bonnie, how about you? What are some of the things that you're looking forward to, and what are you kind of nervous about?
We are 100% virtual, like Becky. This week we started Monday, and this week like she said, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of triage. And we were talking about this last night at midnight, my time. But I'm just telling them, you've got this, because I feel like it's a first year teaching for everybody, regardless of if you're a 30-year teacher. It's like everybody is starting from scratch, having to build out expectations and stuff. I offered training all summer and virtual, and we had more people than I've ever had. So I've just started this week, meeting with people one-on-one, and trying to get them, because sometimes I work at the district level. We've got about 40,000 students, about 5,000 staff members. And so I've been trying to go in, like I did get to go to a physical school that where the teachers were working and just pop in and say, hey, what do you need? And they were so shocked about this. They're like, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. So one is like right now, I feel like I'm just a cheerleader. And then in the next few weeks, once the tech settles down, then I want to work with them with like how you meaningful integration of technology, like not just substitution. So just as a phased approach, and just reminding everybody to be really flexible.
You had mentioned that you're getting a lot of traction from your sessions. What are teachers asking for? What are they looking for? What are they saying, I need help with because I know this is going to be coming up?
One is we're using Meet. So the one thing I think we've used, it's like, how do I use Meet? How do I, because I've never, a lot of people, I feel like I live on Meet, but they don't. So that's the first one is like those basic tech skills. And then like they almost jump directly to like, we have a state curriculum. Like, how can I use this in my curriculum? Like specific examples of how can I integrate this into my subject area?
That's awesome.
And so, yeah, that's what we've been working on. We built a lot of stuff. Like we built Nearpods for the curriculum for the first 15 days for every subject level. And so that's been really helpful. But like, yeah, like specific, how can I do this?
Now, Georgina, you're coming at this whole tech coaching thing from a different point of view. We're coming at it from the current point of view of a country with COVID. You're coming at this from a completely different point of view. Talk to us a little bit about where you are currently, and are your schools dealing with virtual versus physical issues right now?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question, and I think you checked the news this morning, Jeff. Good on you. So Jeff is correct. I'm joining from Amman, Jordan in the Middle East, and so things are a little different because our numbers are, I'm quite grateful for that, a little lower than other countries in the world. Our airports are not open, which means that we have less traffic coming in and out, which means that there is a very high chance that we will be able to re-enter schools regularly in person with social distancing, of course. And so the coaching cycles will look a little different. I'm hoping to continue off where I left off last time with teachers that I have been coaching in the previous school year, but we also, being in an international school, have a new cohort of teachers joining as well. So I'm actually looking forward to doing the Gripe Jam from scratch, which is allowing educators to find a challenge that they'd like to work on in Edtech integration, and we will hopefully be able to do that in person. However, I am prepared because you never know in the Middle East if things are going to change at the very last minute. So I'm looking forward to using things that I learned about at the book study and with the Google EC open chat with Becky and everybody about using, for example, like Jamboard, and how can we use the sticky notes to organize our ideas and challenges that way. I also really liked what Bonnie was saying about scaffolding experiences and going step by step. My biggest advice to coaches going into this year, whether it is in a hybrid model, in person, or fully online, is please meet your teachers wherever they are. Everybody is entering this academic year at a different place for many different reasons. And it's really important as coaches that we are your educators' biggest cheerleaders. Every small win is a very big win. So please take the time and the opportunity to celebrate your staff for every little thing that they're doing, because it will be really big and it will help them and motivate them and inspire them to take the next steps forward. So, yeah.
So we've had a great outlook here from this amazing panel here, all about the Google Education Certified Tech Coaching Program here. I'm excited about it. I know going into this school year is something I'd like to work on with my staff and getting them involved in, really helping them prepare their teachers for what's going to be an amazing school year. What do you think about this great program, Sue?
Oh, this is so exciting. I love the open chat. I can't wait to follow the form and sign up and to be able to collaborate with other tech coaches across the country. That's awesome.
Well, guys, thank you so much. We're going to transition here to our second topic. Guys, take a moment here. Where can we find you? Where can we get a hold of everything? And please share some of those links and stuff. Becky, I'll start with you. How do we reach out and find not only Becky, but all the Google Global Educator groups?
So you can reach me at Tech with Becky on Twitter. You can, that's honestly one of the quickest ways. There's also a form that was dropped in the chat. If it hasn't yet, it will be. If you sign up there for the EC Open Chat, I will add you to the shared drive. I'll add you to the Google Chat, and you'll get connected that way. Also, hashtag Google EC, hashtag Google EC. You can reach out that way as well, but otherwise, filling out that form will get you attached to all of us, and you'll get added everywhere.
Bonnie, where can we find all the great things that you're doing?
You can find me on Twitter at Bonnie Chalette, or go straight to the globalgeg.org site, and we've got links for all this.
Nice.
So yeah, you can jump in there. That's a short link. I've dropped the links for the form in the chat, and we're working on a site to put all this in one place.
Nice.
So come join us for that.
Georgina, where can we find out all the great things that you're doing?
You're all welcome to come visit me in Jordan, but please, after it becomes safe, okay? But on a serious note, you can reach me at TechieLeader.edu, which is located underneath my space here. And please join us on globalgeg.org, because all of the local GEGs that we support individually as well as leaders are also linked through globalgeg.org. So it's a really great central place to start.
I totally agree. Jared, where can we find out some of the great things that you're doing?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter at edtech_ology. And just, talking about building your PLN. So what everybody's already mentioned before, GlobalGEG, the chat, but I also throw out there too, hashtag DLP coaching. That would give everybody a look back over the last 3 years of the project and what different coaches did there too. And again, is another great way to find help and resources of coaches who have lived and breathed the program for 3 years. And then one last thing, if you go to Digital Promise, Digital Promise has a coaching playbook on their website, and that has some great data and resources as well if you're looking to bring this to your school administration or district administration to say, hey, look what coaching can do. It's been proven, and get involved with Google coaching program that way.
I will certainly make sure, Sue will make sure that we have all those links going into all this stuff as we produce this after the fact. People are asking, are these links going to be put out somewhere? Yes, all of this content is going to be broken down, stuck back up on TeacherCast, on Ask the Tech Coach, and on YouTube in smaller spots. So that way we all can share this out with our group. So we're going to make sure we've got access to all of our presenters today, all the different content, all the different links. And Jared, if you could just do me a favor and pop the link to this in the private chat, so that way I know exactly where in Digital Promise that is, that would be awesome. But guys, thank you so much for helping us kick off Tech Coach Live. We want to say thank you so much to that, and also to the Global Educator Group for helping to support and sponsor this great event today. Guys, if you like this program, please let us know in the comments. It would mean a lot. Let us know what you guys think, and let us know what you guys are doing. We want to see all the comments, and of course, don't forget to subscribe. Guys, thank you so much for your times today. I really, really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Great stuff, guys. Thank you.
And Sue, this is just the beginning of what is going to be an amazing day of learning. And there's so much great tech coach stuff out there. The one thing about tech coaching is people need to know that they're not alone.
Absolutely.
Even if you are a tech coach in a district that has 20 or 30 tech coaches, you still feel like you're alone. You still feel like you might be the only one of you in a building. And that's where I was a couple years ago. I was in my first tech coaching job. I was one person. I had an entire district, 6 buildings, wasn't sure what to do, where to go, all of those things. And that's when I kind of got this idea that there's got to be more of me out there. I'm going to ask anybody out there in the chat, has this feeling ever hit you? Like, how do I find help? Where do I find help? What are the resources? And there are amazing groups out there like Global Educator Group, like ISTE Edtech Coaches. And that kind of started this whole journey of creating this concept of how do we find out what we need? And the answer, of course, is you can head on over to askthetechcoach.com. We have a great learning resource over there, a great network for tech coaches. AskTheTechCoach.com. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the resources throughout the day. And by the way, at 11 o'clock today, we're going to be talking about our brand new Tech Coaches Network, free for everybody. Stick around. We're going to be also keeping information down. And, throughout the day, we're going to be giving away some pretty cool prizes, pretty cool ebooks. So stick around. I see we got a lot of people looking at. Keep the comments coming. Keep hitting that subscribe button. And you know what, Sue? I'm going to take a breath here. Every single Monday, we put out a podcast called Ask the Tech Coach. We just celebrated a major milestone, and we actually put out our 100th episode.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago. It was great.
A few weeks ago. And we're actually going to be doing a session later on about that, about how do you handle administrators. That was the topic there. But, I want to bring on somebody who's recently been a guest on that podcast. I want to bring on Tyler. Tyler, how are you today? Welcome to the Tech Coach Live. I am so excited to have you guys here and so excited that we have hundreds of people watching live from around the world. It is awesome. Tyler, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
It is great. What an exciting day of learning. Tell us a little bit about yourself, man. Where are you from?
Yeah, my name is Tyler Keefe, and I am a new technology integration coach. Nowhere fun like Jordan, like the last guest that you guys had, but I'm over in Nampa, Idaho, right next to Boise, and I am at Sherman Elementary School.
Now, you are a tech coach, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been a tech coach?
Officially 5 days. Unofficially, like 3 years.
And so many of us have this situation, right, Sue? Like, we become tech coaches because almost to say by default, the district doesn't have it. The building doesn't have anybody. I mean, that's how it starts for a lot of people. They see a seed in somebody. They nourish that. They say, can you? And then at one point in time, they might come to you and say, we'd like to build a position for you. We see some value in you. Or because you're doing all of this stuff, you might look at yourself and go, maybe tech coaching is where it is, maybe not the classroom right now. Maybe I want to expand my professional isms at this point. Tyler, talk to us a little bit about where you were, where you are, and how did you land this first tech coaching gig? Because today we're talking all about how do you get that first tech coach job? And if, by the way, anybody who's out there, if you guys have stories about how you got your first tech coach job, please leave it in the comment section. Tyler, talk to us about the last couple weeks.
Yeah, so where I've been a fifth grade teacher for 13 years, all down here. And the past probably 5 years, I've been doing a dual role where I've been in the classroom, but then also people started to really notice the technology stuff that I'm doing. And it quickly turned into, hey, Keefe, come do this. Hey, Keefe, can you help me with this? And so I started having that dual role. And these past few weeks has been really weird. After getting the job officially back in June is when it was offered, till now, it's just been a whirlwind, because normally I'm getting prepared for the curriculum. I'm getting prepared for what we're going to teach all year long. And now it's like, okay, what do I do? But I'm still doing what I do, but without that other side to it. So it's been really interesting, and it's been fun. I texted my wife on, I believe it was Wednesday. And as I was walking around the building, I'm like, I don't know what to do. But then it was like, after a minute after I sent that, I get pulled into this room, then pulled into this room, socially distanced, of course. But, it's been a whirlwind, but it's been a lot of fun. And I can easily see how this is where I want to be and what I should be doing versus being in the classroom.
How many of you guys out there listening to this right now felt that same way, that this is where I should be? This is what I feel like I should do. I feel like, I might say this a couple times today, guys, but if you can help out one teacher, you're helping 30 students. If you can help out one building, you're helping out 30 teachers. And if you can help out a district, you're helping out 30 buildings, right? Like it's just exponentially gives you that feeling of I'm making a difference. Sue, let me ask you, because I know in your position, Sue, you are in an administrative position where you're helping other tech coaches. What I don't want to say qualifies, but what qualifies somebody for actually being a tech coach? Like when you think of a qualification, when you think, Tyler, you'd make a good tech coach. What comes to your mind of the qualifications of a good tech coach?
For one thing, relationship building and a teaching heart has to come first and foremost. You can't just be that tech guru who knows the platforms and the interfaces and the network stuff. That's not what a tech coach is. You have to, first of all, have that teaching heart and be able to build relationships. And then you have to have that passion for educational technology and incorporating that into day-to-day instruction. And hopefully, that passion of teaching and building relationships with especially adults in this case, and knowing that educational technology, meld those together. And to me, that's what makes a good tech coach. And definitely lots of experience as you go down the road through the years.
Tyler, what do you think? What does a good tech coach look like?
That's tough because to me, it's an ever evolving job. And I can see it two different ways. You have your technology, the IT nuts and bolts side, but also you have your educational technology side where you need to have somebody that has taught and has utilized it in the classroom, because we can hear, all these great platforms to use, but unless you've actually used it, it's hard to be able to explain it and show it. And Susan, you brought something great up that we talked about yesterday in our meetings. Is this year, there are three big things we got to worry about, especially this year: relationships.
Absolutely. And that's what we're telling. Yes. And we're telling our teachers right now, as we begin to start classes next week, of, forget about the content for a couple of weeks, build that relationship with your students. And that's what we as a coach need to do, is build that relationship with the teachers. So whether we're on remote learning, hybrid learning, in the classroom, that they will trust us to ask for help.
Yeah, exactly. Especially right now where in my school district, we're starting fully online for the first 2 weeks at least, and then we're going to reassess. And that was the biggest question that the staff members had, is how are we going to build those relationships when they're basically seeing us in a black box? And how are we going to focus on having the kids be there synchronously to make those connections, but also understanding that there's a good third or half the kids that will be there asynchronously, and then some of those that we won't see until we physically open.
Yeah. So Tyler, you're 5 days in, so you've just gone through a tech coaching official interview. Tell us a little bit about how did you build your resume to get officially hired as a tech coach? What'd you put on there?
So on my actual resume, I put down that I do have my master's in educational technology. I got that back in 2013 from Boise State University, which was kind of fun because it was 100% online program. And so now I'm living that right now. So I put that on there. I've also recently became an MIE expert. So that was kind of nice to have on.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That was nice to put on there as well, but also building the relationships with the principals really helped a little bit more than what I could put down on paper.
So that goes back to a conversation we had on a recent podcast, and Tyler, that might have been the one you were with us on. Those badges are great and awesome, and yes, they look great on a resume, but are all those necessary and needed to become a tech coach? What's the answer to that? Tyler, Jeff?
Yes. I think so, right? And there's really two answers on there. If you're in your district and your principal says, would you like to be a tech coach? It doesn't matter the badges, because they know you, they see you, they find the value, all those great things. But if you're looking outside of your district, you're just a piece of paper. Yeah, and in that piece of paper, then all of those things do stand out. Being an MIE is important. Being selected as an MIE expert is important. Being an MIE trainer is like all of these different things. I'm not suggesting that you have to go out and get the Flipgrid Nearpod of you don't need to have the entire infinity gauntlet of ambassadorships.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with what you're saying, Jeff. Is, you know, they're great to have, but also people need to be able to come in and see what you're doing as well, to see how you're using those badges.
Right. And that's important, right? And so the question is, how do we do that without overdoing that, right? Because when it comes down to it, to get our tech coaching jobs, we have to show what our value. We have to put together a nice resume. And by the way, you know, if you're out there, please let us know, like, what does that tech coach resume look like? Is it just your badges? Is it a history? You know, my background is music education. I've got 2 degrees in music. So the question is always, what qualifies you to be a tech coach, instruct, you know, like all those different things. Can't tell you how many times somebody looks at you and goes, but you're a musician. What are you doing here, right? Talk to us a little bit about this, right? Because that piece of paper takes us into the interview process. What does this all look like for us? How do we succeed? There's a lot of tech coaches that are making comments right now that would like to eventually work themselves into a coaching position or switch school districts.
So what did that interview look like for you? After you turned in your resume, what did you have to do?
It was basically a situation to just sit down and talk and ask, you know, what are you going to bring to the table in this new position? Because I didn't switch schools, I didn't switch districts. It was just within the same school, and being able to share my vision for what we are doing in a different way is what I feel is what helped me get the job officially. And, you know, if I was going to be going to a different school district that doesn't know me, I think it would have came across a little bit different, because then I have to basically sell myself. Whereas this time I was able to sell my philosophies.
Great point.
So it's tough to answer because it was a much different situation than that. But I also had to think to myself, is this risk, and I remember talking about this with my principal, is the risk of me going into this world worth me leaving behind everything that I know as far as teaching? And he said something that was really, really awesome, and I'm glad he did. He goes, Keith, at some point you just got to do it. This is what you want. Take the risk, do it. You can always go back to the classroom, but not every time are you going to be able to get into an Edtech coaching position. Very
good. Taking that risk, that's so important, you know, in the job world. I kind of went through the same thing 3 years ago. I'm in my 3rd year in a new school system, and I spent 15 years in my former school system. And, you know, it was a risk. Everyone knew me in that old school system. You know, I had relationships. I was well respected. And, you know, in my own life, I thought, oh, it's time for a change. Let me try something new. So, yes, it's a huge risk when you move, whether you're moving from the classroom to a coaching position or as a coach from an old school system to a new one. It's definitely risk. But if that's your passion, and we talk a lot about passion on this podcast, of using your passions in the classroom, that's huge.
Absolutely. How do we show our passions but not overshow our passions? So many of us are so excited. We want to get in, we want to help, we want to move. And we got to keep remembering, teachers just need space. And we're going to talk about this in our upcoming segments here, but I wanted to bring this up to you, Tyler, of what do you have any plans, right? Like, you want to get in, you want to get moving. They know you already, like all those things, but you don't want to jump into their classrooms when they just haven't jumped into, like, they haven't been in their classroom since March, probably. So what's your plan?
That is a great question. What I started to do as I had some free time was just walk around the building, and it was stick my head in the door and say, hey, how's it going? And just reaffirm them, that I'm here for them in whatever aspect it is right now. Is it just you need to bounce some ideas off at me, or, you know, how am I going to use OneNote and Teams synchronously with my kids? Being able to just physically be in one central location where they don't have to worry about coming in and interrupting my teaching is also a big thing. So they can get the help as needed, or, you know, this year they're going to be able to virtually dial in and get me basically anywhere around the building. I'll be in the building physically, but yeah. And one idea that I really have that I want to get going is getting a few GoPro cameras to put into a classroom, put it behind the teacher that's teaching online virtually, and then hand it to them as, okay, here's your, you know, game film. Watch this. What do you think? And try to coach them through that, the X's and O's, and in a way.
Yes, very much. So, you know, we've been through the interview, we've developed that relationship. Like we said, that's huge. What else can you share, you know, as you know, like you said, you've had experience over the past few years, but just going into that official, you know, tech coaching role, you know, we've talked a little bit about the interview. Is there other advice? What advice would you give for a person first time applying for a tech coach position?
So for anybody first time applying out there, I would definitely try to make your presence known. Make those connections. Don't sit in a box. Don't hide what you're doing.
Yes.
If you want to get noticed, and that can come in multiple different ways. It could come in, you know, doing those extra things, going to tech conferences. Down here in Idaho, we have the Idaho Educational Technology Association, which is part of NCCE. And going there, you get noticed. You know, people start to see you, and doing the Twitter chats, doing, you know, posting things on there, making YouTube videos, jumping on things like this, it starts to get you noticed. But if you can't back it up, then people quickly realize, oh, you're that guy. And that's not a place you want to be.
Absolutely. That's a great tag off of our point a while ago of how do you do it without being, I guess, overbearing, you know,
right.
Be connected, but not overbearing. And what you just said, it illustrates it.
And you don't also want to be known as that guy who isn't teaching during the day and isn't one of us. That's a very hard line to do. I mean, you had mentioned like, oh, I'm in the hallway. I can do whatever I want. I can pop in. You know, you feel like you've been a classroom teacher all your life and you're on a bell schedule and, you know, go. It is scary at first to suddenly have an open schedule, to have an open responsibility. Yet at the same time, you're trying to micromanage and macromanage all of these different things that we have to do as tech coaches.
Yeah, that's a great point. And luckily I had the pleasure of having a couple student teacher interns over the past few years where I was able to get out of the room and go help other people. So it's kind of a bridge between doing that part-time, but now going to this full-time. And I also want to do my best to not come into the classroom and say, hey, you need to do it this way. I need to be receptive of, okay, I see what you're doing here. I see what you're trying to do, but have you thought about doing it this way instead?
Yes. And if you're that person who has just been through that interview process, gotten hired as that new tech coach, you want to refrain from being the evaluator person. And we'll talk more about this later today, is dealing with administrators and making sure they, you know, share with the staff, you know, what your role is. And again, we have some sessions on that later, but, you know, developing that relationship, but not coming across as a evaluator.
Now, Tyler, I noticed that next to you, you have a microphone. And
yes.
So I would imagine that you have a podcast of some kind. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So I am working on creating a podcast. I am wanting to get something going. I've been trying for a year to get a good guy or girl to jump in with me and do that, because doing a solo podcast is cool, but I don't like talking to myself all day. So I'm looking to get on that, but I'm making a few things here and there. We're testing the waters, and it's definitely something that I want to be a part of more and more.
I would imagine that as a podcaster, you value communication skills and how you can get your message across without being overly getting your message across. How do you think that having these communication skills is going to help you out as a tech coach when you're working with adult learners?
One way that I think about adult learners, they're just kids in a bigger body. And we need to take what we have done effectively with those kids, but also put it in the same way with the adults, and being able to communicate either audibly or creating like a little screencast with them to show them how to do these things. That will also help a lot of different things.
I couldn't say that better, right?
Yes.
Because especially with everything that we've been working on here, relationship building. There's so many comments about that, right? Relationship building, communication, and that's not just working with teachers physically, verbally, but that's also in your emails, that's in your newsletters, that's in the messaging that your handouts and stuff have. It's having those relationships. Now, Tyler, I want to ask you something else about some of the professional development that you do.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I love about these conferences is that it brings together like-minded educators and like-minded educators who are all focused on helping out teachers really do their best in their classrooms. You and I both belong to an organization called NCCE. Talk to us a little bit about NCCE if you can, and really what has NCCE done to be able to help bring amazing professional development to so many great teachers in school districts?
Well, this is my first full year as being a part of the NCCE. I've been doing things with them, but this was the first year that I'm actually, a paid member kind of thing, but which is awesome. And the biggest thing that I see that they do is they're able to get you those connections, not necessarily in the form of people, although that is part of it, but also the vast amount of trainings and opportunities that they have for you to be able to come into your classroom or come into your school and do a session on how do you use Minecraft in the classroom. And those opportunities, you need to have an organization like NCCE to be able to do that. And then also just literally the people connections that you find of, oh, this is what you're doing. Well, this person's actually just down the road in Boise. Maybe you should connect with them. Or this person's up in Sandpoint, Idaho. Here's a connection with them. So those are two different things that I feel that they can really bring to the table for you.
Not only does NCCE present some great professional learning for your students and your staff, but also they've got a great special right now. They are running a Google Classroom course. If you want to go over to teachercast.net/classroom, you can check everything out. They've got a great discount that you can do if you sign up your classes. Check out that stuff today over at NCCE. Before we wrap up today, Tyler, with you here, I want to ask you a couple questions about this year. It's an unfair question, I'm sorry, because you're just getting into the job, but what are you nervous about? I would assume that there's a couple things that you're like, uh-oh. Talk to us. We're an open forum. There's only
Ask the tech coach.
Only a couple of hundred of your closest friends from around the world here. What are you nervous about?
I am honestly nervous about the making the shift. And right now I'm busy, but when I get into that lull of there's not a whole lot to do. And so I'm worried about that. But I'm also worried about what we were just talking about not coming across as being that guy. Even though I could have the best intentions at heart, I'm worried that I might come across wrong and people take me wrong and make that negative thought, which I don't want to do. But then the last thing I'm really nervous about is making that shift from a teacher in terms of with the staff, where I've been friends with them. I've been, we hang out, we do a lot of things together. And now I got to make that shift of I can't know certain things. Like don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. And, the old school, earmuffs. But those are the big things that I'm really nervous about.
And how are you going to get through all that stuff? I mean, one of the things that I love about this conference here, our Tech Coach Live conference, is that we are bringing tech coaches together from literally all around the planet. I love looking at the comments. We have people from Jordan, from India, from the Philippines, from Idaho, from all over the country here coming together to support each other. By the way, since you're all listening right now, do me a favor, put your Twitter in the chat. We would love to connect with you guys. Let us know who you are. Let us know how to find you guys on Twitter. You can, of course, check us out over at Ask the Tech Coach. Tyler, how are you building your PLN?
Good question. One thing that I'm doing later today, it's from a buddy, Joe Marquez. He is doing these Saturday Ratterday chats.
Mm-hmm.
And even though he's down in California, I am taking those and we're creating Twitter chats with those, not just for the people all around, but I'm taking those exact same things and bringing them to my staff to be able to take a real world situation, something completely separate from our school, and bringing that in. But also I am going to be doing a lot of different things around the schools and around the school, in the classrooms, and presenting and preparing things for the kids, not just the staff.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to say that I've done it is huge.
And so that's really all we can do here is, being a part of our faculty, being a part of our students, being a part of that administration team, and really being that conduit for what exactly are we looking to do. Guys, I want to remind you guys, stick around. We are here all day. We're going to be doing our virtual conference live until 4 o'clock Eastern. And the stuff that we're talking about now is going to dive into our next session of what does a tech coach actually do? Something I know you and I have discussed very, very much stuff. But before we get into that topic in our next half an hour, Tyler, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, Tyler.
Where do we find out more information about the great things that you're doing?
Well, I am on Twitter right now at Keefe67. That is the best place to see what I am doing. And I'm actually excited because I'll be back on with you guys later talking about the effective communication with administrators.
And that's a topic I'm really, really looking forward to. We're going to be dealing with that soon. Let's see, 10 o'clock, we've got what do tech coaches do? 10:30, we're talking about that first faculty meeting, something I know I'm getting nervous about. 11 o'clock Eastern, we're talking about the tech coach data game. We've got a great app developer coming on, all to talk about how tech coaches can be relying on data to have those conversations with their administrators. And then we're going to be going on. We've got some great stuff. Every single half an hour, we've got a new session. So if you can't stick around the entire day, don't forget to check us out on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. We are here. Tyler, thank you so much for your time today, my friend.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll see you soon, right?
Sounds good. Looking forward to it again.
And Sue, there's so many great things happening here, right? And one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing is supporting our teachers and supporting our students. And the best way to do that, as we've already seen, is to build your own PLN. We mentioned that at our first session. We mentioned that just now with Tyler. And I am so excited to announce right now the launching of our brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network, a free resource that is now available for all tech coaches. You can sign up today by visiting teachercast.net/TCN form. We're going to put that in our chat box. Hit that out. Our new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network is teachercast.net/TCN form. But what can you find? First of all, we have weekly tech coach meetings every single Wednesday night at 8:30 Eastern. We are here to support tech coaches. We've been doing this now for a couple years, and it really kicked up when we hit COVID season. Every single week, a great group of tech coaches get together to discuss latest topics. How do we support each other? And, we kind of go on some tangents. It's a great opportunity for tech coaches to do it. In addition to that, we've got some free online courses. One of the online courses I love talking about is something that you guys might have heard me say on our podcast, how to build your technology integration plan. All of our tech coaches are basically bound to what's happening in our tech plans and our strategic plans. We're here on our network to help you guys learn how not only to build a great tech integration plan, but how to bring and implement that into your district, all free over here on our network, teachercast.net/TCN form. In addition to that, we've got a large message board filled with a couple hundred tech coaches right now. It is very, very live. We've been doing the beta for the last couple of weeks, so it's been pretty exciting to see what's been happening in our tech coaches forums.
Great discussions already, some great collaboration going on. And I love this platform. Once you get signed up, there's an app you can load on your phone to keep up with it, Mighty Networks. Do I have that correct? Mighty Networks.
Yep.
Great app to keep up with the conversation right on your phone while you're, sitting in the waiting room or wherever you are, just to pass the time. great time to collaborate with fellow tech coaches across the world.
And that's all that this is, right? This is a place to be collaborative. This is a great place to share resources. If you're looking through our topic boards here, we've got topic boards on conferences coming up because look, it is coming into ISTE season. We've got our question and answer, great place for new tech coaches to ask questions. We've got stuff on our roundtables, and every single conference, every single roundtable that we do, we've got our great notes. So everything that we're talking about, all the links that get passed, there's a ton of resources in here. We've also got a great Tech Coach Flipgrid going. If you guys are into Flipgrid, we've got a nice little Flipgrid that we pass back and forth for all of those things. TeacherCast.net/TCN form that takes you to this membership form. Just fill it out. Let us know that you're here. And in a couple hours, I'll let you into the thing. You'll get a little invitation email for us. We're going to be talking about this all week because I am so excited about this. So don't forget to check this out, teachercast.net/TCN form. There are so many things going on today. And if you guys are just joining us, welcome to Tech Coach Live, presented by the Global Educator Group. We talked to them earlier on today, and also our friends at NCCE, who we're going to be bringing by a little bit later. But today, Sue, I want to bring up this topic here. We're talking all about tech coaches.
Yes.
We're talking about things that we like to do. But the question really is, what do tech coaches do?
The million-dollar question.
You've been a tech coach. We've got some tech coaches coming up here. I want to bring on John and Adam and Kate. How are you guys today? Welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Hello.
Thanks for having us.
It is
Great
so
to have
great
you.
to see you guys. Let's kind of go around the room here. Tell us a little bit about yourself. John, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
My name is John Pauls. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. I'm an NCCE professional learning specialist, and I'm also an instructional technologist for Duval County Public Schools here in Jacksonville. So our team provides support to our district of 8,000 teachers regarding instructional technology in the classroom.
And how many of those buildings are you responsible for? Are you in, you said?
Well, there's 7 of us, and we're responsible for 130 plus buildings. So it's a lot.
Wow. Okay, so you're on the right topic right now. That's a good thing. Adam, Catherine, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you guys from?
So we are in Central California. My name is Catherine Goyette, and I am an Edtech coach for a county office. So we serve over 40 districts, over 200 schools, and do a lot of supporting teachers, especially with distance learning right now. There's a big need for what we do. So Adam, how about you?
Yeah, I'm Adam Juarez. I'm the tech integration coach for grade 6-12 for Cutler Rossi Joint Unified School District out here in rural Central California. My job is I've never been busier. All of a sudden, my skill set is very much valued, but it's just this had to happen. But you know what? I'll take it, and my job is to train teachers and students on all things EdTech and try to lead with learning first.
So we recently talked a little bit about this topic on our podcast over at Ask the Tech Coach. And I love the fact that we now have a full panel here with completely different ideas for what their thing is. I mean, look, I'll keep saying it. I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. If you get 10 tech coaches in a room, you have 25 job descriptions. We are all doing different things. So, Adam, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. If somebody comes up to you and says, "What does a tech coach do?" What's the answer? What does a tech coach do?
You know what? Tech coach wears many hats. But as we are stating in our upcoming book, we lead with learning. We never start with the technology first. I think that's a misconception of tech coaches, that we're all about the technology. For us, I want to know what the teachers are supporting, what's your learning target, what's your learning goal, and I'm going to tailor make and provide some advice on technology that's going to help you best achieve that learning goal while engaging with the 4 C's while we do it.
I just want to acknowledge something here in our chat. Because, by the way, everybody out there who's listening, number one, thank you guys for joining us. Please let us know what you guys do. But Jared brings this up here. I think this is the definition of a tech coach. Other than coaching, I also do digital signage, school news show, the videographer. Does this sound like your jobs, guys?
Yeah, well, let's not forget managing the Google Apps domain. That's a huge burden, but yeah,
and making sure the Chromebooks work and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Catherine, what's the most exciting thing about your position? Like, what do you love doing? How do you love doing it? Talk to us a little bit about what excites you about being a coach.
What I love the most is working with teachers to impact students. So being with the teachers in classrooms, which I know that where we're at, everything's now virtual. It's 100% online, virtual classrooms, but that still is something that I want to see the students. I want to see the teacher's face when the students are able to engage in a new way with technology. And so even if that means I drop into this virtual classroom after we've planned something and they try something, when I see the teachers, the kids for sure, but it's watching the teacher's face when they see, oh, wow, this really worked with my kids. This really connected with them. That's what I love the most, is seeing that impact.
And I've missed that, right? Since March, I've missed that interaction. I've missed that impact. I've missed working with teachers and students and principals. John, you manage a lot of students, don't you? Talk to us a little bit about what excites you about doing this position.
So I was actually in the classroom before I transitioned, and I specialized in educating students with autism. My son has autism, so my background is in the special needs realm, and I've studied instructional design technology at a collegiate level. And what I've discovered is there are lots of things out there that people can use, and we kind of just throw it at things and we don't really think too much about the best use. And so what I love is, one, exposing teachers to new tools that they didn't know existed, but I do it in a strategic way. So if I know a teacher is serving a child with a vision impairment, then I can bring up the Ease of Access Center in Microsoft and say, did you know we can do X, Y, and Z? And so we always say, especially in our office, like, we can teach you the basics and we can teach you the fundamentals, and then we can give you some ideas about how you can implement it with the curriculum and with your students. But the magic for us is what the teachers do with that. For instance, we have a very large department for our special needs students, and our deaf, hard of hearing faculty actually used Flipgrid to create a virtual GridPal network across the state of Florida. So students get on there and actually sign and communicate with other students across the state that have either hearing loss or hearing impairment. And that's not always something they get in individual schools. And so showing teachers the tools and how they can use it, and then seeing where they take it, that's where our magic comes into play.
I love the word magic, don't you, Sue?
Oh, yes. That's what we create. That we aim to please.
How is this position changing for everybody post-COVID, pre-COVID? I mean, we went from person in the classroom to, oh my goodness, now we have to get through the rest of the school year. What are our roles? How does it work? Let's throw out the handbook and start over. Now we've had the summertime to really sit and go, what do we want this position to look like moving forward? We know we have classrooms with hybrid students. We know we have classrooms where it's just going to be a teacher speaking to all distant students. We know we're going to have a classroom where the teacher's at home and the kids are at home. How can we be effective this year? No pressure, but I'll start with I'll start with John. How can we be effective when everything's changing?
So I think that you have to be, one, flexible and understanding that this current climate, we are taking teachers who may not have had the interest or the tools before it happened, and then literally in a couple of days' time, we are kind of throwing you into this new world. What I always tell our participants and our teachers, I say the reality is most of us are technology adopters and our students are technology natives. And so we sometimes speak a language that is not resonating with our students. And I think we need to kind of stop teaching in a way that we are used to and start preparing students for the future, which is rich with technology. And the biggest struggle, I think, during the pandemic is trying to still give teachers this passion and this excitement, while this is also something that we have to do, right? So we're trying to make it where it's still enjoyable and still innovative and exciting, but we're kind of having to force feed a little bit. So we do a lot of just-in-time resources. We like to do instructional videos, 5 minutes max. Here's how you can do something. We do some PDF versions. We do online trainings. we have expanded our network outside of just Twitter onto Facebook, because the reality is a lot of teachers are on Facebook and not on Twitter just yet. And so we have to look at where are the teachers living, where are they communicating, and then we need to get the message out to them and make it as easy as possible for them to get the answers that they need.
So are you using Facebook as a professional development environment?
We actually decided to create just a technology innovation, that's our group, just a Facebook page, and teachers who are on Facebook can join. And then when we post our resources on Twitter, then we'll post them on Facebook, and it just adds another layer of support. So at this time, you can go to our SharePoint site, you can go to Twitter, you can go to Facebook, you can chat us in Teams, email. We want to make sure that no matter what your medium is for communication and getting knowledge, that there's support there for you, because we have to be there for all of these teachers and make sure that they have a good experience.
Adam, how about you guys?
You know what? I couldn't agree more with everything that John was saying. It brought me to just one of the things that I know I've been dealing with this week is our district was scrambling, like, what do we do with substitutes? How are we going to train them? And I spent all one week wrapping my head about how we're going to do that. So we came up with a plan, in a nutshell, where teachers are going to have to add subs to their Google Classrooms as students, and they're going to facilitate Zooms that way. And I was really, John was talking about how the kids today, they're the digital natives, and teachers were the digital adopters. And I couldn't agree more with that. Just because the kids today don't know the world without the internet, and they're they're wired differently than we were. We remember the world without the internet, and so this is kind of forcing our hand to really kind of be empathetic and design learning experiences for this current generation. And I was training some subs yesterday, and this sub that was coming for some training, she was 82 years old, and for kindergarten. And you know what? I was like, okay, this is going to be a challenge, but she did not back down. She wanted to do it, and I was so I was so jazzed that, I held her hand the whole time, but she did it, and she wasn't afraid of it. And I'm like, I want to use this experience when I train other teachers. I go, here's this lady that obviously has so much life experience, teaching experience, and of all people, you think would want to, you would assume that they would want to, like, I'm done with this, but she just dove head first into it. She made mistakes. She learned from her mistakes, and for me as a tech coach, that's such a win when I could help someone like that and see that they didn't give up. So I might got off topic a second, but for me that was a huge win yesterday.
I think the fact that as a tech coach, or even as a school district, you're training substitutes, that's a win right there. Mm-hmm. We had this conversation the other day in our department meeting of all this stuff is great, and even once we get teachers going and digital, what happens when the substitute comes and they can't get into the Google Meet because they're not a member of the Google Classroom team? I don't know that answer. Hey, there's a podcast topic for us too. But
there you go.
Adam, what is the answer? I mean, what is an answer for that? How do you handle substitutes in a world where Google Classroom needs a?
Well, pretty much because we're using Google and Zoom. They've set their hearts on Zoom. So, kind of our tentative plan right now is that the teachers will add. We have these sub accounts in our domain that subs will be assigned, and they're going to be added as students in the teachers' classrooms. And I train those subs to create Zoom links that they're going to post in the stream. And pretty much their goal is going to be, all right, that they're going to post saying, hey, I'm Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, I'm your sub today. We're going to meet on Zoom at this time. And they're going to kind of, they're not going to teach a synchronous lesson, but they're going to take attendance and kind of explain the lesson plan the teacher left. That's kind of our early kind of plan right now. We're hopefully next week we'll probably see it come to fruition, but as we've been saying a lot lately, we're kind of building the airplane while we're in the air. So we're going to kind of wait and see and continue to iterate.
And you're building it while it's also being fixed on the other side of the plane too.
Yeah, we're all going down that pathway, definitely.
We have a lot of tech coaches that are listening from around the world. So not everybody is in a COVID situation the way the United States is. But I think all of these tech coaches are still worried about what to do and how to do. I want to go around the room here. Could you give me one or two pieces of advice? Somebody who's looking to support digital virtual learning, what advice would you give other tech coaches out there to help them out. And I love everybody, by the way, who's doing the I'm here to do coaching, but I'm also now the window washer, dishwasher. Like I'm doing all these other things to support. Catherine, let me start with you. What advice do you have out there? Look right into that camera and talk to the audience, because there's a lot of questions of how do we do this? What are we supposed to be thinking about so that way we can be helpful to our districts this year?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is building those relationships with those you serve, getting to know them, because otherwise you're nowhere. You got to make sure that what the support you're providing is based on the context of their needs. And so, for example, especially right now, even if we are here in the United States, of course, COVID has caused a lot of school closures and stuff. But even those that are opening schools again, there's still a lot of anxiety amongst students, amongst teachers with this global pandemic. And so, for example, this week we had teachers just beginning school, and they were very anxious. They were very nervous. And so rather than coming in and saying, here's all the things you guys need to learn, it was more of an open, tell me how things are going. What are your questions? What is it that you need help with? And it was very freeing for them. Also, I want to go back to something that was said earlier about how teachers are the ones that, I think it was in the chat, that technology is a tool, but the teachers are the ones that actually are that make the difference and are important. And so, tell your teachers how much they're valued. That, I always tell them, you are going to teach. Your kids need to connect with you, not with Khan Academy, not with Bill Nye the Science Guy. Those are great. You could use those as tools, but they need to connect with you as a caring adult, as a caring teacher. So that's my big advice, is to acknowledge the teachers, tell them how much they're valued, and actually model that by allowing them to kind of lead the conversations.
That is an awesome point, Catherine. I met with all 4 of my elementary teaching staffs this week, and before I threw any new technology at them, any training, I made it a point to say that to them, because I hadn't seen them as a group since March, and they just smiled and lit up just like kids in a classroom when I told them how much of a rock star they were back in March, and how they, alleviated any panic, and they just did such a good job. So they love to hear that and be affirmed themselves. Great stuff.
Adam, no pressure, but what advice do you have to give? And you got to reference Bill Nye somewhere in there. That was points for Bill Nye reference.
You know what? For me, it's just making myself available on as many platforms as possible for the teachers I serve. Just knowing that you're there has been huge for the teachers. Like they'll thank me, like, man, you're always there. You reply to our emails quickly, so I'm available through email, through Google Meet, through instant message on Google Hangouts, through text message. So as many avenues they have to try to get a hold of me, that kind of puts their mind at ease, and knowing that I'm willing to give them a prompt response. I put out almost daily blogs that to the teachers, and it's always some kind of quick tip based on a question that someone had already asked me. So I created some kind of resource. So I blog about it, and everybody has it. So it's a living resource. So the more ways you can be available at this time, it really puts their mind at ease, and they tend to not be afraid just to try things. And what that does now, when this kind of eventually goes away, hopefully, cross my fingers, they'll be much more apt to and hesitant to reach out going forward. So again, in a nutshell, be as available as you can.
I love that concept, Sue. Making sure that you are where the audience needs to be. And I love the fact that he says, I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter, wherever people need to reach you, make sure that you're available to them.
Yes, very much.
John, how do you do that in your district? You've got a million different schools. You've got only 6 people. How do you make sure? I mean, do you have somebody just manning a help desk constantly? And I mean, how do you reach? How do you support?
So luckily, like I said, we've got 7 people in our instructional technology department, and we are all former teachers. And so we support with the platforms and integrating it in the classroom with the curriculum. But we also have a technology division, about 200 people who can man service desks and do infrastructure and all of the back end stuff that we don't get to. One of the big things the advice that I would give to EdTech coaches right now is a piece of advice that I got from my director, Kathy Hart. It's kind of our motto is that we're always going to fail forward. Right? Technology is always changing. Nothing is going to be the same tomorrow as it is today. And so we have to be able to model that calm flexibility and that grace for our teachers. A lot of these teachers, we're all facing horrible issues with the pandemic and so much stuff going on outside of our classrooms that we need to be understanding and we need to have some patience. And I think the EdTech coaches out there need to realize that this is our time to really go out there and show the world what we are doing and what our teachers are doing. But it's tough, right? And so we need to make sure that we are flexible, that we are present for our teachers, that they know how to reach us. We give them the resources. We've got several teams that we're using, but we actually created a team for the entire district to join if they wanted to regarding distance learning help. And we've got close to 3,000 members in there right now. And so they can reach out to our team. But what we love seeing is the collaboration between the teachers. So we can build those connections between the different teachers in the district. And we are always there to model and answer more technical stuff. But we have built a network of instructional technology specialists in our classrooms. And we are giving them the authority to help one another with those ideas because we do not have all the answers. And so if we can model that, then I think that's the goal.
And I love what Greg is mentioning in the chat. Administrators must accept this too, because everybody's under pressure right now for everything. We need to still give our teachers the ability, especially in this first month, fall forward. We are here to support you. No one's going to get this game right in the first month. And we're all in this game together here. And one of the ways that we can learn how to support each other is through our networks, is through the people that are around us. And I want to take a moment, Adam, to have you talk a bit about your shirt. You have a Q shirt on. Talk to us a little bit about the Q organization.
So Q out here in the West Coast is our ISTE affiliate. Q stands for Computer Using Educators. Joining Q was a watershed moment in my career. I joined it the second that I became a tech coach back in 2015, and it's connected me with some of the most innovative educators in the world. It goes on to kind of like feed my EdTech soul on a daily basis. Catherine and I are both board members of our local Q affiliate here in Central California, supporting teachers in the region. And, every year, we didn't get to do it this year, our big national Q conference in Palm Springs, where we have about 7,000 teachers every year show up to that. We didn't get to do it, but it's like our big reunion every year. We get to see everybody, and definitely missed out on that. But Q it's an amazing organization, and starting to spread a little bit more beyond the West Coast. I think that's pretty cool. But it's definitely I know every region has their big organization, and if you're not there, join that organization. You're going to be connecting with people, and it's going to just continue to help you refine your craft over and over. So it's definitely something I recommend.
I certainly love the Q organization. I've done a lot of work with them over the years. I know you guys just recently went through a little reorganization. There's a new leader on top, isn't there?
Yeah. It's actually a good friend of ours, Joe Marquez. We're actually going to be on his podcast as soon as we're done here. Joe Marquez is a good friend of ours and an amazing educator, and we're really excited to see what he's going to bring as far as innovation to Q going forward. He's got some big shoes to fill with John Carippo, who's going back to the classroom. He's enjoying that now. But yeah, it's exciting times at Q.
Nice. And John, you also have a PLN. Talk to us a little bit about some of the stuff that you're doing with NCCE.
So I actually just recently joined NCCE. NCCE is a fantastic organization full of some amazing technology trainers that travel the country providing support to school districts. And I actually met some NCCE individuals when I went to FETC in January, and they actually came and trained our school district in Minecraft. And so when they came down and we had a virtual training, I said, this is fantastic. This is what I do. They were so passionate. And so I recently joined them, and it is so amazing to see so many different educators providing support across the country, whether it is Google, Microsoft, whatever it is. NCCE has people there to provide support in whatever platform you're using, and they are so knowledgeable, and we work to make sure we are up to date with the latest updates and that we are just delivering really high quality instruction. So I encourage everybody to definitely go to ncce.org and check out what the offerings are, and to reach out on Twitter, because especially in a day and age where everybody's kind of looking for that support, NCCE has got it taken care of. You can reach out and find support and resources and training and development regarding really anything. So if you are a school district that is out there saying, I need help, I don't really know where to start, you need to check out NCCE and reach out and and just see what they can do for you, because I have been so inspired by these educators, and the type of training that they provide to people around the country is just phenomenal. It is top rate.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us here on Tech Coach Live. If you guys like this session, please leave it in the comments. Give them a thumbs up. Give them a hello. We are going to be here till 4 o'clock Eastern. We've got some great topics coming up. Next topic we're going to be talking about in a few minutes here is that whole idea of relationship building during our faculty meetings. Adam, Catherine, John, thank you so much for joining us. Please invite yourself on the Ask the Tech Coach podcast, and I hope you guys have a great week. And Adam, have a good podcast recording after this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And, you know, Sue, that is what these events are all about, right? Reaching out and finding those PLN members that you might not know about. I mean, one of the things I love about this conference here is I'm getting to meet an entirely different side of tech coaches. I mean, Adam and I have never talked, but we've interacted on Twitter. John and I have never talked.
Yes, it's so nice to put faces to names.
Right. And that's where a lot of tech coaches are. I know for myself, we are seeing faces, we're seeing names on rosters. But we don't really have relationships with them yet.
No.
And so it's all about how do we start to create those relationships? How do we put that seed into somebody? I can't walk into your classroom and say, Sue, I'm teaching you now. We can't do that. So it's all about the game of tech coaching. It's all about having those little trinkets around. And I got to tell you, one of my favorite trinkets to give out and just kind of start that ball rolling, start those relationships, is this idea of, hey, Sue, what do you need to do? Oh, there's a Chrome extension for that. Did you know that you can save yourself time by doing a send to Google Classroom, send to Google Keep, send to something out there? We have a fantastic free resource that we're going to be giving out today, all about Chrome extensions. And you guys can pick it up now by going over to teachercast.net/Tech Coach Chrome extensions. That's teachercast.net/Tech Coach Chrome extensions. Fill out the little form, get on our mailing list here. We have 40 of our amazing Tech Coach Chrome extensions. My favorites are things like Screencastify, Loom. What are your favorite Chrome extensions that you use?
Screencastify, definitely. Wakelet. I'm a Bitmoji girl. I mean, there's so many.
I love the Bitmojis. I got to tell you, right now I'm working with all of my staff to make their own coach emojis.
Yes.
And at first you think that's kind of weird, but I got to tell you, we're doing some pretty cool things in the world of Bitmojis and coach emojis and stuff like that. No, I'm not talking about the build a virtual classroom. That's not.
No, I haven't gotten into that. But
no, we haven't gotten into that yet. But we're doing some really cool things. And you know what I'm finding with the coach emojis is once you get 2 or 3 coaches to do it, they all kind of go, all right, we'll do this together.
But it makes the teacher happy, and it helps with that relationship building when you send them a Bitmoji with your message.
It does. It's just one of those kind of weird things out there. And you can find information about that on our free ebook, teachercast.net/Tech Coach Chrome extensions. I want to bring on our next tech coaches today, Mr. Greg Bagby and also Kristen Harrington. How are you guys today? Welcome to Tech Coach Live. Are you excited?
Welcome.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
We are here broadcasting live to tech coaches around the planet. I want to say a big shout out to our friends in India, in the Philippines, in Texas, back in my home state of New Jersey, and all around the country here, guys. What a great day of learning. Greg, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Currently, I'm the coordinator of instructional technology in Hamilton County Schools, Chattanooga, Tennessee. had the pleasure of being a tech coach, administrator, school administrator, band director actually, it was in the band room where I started putting things together, and I got a computer, I put it up and put it together. And the next year I was teaching computers. And then a couple of years later, I was the tech lead for the building. It was bizarre, but yeah, so lots of tech, and that was 20 years ago. And I've been enjoying the ride ever since. And now I get to spend my time doing some tech coaching and leading with NCCE, and hanging out with you. So there we go.
Greg, you're doing all these different things. I got to ask, what does the district expect you to do after lunch?
Lunch?
Oh, sorry.
You get that?
Sorry, the M&Ms that you take out of your pocket.
Oh, okay.
Kristen, how are you today? Kristen, how are you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you for having me. Also a tech coach. I've been an Edtech coach for the last 8 years in 2 different districts. And kind of similar, I'm used to driving from school to school, eating lunch along the way. Sometimes having time to stop at Starbucks, which is like the highlight of my day, but not always. And
department meeting.
Also taught before that in both the private and public sectors, I guess. So very excited to be here. I'm not a member of NCCE, but now that I'm hearing about this, it sounds really interesting.
Got to join the club.
We are a Google district, and I'm very also involved with ISTE as well. So in the ISTE Edtech Coaches Network.
Welcome everybody to Tech Coach Live. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and with me as always is Sue Vincent, my tech coach partner on the Ask the Tech Coach podcast. And this half an hour, we're going to be talking all about relationships, especially as it's coming to our first faculty meeting. Now, Kristen mentioned earlier that she has been in 2 different districts, so I'm sure she's fully aware of the importance of that first interaction.
Yes.
I know for myself, in my 2nd district now as a tech coach, that first interaction is key. Sue, as somebody who is in charge of many, many tech coaches, what advice, let's just start off the top here, do you give tech coaches when it comes to that first interaction, that first introduction with your staff?
Come in calmly and build that we always go back to relationship. Build that relationship. Let them see what you can do. Let them see what you know. Don't just spout it off to them right away. Take it slow and try to find out what they need from you to start with.
And that's important, right? Because one of the things that we want to do as tech coaches is not to walk into that first faculty meeting and either give or have our principals give our 50-page resume with all the badges. That scares people, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
Greg, you're shaking your head. Talk to us a little bit about your thoughts on that first interaction. Are you the guy that stands up and goes, "Hi, I'm Greg. Is this something we should coordinate with our administrators?" Is there really a right way of doing this?
Right way? Maybe not. I think the right way is depending on how you want to approach the faculty or how you get, if this is a faculty that you're going to spend more time with, or if it's just one of those that you have to go and see every other week, depending on your situation. But either way, you should try to figure out a way to build relationships and start with starting with the common ground. I always try to figure out something that they need and try to bring it in that very first day and show them, hey, I know that we're struggling with doing this in Google Classroom or using this with Microsoft, anything, but just giving them tools immediately that they can say, oh, wait, he may not be too bad if he's going to show me something that I can actually use tomorrow. I always try to give them something they can use immediately.
And, that's a good point, right? Because just like we said with, what does a tech coach do? There's so many job descriptions. You could be the tech coach for one building. You could be the tech coach for several buildings. And so that does determine how you're being introduced, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
Kristen, talk to us a little bit about your experiences. Do you remember that first time you were introduced? Did you get up and go, hi? Or did your principal go, this is Kristen. She is coming to us because she has these.
Yes, it was
Kristen's
definitely
awesome. You got a list. Tell us about that.
So I don't know if I remember the first one, but I definitely know that it's evolved and I've gotten a lot better at this over the years. My first one, I probably wouldn't want to see a video of that. But the thing that I always talk to other coaches about is the first day is establish yourself as a collaborator and not an evaluator. I know there are some coaches in that position, but the more you can distance yourself from that, I've been fortunate to never have to be in that position as an evaluator. And I think that's important. And then just like Greg said, is that just in time, like give them what they need in that moment. You can give a commercial for what's to come that first faculty meeting, but there's things they need. It's very timely. I just had a new teacher training yesterday with some teachers at one school, and what was interesting is that in the process of showing them different programs that they would be using right away, we found out that their pay wasn't accurate yesterday. So it was a quick detour over to that. And at that point, there's no way I'm going to show them our LMS when they're worried about their paycheck. So sometimes you have to give them what they need, which may not be what you had intended initially. So we did get that sorted out. Luckily, we have a great HR department.
That is crazy. How did you know that did everybody was disgruntled? How did you find this?
I was showing them like our back end, because I was showing them like how to ask for time off, how to, we use a program called Skyward, and just all of that. And then as I was pulling mine up to show, they were pulling theirs up. And then that was when they realized, okay, something's wrong here. And we had a detour. So
wow,
it was interesting, but we got it resolved. And they were very happy. They will hopefully be my best friend now.
Teachable moments in building relationships.
Yeah.
That's what it takes a lot of the time.
That first,
it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
that
comes first.
That first interaction that we have with our staffs, should it be choreographed? Should we go to our principals and say, look, this is always going to be awkward. Could you mention these things? Please don't. What should that conversation look like for us? I mean, I've been in situations where it didn't go well. I mean, I've said it before. My first district basically said, this is God's gift to Google. I was sunk. It didn't work. I mean, it was dead on arrival on that. My current district was awesome. Hey, this is a great guy. He knows a lot of stuff. If you need anything, here he is. It was very, very low key, and it allowed me to kind of get into the school district, kind of meet with people. And I didn't feel the pressure of Google boy, right? Like all those different things. I mean, what advice do you guys have as far as having those relationships, making sure that first ta-da goes smoothly?
Well, I was fortunate to be, I guess I still am, fortunate to be in the same district forever. So a lot of the teachers that I ended up coaching or working with, I had seen them at some point or another, and I thrive on relationships, I guess. So I like building relationships with others, especially with other teachers. And they had an idea that, okay, so this is Greg. This is the same guy that helped me connect my printer when it was whatever. So I had done things in other schools just because I'd have friends in other schools. I'd say, hey, if you need anything, just give me a call and I'll just come and help out. And this is while I was still in the classroom. So I'd been in several buildings while I was still in the classroom. And then when I was asked to be at a faculty meeting, I always asked the principal, depending on, actually, this sounds horrible, but it's true. Depending on the principal, how the staff, if they really like the principal, I told the principal, yeah, say whatever you want. If they didn't like the principal, I would just ask the principal to say, I'm just working with technology. I know a little bit and I can help. But I never wanted the principal, like I said, it was always depending on how I felt the staff believed in their principal or not. Because sometimes if you have a principal that's not too nice, it doesn't matter the introduction or what they say. The faculty is not going to appreciate you.
That is a good point, right? Yeah. Do you want to go in there and be, well, let me ask you this. Do you want to go in there and from the moment one, be best buds with the admin? Do you want to be best buds with the teachers? Do you want to walk that line? You're not the administrator. We've talked about that. Where do you want to land on this? Especially if you're in a new district and nobody knows who you are and you're brought in to coach.
I think you would have to walk the line of both being really buds or really close with the administrator as well as with the teachers. It's a fine line, especially when the teachers aren't happy with the administrator, how to, I guess, please appease the administrator and please the kids. But I always say, ultimately, I want to do something that will help transform the learning for the students, because it has to be about the students, or I can't be in your school.
Sue, what do you think?
Yes, I mean, what he's saying about the students, that's what we all should be with a school. And then I love the point Greg makes about, they're going to listen to their leader. Well, hopefully they're going to listen to their leader. But again, that relationship with their principal is going to almost lead that relationship they're going to have with you. If your principal supports you and they support technology, hopefully that staff is going to feed off of that leadership. And unfortunately, if the principal is not a techie person and really doesn't care about technology one way or the other, and they're not encouraging those teachers to use you, then you're going to almost be, 10 steps behind before you ever get started.
One of the things that I hear a lot from tech coaches is this. It's the first day. The principal introduces me and says, "Hi, this is Greg, your new coach. He's going to be in a coaching role and he's going to be working with you." But I never hear principals say, "This is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that this person comes in. I'm expecting that they're in the classroom." Like, I hardly hear stories of actually setting up to the teachers what a coach does, what a coach role is, we know as tech coaches, our job is to go in, we get this concept of the coaching model, but unless the teachers are being told, Greg's coming in, I'm expecting he does this with you, he will be asking these questions. And again, you got to work. Talk to us a little bit about that. Let's have that conversation here, because setting your position up to the staff members, whether you're new or not, that's the most important conversation that really can propel you to a good or a bad year.
Well, I always seek first to inspire. So that's my first thought, which is if I can get them to want me to come in their room, that's like obviously the top. There have been instances as well as I've done with that where that doesn't happen. Luckily not in my current district, actually, but in a previous one where there was just isolated schools. And in that instance, yes, it was meeting with the principal and it's like kind of saying, here's the things I can do. I'm going to need your help. And then actually meeting with them, they have like deliberate practice goals, or some of the teachers that needed help with tech integration would actually have one of their goals to meet with me regularly throughout the year for coaching. So that was really helpful.
Sue, how do you do this? How do you set up because you're working with tech coaches. How do you set up your staff at the beginning of the year to understand what the role of the tech coach is and what they're expected to do?
Well, we definitely have discussions amongst ourselves. Right now in this newest district, it's just myself and one other coworker that are tech coaches, but we definitely establish what our goals are and we discuss the staffs. I mean, we've been there, this is our third year now, so we've had a little time to get to know our staffs, and we just talk about, okay, we're in a season of COVID-19 and we're getting ready to start school next week. What is our goals and how do we need to approach these people? And, and sometimes you have to discuss, in a collaborative private meeting, some of those individual teachers and how do you need to go about handling person A over here who is nervous about coming back to school and person B over here who is nervous about teaching from home. And you just have to have those discussions, frank discussions, of how to best handle those people in a calm, relational manner.
Yes, and one of the things that I try to educate the teachers what I want, what my vision is in order to help them and how I want to help them and their students. And there are times where I want to be in the room with them and their students. We can do side-by-side coaching. And I usually would say, hey, this is what I envision for our relationship to be. And then I ask them, what do you see me as the coach? How do you want me to interact with you? How do you want me to interact and work with you all and your students so that we can make this a positive thing for all of us? And
It's funny how, we're doing this conference from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Every single session is all being about relationships. I'm not going to mention the educator. I'm not going to pull the name up on the screen, but the comment was, I'll read it here. My first principal as a coach told me that technology really didn't matter. And that was the beginning of the relationship. How do you win that one? Or do you just start looking the second day of school?
I always, I have some folks that I work with now that feel that way. Since I'm not the direct coach in a building, I'm over the district. I always, like I try to do with the teachers, I show the administrators how they need the technology and how they're going to use it. Because it seems like even with the most resistant person, if you show them, hey, you really can work a little bit smarter, not harder, using this tool, or allowing your teachers to do this, and show them how they can show them how it benefits them. And they usually latch on once they see, oh, wait, this saves time this way, or this saves money this way. And I'm always trying to find ways that I could make principals believers.
How do you do that? Give us the secret sauce.
Do you have an example that you can share?
Oh, everyone's watching. No pressure.
On the spot.
Once again, it just depends on what the needs of the school or the person or the situation. As of now, a friend and I, we're working on a specific group of courses, so to speak, for our LMS that we're going to push out so that we could save the district thousands of dollars on this other tool that we're spinning. But just trying to find ways to turn the resistors into your friends, turn the resistors into people that want to have you around, make the principals think, oh, wait, I really do need not only this tech, but I need you as a coach coming in my building, sharing this with the students. Once again, it's just, I guess I spend a lot of time doing research on what the students need or what the building needs or what the principals need, so that I could try to find a way to meet that need so I can get in. And then once I'm in, I'm good.
It is about those needs. It's about making sure that we're here. It's about that. Let's talk a little bit about that first PD session, right? We're now in, we're introduced. Now it's time to perform. And I know as a presenter, I have my, I'll call it ISTE level presentations. I have my EdCamp level presentations. I have my Monday faculty meeting, get in, do your job and get out presentations that we're all smiling here. So I think I'm on the right track with this. I have this here as a note for later on, but I often talk about weekday PD versus weekend PD. And the difference usually is the weekday PD, it's, I have to get this, I'm in a faculty meeting. Whereas weekend PD, it's, no, I drove out on a Saturday for an ed camp. I want to learn everything. How do we not overwhelm our staff? That first thing, you obviously want to show off is a hard word, but how do we make a very successful first presentation? Do you give them what they want? Do you overgive them? What do you think, Greg?
I think you do share some of the things that I would say overgive them in the sense of show them that you have the resources. You don't have to give them all the resources, just show, oh yes, and in the future we can look at these and have several resources that you can discuss. But in that first faculty meeting, I like to always tell them how I'm going to be available to them. Every school that I would visit, we would have a Tech Tuesday or a Tech Wednesday where I would come out early in the morning just for anyone, or late in the afternoon, depending on the school time. Anyone who wants to just come and hang out and talk tech, or we'll have specific technology needs. And I would just say, hey, I'm available in your building at this time, and we can come sit down, talk tech, talk tools, talk whatever you need, and we'll figure things out. But that first meeting, I would make sure that they know that I'm open to listening and open to working with them and building something more. And if it takes longer than our 45-minute before school session, then we can set up a time where we could do some one-to-one coaching, but just let them know that I'm available and I do have tools. And I always say the tools that I don't have, I've been on Twitter only, I don't know, for a while. And I would always tell them, if I don't have the tools, I'll go on Twitter and try to find the tools, or I'll go somewhere and find the tools for you. I don't have all the answers, but I do have a good connection with a bunch of folks, and I'll start there. So I like to let them know that.
How about yourself, Kristen? Do you have a, I've seen this from some tech coaches, the ISTE slide deck versus the faculty slide deck versus the EdCamp slide deck? I mean, where are you with PD and how you set things up based on the audience?
Yeah, it definitely goes through a wide range of presentations, sometimes just depending on the time I have to put something together. And then also like the type of training that it is. I definitely think differentiating a lot. You know, if I'm working with teachers who are already like Google certified educators, ambassadors, they're like go-getters, they want it to be more of a collaboration. They want to be able to express their ideas and their thoughts. So it would be different than if it was like a beginner teacher or a veteran teacher who doesn't feel like they're as tech savvy. So that would be a little bit more with more scaffolding, more practice built in. I think most of my trainings have a level of practice. Like that's kind of something I notice when I see people who aren't as experienced as coaches or trainers, that they just like will throw out a bunch of things, but teachers need to feel like when they leave that they can go in their classroom the next day and feel confident using that tool or that skill or the strategy. So I think that that's really important. Even if you have more advanced teachers, they still need that practice in the session.
How does all of this differ if you're still a staff member in the building? There's many tech coaches who are not full-time tech coaches. They are half and half, or they are, you got your 10 classes, and by the way, here's this other thing that we need you to do. How does that change your presentations at all? Does that change your outlook on the tech coaching position? Does that change how you're introduced?
That's how I originally started in the building where I was teaching. And it evolved to something where I was, I think it changed my practice, and I think it helped my practice in a sense. So now if I'm working with groups, or if I know that I have those advanced learners like Krista was just talking about, I usually ask them to give their input, give them a little bit of, I don't know, just let the other teachers see, hey, I'm not the only expert. I'm not even an expert. I just know a little. And this person also knows something. So I try to bring in other folks, especially when I'm going from school to school and I've seen somebody's presence on Twitter, or I've seen them share lots of different tools. I like to bring in other experts or other people that are in the building, especially if they don't know me. I like to bring in some of those building level experts. But in my own building, it was one of those things where when I first started as tech coach, my planning period, like I said, what planning period, I actually gave it up so that I can go and just do observations in other people's classrooms. And I would go and observe the teachers' classrooms, and I would say, hey, I think we could do this. We could leverage some technology this way. We could do it that way. And I would always compliment the teachers, just like if you visit a friend, you go in their house, you have to compliment something in their house. That's what my mama told me. So I would always compliment the teacher's classroom in some way or another, and then offer, hey, perhaps we can do this, or perhaps we can do that.
Now, one last topic here, and then this is going to transition into our next presentation, by the way. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We've got a great lineup here going down the list. I'm excited for our next presentation here. One of the things that I'm looking to do at the start of this is to make sure I'm setting up my data points. In our next session, we're going to talk about how to do that, what kind of data points do we need, tools of the trade, etc. But as you guys are setting up this year, what data points, if any, are you collecting? Do you need to know how many teachers, how often, what grades? Like, what do you guys do to I don't want to say justify what you do every day, but talk to us a little bit about how you guys are using data.
Well, I'm actually excited to attend that presentation. That was one of the ones I wanted to make sure I went to, because even having done this 8 years, that is one of the biggest challenges. It's really difficult because there's change every year. There's always a new program, a new curriculum, everything. And to be able to say, hey, this was because of my influence or this strategy that I helped with is really difficult, because there's always more than one variable usually. One thing that is a goal of mine this year is to help teachers with action research. Like, I think that will be really helpful. And so that's kind of the type of data, definitely more like a qualitative type data, I think is what I'm interested in. In the past, I've had so many schools that it's been more challenging to do that, but I'm excited to be at one school this year. And kind of the opposite of you, Greg, I'm going the other way, like from huge down. So I'm very excited. I think I'll be able to make more of an impact and I collect more data.
Sue, that's such important stuff, right? And I'm looking forward to our next couple topics. Just the way you guys know where we are with things. Coming up next, we have, what time is it? We have
almost 11 o'clock.
Almost 11 o'clock. We're going to be talking about stepping up our tech coaching data plan. 11:30, we're talking about interacting with our staff during that first month. 12 o'clock, we're going to be talking about engaging in relevant PD sessions. And at 12:30, we're talking about new teacher orientation. Stick around. We are here all day until 4 o'clock. Greg, Kristen, thank you guys so much. Greg, where can we learn more about the great things that you're doing with your school, your students, and also at NCCE?
Well, of course, NCCE.org, as who was it? John did in the last session. He gave a phenomenal introduction to NCCE, talking about how we are all a group of teachers, actually, or educators, and we go across the country helping other districts, helping teachers learn more about tech, how to integrate tech, how to use the technology in their classrooms. And it's kind of amazing. This is my annual, I've been in for a year, and I've been blown away by the community of NCCE and the things that I've learned working with others. And it's just phenomenal. So gbagby@ncce.org, you can always email me. And I'm on the Twitters at Greg Bagby. I host a couple of, or moderate a couple of Twitter chats, and there I try to push things out, just the love of Edtech and how we can do good things for our students. And they're all our students, private, public, I don't care. From Texas to Tennessee to New Orleans, I don't care. They're students. We need to help them. So.
And I also understand you're doing something with administrators. Is that correct?
That is correct. Who told you? No.
I have a little chipmunk right here.
Oh, okay. Yes. I'll be working up some plans with, I guess, getting administrative sessions set up so administrators can know how to leverage the tools of Google as well as tools in Microsoft better for their schools, not just for their regular administrivia, but for actually doing phenomenal things with PD, with their staff, and with their students.
Nice. Kristen, where can we learn more about the great things you're doing?
So I am at Kristen, CHARR on Twitter, and also a moderator for the Florida Ed Chat, along with Tammy Neal. You all probably know her, and a few others, Dean Gainey as well. Nice. And yeah, so that's exciting. And I actually have a book coming out being published with ISTE, and it is for teachers and EdTech coaches. It's called Adventures in Authentic Learning, 21 step-by-step projects from an EdTech coach. And we're hoping it will launch at ISTE. That is the goal. Well, so it does have content for teachers and also for coaches.
Please come back on our show. We would love to have you as a guest and ask the tech coach to talk all about that stuff. Greg, Kristen, thank you so much for your time today, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
You do the same. Always great to hang with you, Jeff.
Now, Sue, it just shows you the importance of not only building that relationship with your students, building that relationship with your teachers, but also having those great conversations and relationships with your administrators to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Having that coaching process is vitally important to the success of you being a coach from the first day.
Exactly. Establish that from the very beginning, and you'll be well respected and continue to be needed.
And those are just some of the topics that we talk about every single Monday morning on our podcast, Ask the Tech Coach, available not only on Apple Podcasts, but Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify. And I got to tell you, this is a new one. I'm going to break this right here. We're going to be one of the first educational podcasts on Amazon. That's right. If you guys haven't heard, Amazon, like everybody else, is getting into the podcasting scene. So you can check out all of the TeacherCast Educational Network shows on Amazon. I am looking forward to expanding our PLN through our podcast, but that's not the only big news today. We've got another platform that we're going to be creating tech coach stuff on on a great show, on a great platform called Beluga. So we're actually going to be recording every single week 2 shows, not just one, 2 shows, all for tech coaches. You can find out more information over at beluga.org. That's belouga.org. How are we breaking this up? We are going to be using our Beluga show for new tech coaches. We're doing year in the life of a new tech coach. Our Ask the Tech Coach show is going to be for tech coaches who are new. I don't want to exclude, but it's going to be more the advanced topics. The how do you deal with, how do you build the relationships? Whereas our Beluga shows are going to be what do you do? What do you need? Application based. We've got you covered no matter what kind of an instructional coach you are. We have some great things for you over at the TeacherCast Educational Network. And I am loving the fact, Susan, that so many people are signing up today for the brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network.
Yes, how many do we have so far? Do you have a number?
We actually just got 35 new registered members over the last few minutes here.
Yeah, because it was just, 45 minutes ago that we announced it. That's awesome.
Check that out today at teachercast.net/TCN form. That's TCN form. You can check all that stuff out today. And let me see if I can find the right banner for it. There it is. teachercast.net/TCN form. Our brand new Tech Coaches Network. Help us build an amazing personal learning environment for you guys. Free resources, free online courses, weekly meetings, one-to-one coachings, and a great group of tech coaches from literally around the world, all getting together every single week to support each other. Tons of message boards, ton to discover. And of course, this session on Tech Coach Live could not be made possible without our friends over at NCCE. So check them out over at ncce.org. Now, Sue.
Yes.
It's a new school year. We're starting to figure things out. And at some point in time, even we as tech coaches get evaluated. Even we as tech coaches have that conversation where somebody goes, so what have you been doing?
Mm-hmm.
And having data behind us is important. I remember a few years ago when I started my first tech coaching gig, I got a lot of, trouble for not having organized my data of who and how many and what. And it was really like until about March of my first year when I realized I need to start learning how to take notes on what I'm doing. It's not just this free run around the district, have some fun, and then at the end of the day, you collect your check.
Exactly.
Having the appropriate data points is there. And that's why I am so thrilled to introduce my next guest, Miss Susanna Summers. Susanna, how are you? It is so great to have you here.
It is so good to be here. I think it was actually this time last year that we were first talking about data, and it has come a long way.
It has. There are so many things. And look, first of all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the projects that you're working on. I'm looking forward. I hope there's a demo. We'd love to see some of these things, but let's just kind of talk here. This is important. We are having an issue right now where tech coaches need to figure out how to record the importance of technology integration, the impact of technology integration. So many tech coaches are being asked to help out with their strategic plans. And coaches need to be the ones that are in between what happens in the classroom and what happens in the administration room. The only way you can have meaningful conversations is by showcasing a little bit of numbers, a little bit of data. You recently had an epiphany of what this could be. Susanna, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been working on.
Yeah, so a little bit about myself. My name's Susanna Summers. I am an Edtech coach admin, one of those hybrid roles. My data journey actually started with The Bachelor. Don't roll your eyes. And it all started around analyzing the impact of this reality TV show on Instagram followers. And that's what kind of sparked my curiosity with data and the stories that you can tell around it, not only for the reasons of trying to change, to point out problems, but also to maybe use that data strategically. So 2 years ago, I actually was accepted to Google Innovator, where I had the opportunity to really dive into how instructional coaches can really scale their impact. And what that came down to was data. And when it comes to data with instructional coaching, it comes down to two things. You need to collect data not only to inform your practice, like teachers do. Teachers collect data on students so that they can inform their practice, but also that you can share that data and what you're doing, what's working, with the important stakeholders in your organization. So be it your principals, your curriculum directors, department heads. It's really two reasons. You need to collect that data so that you can show what you're doing, which in a lot of districts, that's important if your position might be on the line, but also so that you can share what's working and have your principals connect you with teachers because they can see in the data what you're doing and what's working.
Now, I want to start by talking about some of the fears that I had with this, right? Because if we're talking about tech integration, we're talking directly about the impact that we as tech coaches are having in those classrooms. There's a fear that I have. There's a fear that we have. If I go to my principal at the end of the year and I show off not good tech integration, is that a reflection of me in the classroom here? Should I be worried about that in my first year, in my third year, in my fifth year, or are we just showing a snapshot of what's going on?
Well, and I feel like that's the situation that most tech coaches were in. It'd be the end of the school year and we would try to point to, hey, check out these cool things that happen, and it would wait until the end of the school year. If you set up at the beginning of the school year an easy way for you to collect information on what you're doing, and more importantly, where educators are and where they're going throughout your work, you can then partner with your principals monthly, bi-monthly to have those conversations of, hey, here's what I'm working on, here's what's working, here's what's not working. And there's fear of admitting that something that you're doing isn't working. And that's why we have principals, curriculum directors to partner with, for us to be thought leaders with them on, hey, I'm trying to dive into this history department and I'm really not making a dent. I'm not seeing progress. How can we partner better? What am I missing? Rather than waiting all the way until the end of the school year, you've lost a whole year. But it can be scary. When you start collecting that data, you might find data that shows that what you're doing isn't working. But at the same time, if you catch that a month into the school year, it's better than catching it at the end of the school year.
When we're looking at this, I started my tech coaching position really not, I'll honest, I didn't know a lot about spreadsheets. It was the part of the Google test I was nervous about. I actually used that as the opportunity to learn Google Sheets and learn how to make charts and learn formulas and functions, and really that helped me make myself more valuable to my group. We talked about our stories. I created a Google site. I created all of these Google form questions, made an awesome spider chart that says who you are, what building, basically making graphs out of everything. It was great. I love the data dashboard, taught me a lot. But then I realized after meeting you, there's a different way that tech coaches can be building this and creating it without having to sacrifice, what's the word I don't use? Sleep.
Well, I'm impressed that was actually the project that you took on, because for me, I thought I was a spreadsheets wizard because I could do equals, sum, and then I could drag down, and I was like, ooh, I know my spreadsheets. I didn't. I really didn't know spreadsheets at all. And I tried to do the same thing. I tried to tackle data collection at first by setting up a Google form. So every time I met with a teacher, I would just put that login. But then I found that I was losing so much time. And again, yes, I love spreadsheets. I'm gonna admit it, even right now in the time of coronavirus.
Even outside of the Bachelor?
Sorry?
Even outside of the Bachelor?
Even outside the Bachelor, I even love spreadsheets with state testing data, which is a whole bunch of scaries.
You are lucky.
I found that when I was trying to track that data through Google Forms that led to a spreadsheet, I was losing so much time in the data collection, and I was losing a lot of time in visualizing data, where instead, if I could just easily find what wasn't working and then jump over to my Facebook networks, or now this new awesome network that you have for tech coaches to collaborate, so I could easily connect with other people, be like, hey, here's my problem. What are some solutions you guys are doing for this? I was losing time trying to make fancy spreadsheets and trying to search for stuff and finding problems with the information I'd inputted. So
you needed to find more time to watch The Bachelor. That's what you were saying.
Yes.
Okay,
yes. I must protect my Monday nights. They are sacred in our household. But through my Google Innovator project, what I ended up doing was I actually created kind of like our student information systems where we can just easily go and put in attendance or put in different information on our students. I essentially made that for tech coaches. So you just upload your teachers at the beginning of the school year, and then throughout the year, you just go and you tag what you're doing with them, and you get incredible data that is the data that you should be getting, but is so difficult to get.
So talk to us about the solution here.
Yeah, so my solution, it's called connecthub.io. That's the website. And basically the way it works is that you just pull up the page and you go and type in a teacher's name, what day, what time you met at, and for how long, and you just leave notes. And when you leave those notes, it just goes into your database. And by just tracking your notes and what you did, you get all of this incredible data on what you did. So you can see here where you streamline your work, you just input your information and then you hit save. And when you go to hit save, you have the option too to send a copy to the teacher via email. So in that way, you don't have to have those complicated Google Docs that you're sharing with teachers. And no matter how organized your Google Drive is that you can't ever find. And then each teacher gets this educator profile. So I don't know about you guys, and I think you guys are mentioning this before, some of those tech coaches that support like 10 buildings, and you can't ever remember everyone's name, or on top of that, what you last did with them. You can see quickly what you did with them, maybe if you're on the way to their classroom. And then by just tracking those notes, you get this powerful data. You can see how many teachers made growth, how many teachers participated in coaching cycles. What were the trending topics? Were you working on assessments? Were you working on instruction? Were you working on differentiation? Or you can get granular down to, I worked with 15 educators this month on Google Forms, and they actually tackled coaching cycles and differentiation. And through those coaching cycles, you can see at the beginning on average, they were at a 2 or 2.5, and then they all finished at a 4. And it's totally customizable. And that's what I love about it. Every coaching platform or every coaching program is so different that you need that flexibility to be able to make it your own for your district, especially if you're like me in one of those hybrid roles or you're part tech coach, part math coach.
Let me tell you a little bit about what I've gone through and why this isn't the right thing. I've done I'm going to make an Evernote document for everybody. I've done I'm going to make a Google Doc for everybody. I've done I'm going to make a Google Keep for everybody. I've done again, Microsoft Google Form for everybody. Now I'm looking at making OneNotes for everybody. And I'm going, there's got to be a better solution out here. How does somebody get connected on connecthub.io? Everybody out here in the chat room, by the way, loves this product. If you guys are using this, let us know in our chat. We would love to hear any stories, love to hear what you guys think. And if you guys have or are interested in signing up, let us know that you guys have done that in the chat box. How do we get connected here?
Yeah, so you just go to connecthub.io and you just sign up. We now, as of a month ago, have a free version. So it's just myself and my developer. You sign up, and all you have to do is create your buildings, upload some teachers, and you can either upload those teachers manually or with a spreadsheet if you have an export from your student information system, and you go, and that's it. So it's so nice because it kind of consolidates everything. And I'm one of those, I am a person who loves organization and productivity. I have had every single notebook. I've tried everything from Asana to Trello to Google Keep. I've tried it all.
Yep.
And what I just wanted was everything in one place. So that's the goal here, is that when you sign up, you can just live in this one place to get organized and keep track of what you need to do, your to-dos. There's a free trial for 1 month for the upgraded version. The upgraded version, though, is about 2 Starbucks drinks a month. So as a tech admin, I understand there's, especially right now after that shutdown, there's nothing more frustrating than finding something amazing and then it costing your first newborn child.
What about finding out that you have to give up 2 Starbucks drinks a month?
Yes, which are very important, especially at this time. Or 2 Dunkin' Donuts, depending on where you are.
There's a question here. How long is the free trial?
Yes, so it's 1 month. There's a free trial for the upgraded version, but if you're trying it out now and you're like here in Massachusetts, where we are actually now not even starting until the middle of September, just shoot me a message. Again, the platform's totally customizable, but the free version actually has the majority of the features. And we're going to be adding a ton of new stuff this year. So kind of like a scheduling platform, similar to something you may have seen, like You Can Book Me, and then surveys too. So you can actually get survey data and incorporate that into your educator growth data.
You know, as soon as you showed me this platform last year, which it looks completely different, it's been a year of development. I love this thing. You're asking yourself the question, does this integrate into the system I already have? Many of us are Google schools. Many of us are using Teams. I would imagine that using a team, you can pin this to the top and it just integrates right in so you can keep everything in one spot.
That is coming in the next 2 months. So we're going to start with Google integration and then Microsoft integration. And it's going to also integrate with your Google Calendar if you're one of those people who just lives with your calendar in your pocket. But the nice thing about Teams, though, not Microsoft Teams, but if you're an instructional coaching team, is that there's actually a multi-coach version so that you can actually work in the same database as your other coaches. And there's a feature for you to turn on or off so you can see other coaches' interactions. So if you're in a district with literacy coaches and math coaches and tech coaches, there's a lot of value in being able to see across what other coaches are doing with those teachers. So you can actually turn on a feature that in that profile at the bottom, you can see what the math coach has done, which is really valuable. And you can reference it. You can be like, hey, I saw that you were working on differentiation within your math centers. Have you considered using Seesaw? Seesaw is a really cool tool where kids can record themselves and explain their learning, and you can kind of be in multiple places at the same time. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I hope you're seeing all the comments that are here. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. Guys, do us a favor. Please hit the share button. Please let other tech coaches out there know. I think I hit almost all of the major Facebook groups and stuff like that, but we are here till 4 o'clock. We are going to be making sure that every tech coach has access to all of these different things. And, you know, Susanna, as we go through, the question is, where do we go with this, right? How do we present this? I know it's a great application. I know no matter what application we have, it's here's data, but it does come back down to those relationships, having conversations with your principals.
Yeah. So
how does that go? Do you go, hey, Susanna, here's where we are? Do you go, I know these are your goals. Here's the data. Let's talk to us a little bit about those conversations and how we can really use the application after we hit the print button.
Yeah, and especially if you have experience in math, you know that numbers are nothing without a story behind them. For me, and I'm going to relate this to the Bachelor because it's such a fun thing that everybody can kind of grasp on. One of the first things I found in my data with the Bachelor was that people were following people who were white, and being able to tell that story, take that data and actually apply it as, hey, more screen time doesn't exactly mean more followers. With this type of data, you can finally get a story behind what you're doing. So as soon as you start collecting this data, you're going to be finding 3 types of data: the who, the what, and then the time allocation. So the time allocation is really easy. Your data is going to show you where's your time going, what are you doing, what are you not doing, what's conflicting with it. My favorite was when I started collecting this data. As soon as state reported or state testing started, my data, that chart just went loop, nothing, and it went right back up. So that was really powerful for me to be able to sit down, especially with my admin team that were like, hey, we really need you to run state testing, to be like, here is where I'm supporting teachers. And then as soon as state testing starts, there's no teacher support happening. We're losing 2 months. The who is the other good big piece. who are you supporting? Who are you not supporting? That one's a big one that you end up finding is what departments are you really working with more? And for me, I found I was really finding myself working more with math and science because that's an area that I've been more comfortable with. And I wasn't working with ELA and history as much. So not only was that important for me to see, to drive my practice, but for me to connect with principals at certain schools to be like, hey, who's a teacher I can partner with in the history department? Who's somebody I can partner with in the language arts department that can really help me push into that area? And then the what. That data is not only going to show you what schools are you spending more time at, who are you supporting most, but what are you doing? So every time that you put in an interaction, you can tag what you were doing. So you can set up a whole system of, assessment, Google Forms, Edulastic, whatever you use in your district. So whenever you meet with somebody, you just tag, we are doing assessment with Google Forms. Then I can take that data with principals to be like, hey, we're starting the school year and you think teachers really need this. Here's what they're asking for. How can we find other ways to promote what you find is important? So that also helps with principals because they have their initiatives, what they're wanting buy-in. But it also kind of brings them down to earth of here's what teachers are actually asking for. So how can we maybe structure our next PD day so that we can really dive into what the teachers are wanting. And then, actually be able to show your worth, kind of like tech integration. And we're all tech coaches here, so you guys will get this. Good tech integration, you don't see the tech. You see the learning. Good coaching, you see great teaching. You don't see good coaching. So by collecting this data and having those frequent conversations with principals, it not only gives you all the benefits that I just mentioned, but it reminds them of the important work that you're doing. And it reminds them of what you're doing. And it helps you tell that story. Being able to just share, hey, I'm working with a lot of great teachers and there's a lot of buy-in right now for this new tool that we're using. That's great. But when you have actual numbers, you can't refute it.
So you've been doing this tech coaching game for a few years now. Talk to us about the importance of data in your position, in your decision-making process when you talk to not only just the teachers about the classroom stuff, but also administrative building level discussions.
Well, at the beginning, when I started out being a tech coach, the data was all about, keeping the tech coach position as part of the lineup. We had to prove ourselves and we were ran through a grant. So we had to, reapply for that grant money. And, thankfully in using that data, it kept that tech coaching gig going and going. And, it's still going in that district, after 16, 17 plus years. So that's huge. And just being able to prove yourself to administrators. So that's what I did starting out. And, I've just tried to keep that going through, various ways under various supervisors, but the classroom or the connection.io that Susanna has shown, I can't wait to delve into that. That could be life-changing.
Susanna, how customizable is this? We're getting that question a few times in the chat. My district is completely different than Sue's. I've got different roles, responsibilities. What can I do? Can I start with a blank slate or do you give templates in here? Talk to us a little bit about that.
It's 100% blank slate when you go in. So we actually have really good guides now that have examples on how you can actually set these up. But simple things like, what are you doing? So every time you go to log an interaction and you have to choose what you're doing, that is customizable. So for me, I have coaching session, meeting, notes, professional development, observation. So anytime I go to meet with a teacher, I've set up those types of meetings. Then when I tag at the end what I did with them, totally customizable. So let's say my platform is just going to be for tech coaching, not literacy, not math. I can set up however I want. So I can do assessments, instruction, small groups, or I can do Google products and then do Google Forms, Google Docs, Google Drives, Google Classroom, however I want to set up what I'm tracking. And then how you're evaluating teachers. So with coaching cycles, how you're measuring where they are in a scale, you can set that up, and you can also set up what they're doing. So when you go to set up a coaching cycle, you can choose up to 20 different things that they're working on. So differentiation, something big, things like that. You can add notes every time on what their goals are. and then you rate them. And that's where the power comes in on coaching cycles. You spend a lot of time working with educators week after week, and you guys know the power's really in those instructional coaching cycles because it's repeated, it's week after week. You see that teacher, you're focused on that goal. At the beginning of the coaching cycle, you can set up a scale. So entry, proficient, intermediate, advanced, however you want to do that. And you rate them at the beginning, and then you rate them at the end. Totally customizable how you rate them. We have some examples in there, but you can delete them and just put new ones in. But the goal here was that it'd be totally customizable to what you need.
It's pretty amazing what you can do out there. If you have an idea, you want to fix something out there, you just put your mind to it. And you've got an awesome television program on Monday nights to watch, isn't it? Now, we are having some questions here all about your experiences here. I want to bring up what Chloe says. Is there a closing to this whole Bachelor story? Did you win the game? Did you figure out the answer? Did you? I don't know what I'm talking about, but tell us a little bit about where the data of the Bachelor went. I'm curious.
Yes, I want to know.
So that's kind of been my passion project outside of work. At the time when I wanted to learn more about spreadsheets, there was nothing that sounded more dry to me than an Excel class. Now, I take that back. An Excel class would be the best way to spend a summer. But I wanted a fun way to actually play with simple data, and just tracking what date it is and how many followers each contestant had was pretty simple. And I actually tapped into this amazing community on this website called Reddit. And there's it's like a forum website. And I tapped into this community to share my data. To share my data because I was seeing this cool stuff. And through this whole process, I was sharing screenshots of spreadsheets, and I found, just probably as y'all tech coaches have found, that if you just show somebody a spreadsheet, they're going to just not care. They're going to be scared away if they're not used to spreadsheets. So right now, actually, what I've done is I've created an Instagram account to visualize Bachelor data. So different things that happen on the show that lead to what, who's trending because of what. But it's a fun way because it's teaching me how to visualize data in a way that's easy for people to digest and how you can look at data differently. One of the things that has been sparking my interest lately is that, especially now in instructional coaching, we're tracking all this data. So is the data driving the story, or is the story driving the data? So that's kind of where I'm going right now.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time and sharing everything with us. I think Sue's found a new a show to watch. Sue, you're going to be busy on Monday nights right now?
I don't know. We'll see.
It's a horrible show. Don't watch it if you haven't.
If it's going to teach me about data, then there we go.
The website is connecthub.io. I highly recommend you guys check it out. And if you guys have been loving it, please leave messages in the comments. We would love to. Susanna, what is the Twitter, social? How do we reach you guys outside of this website?
Yeah, so my Twitter handle is just Susanna Summers on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. And we also have connecthub.io on Instagram and Twitter. And I'm actually going to be sharing a video this next week on how to measure implementation of new technology with your teachers for the first few months.
I am looking forward to that. And you know what? Sounds like a great podcast topic. If you want to come back on, we'd love to have you anytime. As long as you bring some of these great guests with you, it would be awesome to have on here. Susanna, it's been too long since we've connected. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm so glad that you're here.
Thanks for having me, Jeff.
I know I'm going to be using Connect Hub to not only keeping track of my kids, but my students as well. And I want to make sure that you guys have all the access to over here at connecthub.io. Susanna, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a great weekend.
And there's so many things here, Sue, that's going on today in the world of tech coaching. We already heard that we have our Google certified tech coaching program. That's awesome. If you missed that session at 9 o'clock this morning, we'll be doing a replay of it later on in this week. Just stick around to everything over at askthetechcoach.com. We're going to be releasing all of these great resources for free for you. And we're only going to be really making some of this content exclusive. Do you know where the content is going to be exclusive, Susan?
I know where it is.
It's going to be over on our TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network. Check it out today. You can find everything over at teachercast.net/TCN form. We would love to have you guys sign up. We're going to be putting everything over here in our archives and would love to have you guys join. Check out this stuff. All of the links are going to be over here. You can interact with everybody. You can join our live free online courses. We've got some great ones out there. We've talked already about our tech integration one. We haven't talked about the one that we built a few years ago, but it's still relevant on learning management systems that our good friend Nick Amaral did. And we are always building stuff on here. It is launching this week. I am so excited. I think we're now over 150 tech coaches just after the last couple hours of doing this. Thank you guys so much for being here. And again, before we go on any further, I want to say thank you to our friends at NCCE for helping and sponsoring this great event. Speaking of which, I want to bring on our good friend Jim and Jamie. Guys, how are you today? Welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I am so excited about all this stuff. Have you been checking out the sessions all day? Have you had a good time with all of our tech coaches today, guys?
Yes. Yes.
I'm so excited. I'm learning a lot. And today, I'm so excited that you guys are here because we're going to be talking about those relationships. It's all about the relationships, but specifically the interactions, that meeting different people, going in, trying not to say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, build those relationships and stuff. Jamie, you're smiling. I'm looking forward to hearing some of those stories behind there. And that's what we're going to be talking about in our next It's been a long time, Sue. I'm already starting to feel the jitters here of the conference. There's so much going on.
Our next session.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tech Coach Live. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and with me, as always, is Sue, my co-host on the Ask the Tech Coach Network. As I said, today we're going to be talking all about interacting with staff. With me are our two panelists today, Jim and Jamie. Jim, how are you today?
Fine, thanks. When I see you at work, it reminds me of data changing circuits on the enterprise at light speed.
We are having a good time here. I want to say, first of all, look, I'm going to take a pause here, but I want to say thank you to everybody who's watching this from my school district. I'm getting a lot of Facebook messages from my teachers, from my tech coaches. That means a lot. It really does when you're creating something and you know that the community that you're building is helping out your own community. That's really cool. So shout out to everybody at MPS out there who's watching this. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys supporting my craziness as we go through here. Jim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm in Fort Worth, Texas. I just started with NCCE this summer, just in time for the quarantine. And I spent 16 years in public education, 10 years in the elementary classroom, and 6 years in educational technology, and just recently retired. So I'm excited about all the new opportunities at NCCE.
Nice. Jamie, tell us a little bit about yourself. Microphone on? Not hearing you.
There
Go
she
ahead.
is. Go, Jamie.
Awesome. Sorry. I was trying to be all fancy and use my bone conduction headset, and the microphone is not picking up. So I apologize. I am Jamie Wright. I am a fourth-year technology integration coach with Clarksville Montgomery County School System. This is my 20th year in public education. I started as a baby 4 seconds after I graduated from college. And I've taught both middle and high school social studies in ELA and special ed. I'm very excited to be here today, and becoming a tech coach has just been a game changer for me. And I'm excited to share all the things I've learned with others.
Sue, it's all about the relationships. This is the running theme of our tech coaches. This is the running theme of our roundtables. There's so many different things here. Traditionally, as we spoke in our previous sessions, you would be introduced. You might go up and shake a hand. You might start having a good conversation that then leads you into, hey, when can I stop by? I'd love to see you.
Yes.
Now the conversation's going to be, hey, Jim, when can I enter your Google Meet?
And no shaking of hands.
And no shaking of hands. let's just open this up here. You know, we
Yeah.
do have a live audience. We'd love to talk about this. We'd love to have you guys share. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and everything if you guys are on there. But Jim, let me start with you. Those first moments, those first relationships are so important. What advice do you have for somebody who might not have a classroom to visit a teacher in?
I know that's very challenging because it's so different. I mean, this is, you know, our big thing in our district was visiting with administrators during the weeks that they were there before teachers came on campus and spending time building relationships there. So, but the administrators are the gatekeepers. And I mean, they can't keep you from connecting online, but they can certainly discourage or encourage your work. I've had occasions, not personally, but colleagues who actually were asked not to come to campuses just because the administrator didn't want them around. But I've never had that issue personally. I think it's one thing, again, I think somebody mentioned in an earlier session, it's not coming in with all the answers, but maybe coming in with some more questions and really letting people know that you're there to help. You're not there to evaluate. You're there to help them move forward and particularly to help the students succeed, help them improve and help them grow. And I think whether you're online or in person, it's important to start building that trust kind of relationship because trust is what it's built on.
Absolutely. We were talking about that in one of the previous sessions of, you know, building that relationship, whether you're virtual or face-to-face. And, you know, I know we're all of us are probably going through a lot of that now as we begin to start a new school year, whatever that's going to look like. So, you know, let's talk a little bit about, you know, the traditional first week of school versus the, you know, first week of school in, you know, the COVID time that we're in now. Jamie, talk a little bit about, you know, what those first weeks of school looks like in both of these scenarios for you.
This has definitely been a challenging year, I think, to enter with your first few weeks, especially if you are an experienced tech coach who's going back to your same buildings, because you've already built that certain level of expectation with the buildings. Like, my principals and my teachers are emailing me and we need you to come fix this. We need you to come fix that. We need you to come fix this. And it's very hard because for safety reasons, our district is taking every precaution possible. So I'm not able to move from building to building in the way I've always done in the past. And so that's been a huge challenge to think about as a coach. So, for example, I reached out to the new teacher coordinators at my schools. In one case, they reached out to me. And I was able to set up Zoom meetings so they could know what my face looked like, what my personality was like before we started. And then as my teachers are emailing me, I can't fix this, I can't fix that, and I'm nervous, what do I do? We're just setting up those Zoom meetings and Google Meets and Team Meets whenever we can so that we can kind of move through the process together in the same way we used to face-to-face. It's just thinking about face-to-face in a different way.
Absolutely.
So it's been a challenge, but I want to encourage everybody that it is doable.
It truly is a challenge. Now let's back up a little bit. And, you know, we talked a couple sessions ago about what does a tech coach do. Let's kind of bring that topic here in this first week of school topic. As a tech coach, whether we're starting traditionally, you know, like it was a year ago, or whether we're starting virtually now, as a tech coach, what are you all doing during that first week of school? I know I have a lot of responsibilities and I can share those as we go, but Jim, why don't we start with you? What are you doing as a tech coach during that first week of school?
Well, if we were in person and in the district, my previous district, it'll be delayed until the first week of October. They'll be in person, but even technical issues, you know, something's not plugged in, something's not turning on right, something's not, you know, could you stand in here while I take a child down the hall? You know, just whatever. I had between 9 and 12 campuses, and so I couldn't just focus on a handful of teachers at that point. So I was trying to get to every single classroom, the teachers I was going to be assisting to try to do whatever I could. Now, what I'm trying to do now, I'm part of a Facebook group, and I'm trying to send links, ideas, other things. Of course, now retired's a little different. So if I already had campuses assigned, I could be going in the district network and I could be sending things, organizational things. Now, one tool that I like to use was synchronous recording, asynchronous recording, so I could have short tutorial videos on simple tasks.
Yes.
You know, something that they could just, within 2 minutes, if they had something they needed, I would have a list of videos they could just click and watch, you know, wherever I am, wouldn't matter. But just some things that would be practical help to them as they start out. That first week, I don't want to interrupt, you know, regardless of the environment. I wanted something they can click and go.
Exactly. And that's something, you know, I learned back in the spring, just, you know, coaching the teachers virtually when we went to non-traditional instruction in a matter of 2 days of, you know, it's not always a matter of typing a big long explanation, reply to their email. Video came into huge play for me. And now that we're coming back in a face-to-face /hybrid / virtual model, you know, I'm going to keep up with that. And I'm encouraging the teachers to do the same, as using that video in face-to-face instruction as they would in digital. Jamie, why don't you elaborate a little bit? What does your typical first week of school look like as a tech coach?
The same thing. My typical first week of school is a lot of problem solving as teachers are opening their rooms back up. Usually our first week is PD in our district. So teachers are learning, training, getting their classrooms ready. And that's when I get those beginning of the year calls. Oh, wait, I forgot how to set up my OneNote. Oh, wait, I forgot how to set up my wireless projection in my classroom. What do I do? And I'm able to go around. So I'm very similar to Jim. I have been compiling a lot of those how-to videos so I can have them ready as soon as they ask and send them out to them. And I have been, I'll tell you what, it's very valuable to watch social media of your teachers.
Yeah.
Because they're going to air frustrations and things they need on their social media that they're not going to say out loud at school necessarily sometimes. And it's something simple as I saw a lot of my teachers saying in social media, all these virtual classrooms everybody's building with Bitmojis are so cool. I wish I knew how to do that. So I created a tutorial video and sent it out. It's just paying attention to what those needs are in a new way. So I'm not there to see face to face. So I'm having to anticipate in other ways.
Yeah, we talk a lot on the podcast of, you know, that differentiation. You know, we ask teachers as a tech coach, our instructional coach colleagues and administrator colleagues, we ask teachers to differentiate instruction with their children, with the students inside their classroom. As tech coaches, that's so important for us, is getting to know the teachers with which we work and what their learning style is and as an adult, and approach it that way. And that first week of school is huge in doing that, of getting them what they need. There's a comment by one of our viewers, it's just in time is a must right now. Thank you, Shannon. And then later, you know, building into those complex concepts. What do you all think on that one?
I wholeheartedly agree. And I really think that you can still, even in this time, you can still build relationships with teachers by having conversations virtually, by reaching out to them by email, building that confidence that they have in you as a coach who's going to be there for them. The first week is critical. And I know, Jim, you were getting ready to say something too. I'm sorry if I cut you off.
No, it's just, I was going to say, I was just this last week, I was in a Google sponsored training for certified trainers. And one of our activities was building task cards. And as in our instructions was, be sure to consider the grade level and the technology level of the teacher in creating your task. You know, because some of the, yes, I looked at the different members of our cohort, some were creating basically at a high school level, or some are creating at a pretty advanced technology level for teachers. And I was thinking of my poor kindergarten teacher who could hardly, you know, do anything at that point. She was at the upper end of her teaching career scale, but she was at the low end of the technology scale, but she was still willing to try. And so trying to give tasks as simple as possible, but still effective for the learning objectives. So you can differentiate for everybody.
Yes, we've been going through our first week of school stuff this week at my in my school system, and I've met with all 4 of my elementary staffs, and yes, we've thrown a couple of new things at them, but it put them so much at ease when I prefaced it by saying, we have implemented this program. We happen to have implemented ClassLink, which is a launch pad where all of the students' bookmarks are all in one spot.
Right.
And and I prefaced it all by saying we learned this from our remote learning back in the spring. We have implemented this for not only your benefit, but for the benefit of students and families, you know, as we go to virtual instruction at various times throughout the year. And by the end, they were loving it. And, you know, I had a meeting out of my hand, thankfully.
Yeah, this teacher I was thinking about was getting in trouble because all of her principal's email were going to clutter. You know, so this is.
Oh,
we had some work to do.
So, what are some tips that you can give our viewers and listeners about, you know, being a successful tech coach? You know, whether you're a new tech coach starting out, a new tech coach starting at a new school, or, you know, you've been there for 25 years, being successful for the new school year. Jamie, let's start with you.
First of all, be authentic, be you. Let them see who you are, because it's the best way to build relationships. Be honest with your teachers. If you don't know something, never, ever, ever pretend you know it and give them the wrong information.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Ever, ever. It's okay to say, I don't know it. And it's okay to say, but you know what? I bet I know someone who does. So if you'll give me tonight to check into it, to research it, I'll have an email for you tomorrow, and I'll let you know if I found anything out. So, this may not work for everybody, but I fully prescribe to the school of I am a cheerleader all day long the first couple weeks of school. Every email is exclamation points and you've got this and smiley faces. I want them to feel empowered that first week. And like, even if they're confused by new tech we're giving them, we, for example, in our district have an entirely new learning platform that we're using this year. I want them to feel like they've got this. They can do this. And if they have a question, all they have to do is reach out. So I think that's really critical that first week, is just to be that cheerleader, I'm there for you, personality that they know they've got a support system underneath them, so they feel confident really educating their students with the best tools out there.
I think that's really true. There are two phrases that I really like. One is the power of yet, and the other is the answer's in the room. You know, and I think one of the hardest things for me to do was to help teachers get started in Twitter. And I think Twitter is just a crazy helpful PLN. I mean, I get all kinds of answers, suggestions, resources, and things through that social network. And I guess for some, they feel like it's just another thing they have to do, you know, another thing to keep up with. But I find it to be very, very helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, you know, great stuff. And, you know, I keep going back to, I believe Catherine in a previous session said, you know, be a collaborator, not an evaluator, and in establishing that relationship right off the bat, you know, even if it, you know, even if it's just the little things of, you know, showing them how to set up their classroom on, you know, xyz.com to get going for instructional purposes, and showing them what they can do. You know, sometimes, you know, touting everything that you know and touting everything that you can do is not always the best approach. It's showing them and showing them what's going to make their life easier, because we all know, as being former people in the classroom ourselves, that the first week of school is haywire, and especially now. So as we move into, you know, COVID 2020 here, COVID-19 here in 2020, and we're beginning this school year so many different ways. You know, my school system, one of our schools in across the river in Indiana, they've been back for 3 weeks face-to-face, and we have a virtual option. And then I have 3 Kentucky campuses. We're just across the Ohio River. And we're returning this week face-to-face and a virtual model. And, you know, it's just keeping those teachers encouraged. So what, in your district, Jamie, what are things looking like during this season of COVID?
Well, it's ever changing as numbers go up and down. Our plan as a district right now, we are actually planning, parents were given the option to choose face-to-face or a virtual school that our district has built and is using this year. So our students were able to choose either or for the first semester. And I thought that was just really amazing of our district to offer that for parent comfort level. I know as a parent of a second grader, it's nerve-wracking. You know, what do you do? But our plan is those traditional students start back with us August 31st. So they've got a good plan in place based on how high the cases get. So we're just kind of waiting to see at this point, like everybody else. But I'm crossing every finger until I have for traditional later. I'm not gonna lie. So
yes, it's definitely a confusing time. Jim, what about you in your area? I know you're retired, but what are schools looking like in your neck of the woods?
Well, I know there are a lot of teachers who are pretty anxious about this. You know, there's a great video that someone shared recently. YouTube is from Deer like the animal, Deer Park ISD here in Texas, and it was part of their convocation, and it showed teachers approaching the new school year, and it's just hilarious. So if you get a chance to look that up, do. But in Fort Worth, currently, the plan is that school opening is delayed to the day after Labor Day, and it will be virtual for 4 weeks. In the first week of October, and parents still have a choice at that point. They can remain online or they can be in person. And so teachers are trying to determine, how do you plan for, you know, a hybrid kind of environment? I talked with a teacher just this week who's having to do both. She's having to monitor her in-person students as well as plan for online students every day and certain times of the day. And, you know, I guess this is a good time to evaluate, but all the planning for these various scenarios is just nerve-wracking.
Now, Jim, what's the name of that video that you shared?
I wish I could remember the name.
Drop it in the comments after a while if you get it.
I'll look for it.
Yes.
If you get Deer Park ISD Convocation.
Okay, Deer Park ISD Convocation, if you're looking for that. We'll try to drop it in the comments.
It's like a 2-minute video, but it's really funny.
You know, this is an unknowing time, and thank you, Aaron. Shout out to one of our viewers here. One of our comments is, you know, many educators, they're feeling shame about, you know, not knowing what's going on, but, you know, we're here to create that safe place, that safe environment for them to learn. You know, as our classroom teachers, that's their first priority, and they may not care about the technology right now, and that's okay. You know, and as tech coaches, we need to support that. You know, one of our principals in a staff meeting the other day said, you know, develop that relationship. Don't worry about the content right away. So even as tech coaches, we may be not necessarily put on the back burner, but our role and our approach may have to change in this whole process, you know, as we move forward in this different season that we're in. What else do you have to add there, Jamie?
I just think that the word of the day is going to be patience. I think that our district leadership, our teachers, our principals, everybody's just trying to make, our families are all just trying to make the decisions that are best for them in the moment and best for our kids in the moment. And I think in addition to patience, we've got to be super flexible. This is going to be the most interesting year I think we've ever faced as coaches. And trying to help teachers with instruction, especially in districts where we're split, where some of our teachers are teaching entirely virtually and some of them are teaching face-to-face. And we've got to balance the information that we provide for them for what's going to work best in each setting. And just like Jim was saying, also a lot of our teachers who have never had to be high flyers with technology before are finding themselves in a world where they've got to be high flyers whether they like it or not. And it's our job to get them there and make them comfortable.
Absolutely.
I think that's forward.
Yeah, and as tech coaches, you know, we've longed for moments like this. You know, I've been a tech coach for over 15 years and, you know, part of Twitter chats for that long, and we've longed for these days of, learning digitally. This is our dream, and here we are, and we have to harness that opportunity as best we can and, you know, redeem it to, you know, serve our teachers and our students the best we can. So we're about ready to wrap up this session. Jim, do you have any more to add? Tell us, we want to go around, Jim, and let us know where to find you and Jamie after that. And how can we find the great things you guys are doing?
Well, I just updated my screen name to include my Twitter handle, and also a J. Prout at ncce.org is another way to find me. And I'd love to be helpful in any way I can.
Thank you, Jim. Jamie, what about you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Jamie Wright, TIC, for Tech Integration Coach. If you want to reach out to me by email, it's jamie.wright@cmcss.net, Clarksville Montgomery County School System. If you're interested in accessibility, I run a website called techforalllearners.weebly.com. I'd love for you to check that out. And if you want to see Tech Coach from a kid's perspective, my daughter is vying to be a tech coach. So she has a YouTube channel called Tech Time for Ellie, where we share great videos from an elementary perspective.
Drop those links in the comments for us, Jamie, so we can be sure and check that out, the great things that you guys are doing. Thank you all so much for joining us, and just great conversation about what the first week of school is going to look like in many different forms. So Jeff, tell us what we have coming up next.
Well, we've got a great panel coming up. We're going to be talking all about creating engaging and relevant PD sessions, something that I know is very, very heavy in our thoughts right now. How do we create those PD sessions, not only that are going to work physically, but if we need to on the fly, flip them virtually, right? Things like, what does our slide deck look like? What's the mention look like? What is important as we go through here that we're maximizing the amount of time? I want to say, first of all, thank you guys as we're hitting here noon. We've been broadcasting live from, I was going to say, Tech Coach Live all day here, and we're going to be here till 4 o'clock this afternoon. We've got some great sessions coming up about engaging PD, new teacher orientation, how to ease teachers into a new school year, helping teachers focus and prioritize their tech integration skills, communication, and of course, we're going to be wrapping up with our friends over at the Future Ready Tech Coaches Network. What a great day of learning, Sue. I am so glad that you are here joining me with this. There's a lot of great things happening at the TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network.
It's awesome to be here. How many new people do we have in our network now?
You know, I dropped out of the last session because I wanted to make sure that we're signing everybody up. I actually just signed up 35 new tech coaches that are going to be a part of the brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network. I wanted to show off this part here. This is called our Discovery Zone, where not only do you have a chance to see all the top posts, but you also have a chance to see all the different topics and who has been making those topics. We would love to have you guys be on that board. Get on here, share with your passion, share what's going on, and ask a question. The best way for these networks to work out is for you to come in, ask a question, and the only way to do that is to join, and you can do that by going over to teachercast.net/TCN form. You can fill it out today. It takes a couple seconds, and it lets us know that you guys are here and how we can help you out. That's actually my favorite question on here is, what would you guys like to learn about? How can we help you? That not only crafts all the work that we're doing on the Ask the Tech Coach podcast that we do live every single Monday, but also the different kinds of content that we have over here on AskTheTechCoach.com. We not only have our great podcast, our blog posts, but I like this section here where we have our free templates or our free downloadables, things that we can use, and not only as Tech Coach use for ourselves, but share. For instance, one of my favorite ones that I love talking about and sharing is this Google Calendar bulk import template. Now, how many tech coaches out there are going to be working with their administrative assistants? How many tech coaches want to get in good with their administrative assistants? This is a free resource. It is basically as Google Sheets spreadsheets that once you download this, you can have all of your calendar events there. And then you can teach your administrative assistants how to take that spreadsheet, put it directly into Google Calendar. They will love you for it because that's going to save them dozens, if not millions of hours of time just by using a spreadsheet to populate building calendars, music calendars, sports calendars, all of those different things. The other thing that I like to share off here that I use, I encourage people to put this on their walls, but it's a little cheat sheet of all the different Google Drive operators, things like, with, and, or, including, authored by, all those little search terminologies that make your life easier and speed you up. I give this out at the beginning of the year to all my coaches. I give this out at the beginning of the year to all of my teachers and administrators. These are those little things that as we get into that school year, I start to use as icebreakers. I use them in my faculty meetings. You don't always have to do a 20-minute presentation. It could just be, hey, use this. And all these different pieces of information and blog posts and whatnot can be found over here on askthetechcoach.com. Don't forget to subscribe as you're watching this to our YouTube channel. I think we just passed 14,000. I think we just passed 14,000 YouTube subscribers. I want to say thank you. We've been doing this for over 9 years and we're having a great time with this. So thank you guys out there for checking this out. Speaking of the Tech Coaches Network, we really got into doing these roundtable conversations in March when all of our school districts went digital. And in those conversations, I met some really amazing tech coaches, and we come up with some really cool friendships. We've come up with a great PLN, and I'm so excited to bring them on the show today. I want to bring on from the great state of California, Miss Nancy Minakazi. Nancy, how are you today?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am so excited about Tech Coach Live. I am having such a good time today. How is everything out in California?
It is hot, hot, hot out here today. We are expecting probably about 105, but I'm in the cooler area. My husband was driving home last night. He said it was 113. And of course, yeah, and Palm Springs is even hotter, but you know, it's a dry heat. It's fine.
It's a dry heat. We want to know what the weather is. Hey, let's do this. If you're watching this live, tell us what the weather is. We'll do one of those things. I also want to bring on another good friend and veteran of the Ask the Tech Coach show, Miss Sadie Lewis. Sadie, how are you today? Welcome to the show.
How are you?
I'm so happy that you're here. It is great to see you and reconnect. How are things with Sadie?
Things are great. You know, like all of us right now, we're all just running crazy right now, super busy, but it's been a good kind of busy because, connecting with all these teachers, even just virtually, has been really, really great. And like Nancy said, the weather, it's not anywhere near that hot in Missouri. It's it's like 83, but as a Midwesterner, I have to say it's not the heat, it's the humidity, right? It's always the humidity in the Midwest.
You know what? We're having such a good time up here in Connecticut, and I am so thankful that we have returning to our platform today, the great, the wonderful, the powerful, the mighty. I know I've been here since 6 o'clock in the morning. Miss Jamie Wright, how are you today, Jamie? Welcome back.
Hi, super excited to be back for another session.
And today we're talking all about those PD experiences, right? We're looking at this and saying, how can we create relative PD? Nancy, I want to start with you. In the day of COVID, in the times where some of the stuff's virtual, and the stuff that right now teachers just want to get into their classrooms, whatever that looks like, how would you define relative and engaging PD?
Well, relevant, right? Relative. Everything is relative.
Everything is relative.
Now you're still talking about the weather now.
That's true. Well, you know, I think with teachers especially, you have to show them they're stressed. I was listening to the last bit of the prior tech coaches, and Jamie, I believe was saying, you know, these people that have never had to be high flyers, now they have to be high flyers, and we have to support them. And those people are overwhelmed. So we need to show them how they are going to use something in their classroom. If we can't make it relevant for them and show them why they need it, they're not going to want to put in the effort to learn it because they're being asked to do and learn so much. We need to show them the student side, and we need to show them the teacher side and how it's valuable.
And we have to teach them how to do it both physically and virtually.
Exactly. And if we're doing it virtually, we have to make it fun and interactive, just like they would want to have their lessons, right? We don't want to, just like PD, real face-to-face PD isn't good if you're just standing there and talking at people. And I use the word at and not to. Virtual PD is the same. You can't just be a talking head. It's not going to be engaging or meaningful. It's not going to be lasting. They won't get anything out of it.
Sadie, talk to us a little bit about this concept here, engaging and relevant, right? Are we looking at doing, hey, this is Flipgrid and here's how you use it? Or are we right now kind of digging back in and going, let's reevaluate what Classroom can do, what OneNote can do, and how to do this? We've had a few conversations about this over the last little bit. What kind of PD are you looking at creating, and as your district moving into? Are you starting over? Are you building on what happened in March? Where are you guys with this?
So yes to all of that.
Yes.
Because there's been, okay, so just some background. My district is 10,000 kids, 750 teachers. So of those 750 teachers, I mean, just like all of us, the range is so wide of what people need. And I think keeping it relevant, it's starting with knowing what your teachers need and letting teachers' needs drive it rather than just telling them this is what you need. And I've been trying to offer almost like tracks so that teachers can find their entry point and move forward from where they are. Because for some of our teachers, it's been, we need to go back and we need to talk about the basics of Google Classroom, the basics of Seesaw if you're elementary, or Google Meet, or using Screencastify. But others are doing more, looking at different tech tools, or actually starting to look at how to use those tech tools for virtual instruction and what that actually looks like. But like Nancy said, it's even now making sure that we are showing them the student side, because in class, when you're in the classroom physically, you can see the student side because you're standing there next to them. So you can see what they're seeing. But whenever you can't stand next to your kids and see what they're seeing and walk them through, you also have to know their side of it and the teacher side. So it's an added layer of PD of showing them, and this is how students see it. And for me, like, we spent the last 2 weeks offering just optional virtual PD we offered like 45 sessions over the last 2 weeks. And we are virtual. So we're at 100% virtual starting school. And we had virtual summer school as well. So we called on those virtual summer school teachers to lead sessions because they've actually been living it. Like, I've never been a virtual teacher. So I've been doing virtual PD, but I've never been a virtual teacher. So I am not the expert here. My summer school teachers that did this for 8 weeks, they're the experts right now. So they've really been leading it, and they've been modeling lessons. So you show up to this virtual PD and you are a student and you experience a 30-minute lesson as a student. And that's been really powerful.
When you're working with a group of tech coaches and you're putting out 45 sessions, can you talk to us a little bit about how that's organized? So that way everybody's getting it. Does the district come up with a curriculum and then you push down? Do you say to tech coaches, hey, I need a classroom session, go? Mm-hmm. How does that work on a networking level so that way everybody does get the same engagement?
Yeah. So it's based off, I do a needs assessment every year. So obviously the needs assessment was a little bit different. The data, I had to kind of mess with the data a little bit differently this year. So that drove some of it, but also our district's learning plan that we've put out. So this is, we've outlined all of the expectations, the daily schedule, all of those things. And so I let that drive a lot of the PD. So the teachers feel ready to follow that learning plan. And then I reached out and we got those sessions scheduled, and everything lives on a spreadsheet. As a like I have a big grid and everything's on that spreadsheet. And so the session descriptions, the session title, the hyperlinks, the links to the Google Meet are hyperlinked on the session title, all of that. So, and then every morning, I sent out an email to all district staff saying, here's what we're doing today. And here's the link to the spreadsheet. And I feel like I'm bogging down people's inboxes by sending the emails every day. Like, I feel bad doing it, but the feedback I've gotten is, no, we like the daily emails because I know what to expect. And it's how I start. And I start my day by reading your email and pulling these things out. And then I always hide little resources like videos and stuff. I heard Jamie saying she was making videos. So that's what I've been doing too. And so then I hide some of those videos in those emails to make sure people are actually watching them and accessing them. It's been an organizational feat to get it done.
That is great, though. Great approach, and a great way to get them reined in and engaged to your PD session that you need them to know. So giving them that choice, that's huge. What kind of feedback are you getting from giving them that choice that you have approached there?
The feedback's been awesome. And honestly, so like this is all, unfortunate that we can't see each other. But when I tell you that my PD numbers have never been so high, I've had 150, 175 teachers in some of these sessions. And that makes collaboration a little challenging sometimes. But in other sessions, it's just 20 or 30. But it's been so amazing to get to reconnect with a lot of teachers that I otherwise wouldn't, probably wouldn't be getting into their classrooms until later, in the school year. And so, and the feedback has been so positive. And I think people it's easing their minds. They're feeling more comfortable. We have an all district PD day starting so our first contract day is on, oh my goodness, Thursday of this week. And so we have an all district PD day that day. So all the stuff that we've been doing has been optional and teachers have been taking advantage of it. It's been really great. Yeah.
Jamie, where are you with all this? What are you planning this year?
Well, I am right there with Sadie. We've just finished. We have one more day to go on Monday, but we've just finished a full week of PD for our district. We actually use a program called Plan for all our teachers to register for their PD, and we had some prescribed PD for every teacher to take on our new learning platform this year. And then we also, we like to give teachers a lot of choice in our district. We do a conference style professional development every year where usually it's 2 weeks in the summer where teachers are coming to one of our high schools, all 2,600 teachers in the district. They can pick what they want to take and move around. So to rethink that in a virtual platform was crazy. But it was doable. And so I did one or two of those choice classes this week. For example, I always do a class for teachers on how to accommodate students in the classroom. And this year I had way more attendees at that session. Normally we do that as a 25-person capped class where I can move around and show them things. And to do that virtually with 150 teachers in each session, you have to rethink how you're delivering PD pretty heavily, but it's doable, and it's great to show them in those sessions to model for them how they can do this with their kids, to use breakout rooms, to use polling, to get temperature checks on how people are feeling, to show them, hey, we can take what we usually do in the classroom where I'm walking around among desks and checking on you. We can modify that so we can do some of that in the virtual setting too. So it's the same as Sadie. It's been a crazy busy week, but we've had a ton of teacher engagement, and it's been awesome. They want to be ready for their kids.
You do.
They want to be ready for the kids.
You bring up a good point there, Jamie, a word that my coworker, who's the instructional coach and I'm the tech coach, we've been presenting to staffs all week, and we've been using the word transferability. Transferring what you're doing in that face-to-face classroom to make it work in the virtual classroom and vice versa, and get those students acclimated right off the bat. So that's a lot of what we've been covering this week. So great points.
We can sit here all day and talk about the importance of doing it. I think we all understand the importance. The question is how? How do we learn how to put this together? Where do we go to put these things together? Where are our role models? We talked a lot earlier about the importance of building a community, getting out there. We talked about the new Google Tech Coaches Network. We're going to be talking about the Future Ready Tech Coaches Network. Nancy, you've got some pretty awesome news to share about a new PLN adventure for yourself. I'm really proud of you for this. Talk to us a little bit about what you've got going on.
Thank you. Yeah, I just this week found out that I have been approved as an ISTE certified educator. I'm very excited about that. And I earned it through NCCE, and Shannon Davenport was my trainer. She's on this call somewhere. So thank you, Shannon. It was very challenging. It was a lot of work, especially because I was right in the middle of my portfolio when COVID hit. And so I kind of stopped working on it for a while, which if you have to put together a big project, stopping work on it for 2 months is not something I'd recommend. But it was really helpful. And thinking about the ISTE standards, I mean, this is focused on the standards for educators, not coaches, but a lot of the things are very strongly interrelated. And so that really helped me rethink how I deliver PD. I love what was being talked about earlier with the temperature checks and the polls and the breakout rooms, because all of those are things to make sure that we're reaching all the students, which was part of what we talked about in the ISTE certification program. But it was really great, and I think it helped my PD game step up a little bit. So happy about that.
And what does that mean to the end user? Like what will the teachers see different? What have the teachers seen different? How will your audience be more engaged because you've got all this background, this network, all these different resources?
So I think I put more thought into providing opportunities for voice and choice, and trying to help teachers. We're talking about transferability, help teachers see how they can use this. I try to make sure that it's accessible to everybody. So rather than just provide written directions, I do a lot of video directions now, or picture charts and things like that, infographics. And it also put me in touch with a lot of terrific educators who have increased my PLN. And so just ideas from everywhere have come in.
There's so many great programs out there, right? The ISTE certification is one of them. The Google Educator Groups is one of them. The Microsoft Innovative Educators, there's so many great things out there, but that's for us. That's how we learn. That's what drives us forward.
Yeah.
I want to do a little deep diving in here, because really, when it comes to the role of the tech coach, when it comes to creating engaging PD, when it comes to just helping people stay motivated, it comes all around to the word culture. How can we create a culture of positive learning for our adults? We've all been in that situation where you're excited to go into a room and they're just dead, or they're upset with their boss, or there's a union thing you didn't realize. Or how do you as a tech coach, or how can you as a tech coach change the culture of a district? Jamie, you're on the spot.
Wow. So thanks a lot. No, I think, but it's totally possible. And I think that the best way to change, when you walk into a room and that's the attitude, the best way to change the attitude is to have a different attitude. And so you can do that virtually as well. I taught a PD session from 12 to 3 yesterday on a Friday afternoon. My teachers were wiped out. They were exhausted, and so was I. I was so tired, I could have laid my head down on this keyboard and just been done in the middle of the session. But you have to keep that excitement up. You have to turn it on. You have to be that encourager for them. I think that's critical. And the other way you can change the game is by, if you're going in to introduce a tool or a way of doing things to teachers, use that in the way you're teaching them. Get them excited about it. Make it something fun that they can do. If you don't think I'm not sending my teachers on virtual flip hunts while we're not at school, you're crazy. It can be done. I think it'll be more fun because I can send them out to find pictures and take videos all over the place.
And do they do that? I mean, can you get adults to go and do these things without, drink tickets and stuff? Like how do we
when you've got them as a captive audience in a meeting in the afternoon. So I'm really fortunate in the schools that I'm in. I went and talked to the principals first, and I said, what needs do you have? How can I meet them? And then we plan professional development. And I make sure when I plan anything that I'm going to deliver in a building, I get with whoever else is the instructional decision maker or instructional guide in that building. So my buildings also have an academic coach. So I work with her, and then we plan a training that's going to immerse them in whatever we're going to teach them. So if I'm showing them how to do small groups, and I know, pre-COVID, I was showing them, okay, here's the way you can do this traditionally, paper, pencil, and now I'm going to send you out to a Flipgrid or to a this or to a that and make you do it. And I've found that they love it more when we engage them than when they have to come in and sit. Faculty meetings, when you can deliver that kind of training, then I get excited, because when they walk into a faculty meeting and I'm at the front of the room, they're like, so I always warn them. I email them ahead of time. I'm like, hey guys, today is just delivering content day. We're not playing any games today. I try to give them a heads up because I don't want them to be crushed. Well, you can engage your teachers in the same way you engage your kids.
Sadie, as you said, 45 sessions, right? So some of these sessions are going to be fun. Some of these sessions are going to be engaging. Some of these sessions are going to be, we have to learn how to use our grade book. We have to learn how to do my favorite one, bloodborne pathogens, right? Can bloodborne pathogens be a flip hunt? Like, how do we keep this culture alive from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going to be a new teacher orientation. We're going to be a convocation. We're going to be all people want to do is to get into their classrooms. And then they go, and here's the tech coach for 6 more hours.
Right.
How do you create this so that way you walk out with a positive attitude and you are building that culture?
Yeah. And I think what you said, like some of them are super, super engaging, but some of them are a little bit more like the same thing we tell teachers is that should you be doing direct instruction all the time? No. But like, is it sometimes you just got to teach somebody something. Like sometimes you just got to teach kids stuff, like direct instruction. And that's how I feel with some of these sessions. They are a little more, I hate to say sit and get, but they are a little more sit and get. And that's why you have to plan something else, right? You have to layer in something else on top of it. And so if we're doing just and again, I hate to say sit and get, but if I'm doing a sit and get on Screencastify, because they can't really be doing Screencastify along with me while I'm showing it, because it just would be a lot, right? So I always create a little back channel, like Google Slideshow, where everybody can collaborate and they're taking notes and they're sharing ideas of like, oh, this is what I could do, or I could have my kids do it this way or whatever. So they're all, that way they have something else to kind of do while I'm talking and showing and demoing. And some of them want to focus on the demo because that's where their focus has to be. But for others that are like, yeah, I kind of use this. So I'm kind of comfortable. I always have some sort of a back channel for them to be working on something. And then that something that they've been working on that whole time, by the end of the 30 minutes or 45 minutes or whatever it is, they have this giant list of resources that they've been compiling together for the entire session that now they have access to. And then we post that whole thing to our site where we house everything. And another way that I think that I like to start off, and I heard you, Jeff, say this, those Google search operators, I start every session, no matter what the session is. Doesn't matter if it's a Flipgrid session, if it's a virtual reading instruction session, whatever it is, I start it with one of those little tech tips like, hey, did you know you can Control-Shift-T to reopen a closed tab if you accidentally close something live on your Google Meet with your kids? And I always tell them, I'm like, try it right now. Go close a tab and then Control-Shift-T. And the faces are like, oh. And it's that immediate success, right? I feel successful right now, and we're only 3 minutes into this PD. And anybody that had showed up to be like, they had to come or they weren't super excited about it, and they were feeling kind of negative, that immediately flips them. And even if they still aren't super excited, they have that feeling of success, and then they have that buy-in to you because you just made them feel successful in that moment, and then you've got them. And I do that in face-to-face PD, virtual PD, no matter what it is. I have like a little list of tech tools and tech tips. So that way I don't do the same one over and over, because I had some people that came to like every single session. But yeah, that's my like quick buy-in.
Sadie, I understand that the way to keep engaging PD is through Bitmoji classrooms. Is that true?
Like, how honest do you want me to be? No. So I you know what? If that's your thing and you love it, and I know some people, that's a creative outlet and they love creating them, and that's awesome. It's not my thing. And also keep accessibility in mind, because your kids are going to be viewing that in an 11-inch Chromebook screen.
Good point for all that. Going through with all of this stuff, so save me on that one. That was just bad. I'm sorry. But
it's all good.
It is about looking forward here, keeping everything engaging for everybody, right? Because not only, number one, do we want to make sure that we have a good session now, but we want to make sure that the next time we're up on that stage, we have a good session too. How do we make sure that we're keeping these interactions appropriate as we go through the year?
Well, I think it's about keeping a good relationship with your teachers. Just like being a teacher, you can't teach until you have a good relationship with your students. I think it's the same thing as a tech coach. You need to have a good relationship with your teachers.
Yeah.
So whatever that takes, in the real world, I might be the one that'll say, oh yeah, I'll run out and I'll go to Starbucks and bring you that coffee, or I'm happy to take 5 minutes and make those copies for you, or whatever it is. So as a tech coach in a virtual world, I look for little ways that I can help. I mean, I'm not going to do all of their work for them, but if I can help them or show them something little that's going to be good, or make myself available, you know, even though I'm really supposed to be off at a certain time, if they want to meet me 15 minutes later and I make an effort and say, you know what, I'm really off, but I'm happy to meet you for 15 minutes if that'll make your day better and help you, then I let them see that I care about them, and then they're more willing to take a risk for me.
I try to set aside like virtual office hours. I try to set aside at least an hour a day. These last couple of weeks, it's been hard, but we start new teacher orientation on Monday. So Wednesday, I'll probably get back into that because sometimes folks are totally fine with unmuting their mic and turning their camera on and asking questions out loud in a big PD in front of 150 people. But others, I think it is a little intimidating to unmute and ask questions. And so I hold those office hours and people can drop in and they know, they can see it. It's open. The Google lookup code is just /Sadie. So they always know, just go there and she's in her Google Meet. And that, I mean, have I seen all 750 teachers in my office hours? No, but it's helped build relationships with those who might be a little more hesitant to ask questions in those, and they know that I'm there for them. They know that I set that time aside so that I can meet with them. That's been helpful.
I agree. It's just critical right now to make them feel like they're there for you. So I just want to add one other thing. Right now, even if it means me staying up a little later with the start of school, I'm making sure I'm answering every email I'm getting in a 24-hour turnaround or less right now, because they need to know they have a support. Yeah, I've been up till pretty late every night this week.
It's hard.
But I know that will ease off for me, and it will make things smoother for them because they're going to feel like they're ready.
So as we move forward here, our next session is all about new teacher orientation. Sadie just mentioned it. And if you guys are out there trying to plan your new teacher orientation like we are right now, I would love to have you guys stick around. Jamie, when we're looking at things moving forward here, what advice do you have for tech coaches getting into the school year, making relationships, having those important conversations with principals when everything is crazy? If we were to wrap this one up here, what advice do you have for tech coaches as we move forward?
I just think my best advice is to keep moving forward in building those relationships, but think about them in new ways. Start by communicating top down. Start by asking your administrative team in the buildings that you're in, what do they need from you? Because that gives you a good guide with where to go with your teachers. Ask them, hey, if you're having a building-wide Zoom meeting, can I come? Because if the teachers are seeing your face and they know that you're present and part of their team, they're much more likely to ask you questions. And that's just one way that we can do that in this time where we can't get right in front of them by walking around in the building.
Love that idea. Can I just come and be a fly on the wall at your meetings? Nancy, what advice do you have for other tech coaches out there?
Try to get some sleep. You got to put your own oxygen mask on first. So I love Jamie's making sure all your emails are answered within a 24-hour period. But you know, like today's Saturday, and of course who am I talking? It's Saturday and we're all here working. Right. But try to carve out a little time for yourself so that you can be your best self when you go up in front of teachers and talk to them. Sometimes that's a more realistic goal than others, but that would be my advice. You'll never do it all. So do the best you can. Don't beat yourself up, and take a little time for yourself if you need it.
You know, Sadie, I know you're going to be sticking around to help us out with the new teacher orientation conversation right here. But as we're wrapping up this whole concept of the engaging, I want to ask you this, because I know you work with many tech coaches. How do you train tech coaches? Can you train tech coaches to be engaging, exciting, or is that just a personality? Some people have it, some people will just pick it up naturally.
I think that there is some of that natural, just, being engaging and being, but as teachers, you're used to getting up in front of people, kids, and talking. But whenever it is different to do it with teachers, it is different to present to your colleagues and things like that. So as far as training tech coaches, I have a new one that just came in that we hired into our office this summer, and it's just been hit the ground running for her. And it's like she's just learning by doing. And so for her, it's really she and I, like, she'll come up to my office and we'll sit and we'll talk about like all these different ideas she has. And do you think that I should do it this way? Do you think so? She's really getting training like in the moment and getting that feedback in the moment, which I think is good. But part of me wishes like, man, any other summer we'd have had all this time to like go through different things. But I think just giving tips on like, you know, presentation strategies and keeping and how to do engaging PD, how to deliver engaging PD, and just being productivity skills, I think, are a huge skill that tech coaches need to have. So just that kind of stuff of how to manage this workflow. But I don't know. I don't have like a specific training program for tech coaches. Mm-hmm. I don't think such a thing exists. I think it should, because there's not much out there for us, honestly, which I think is where, Jeff, your network comes in, right? Like there are resources out there now.
A lot of resources out there right now. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you were ready for that.
Yes, lots of resources.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think, and right now it really is. It's learning by doing and figuring out what works for you and what is your coaching style, what is your presenter style, who are you as a presenter. Mm-hmm. I laugh at myself when I mess up. I don't care. But I know that some people are a little more like structured and I'm not, and that's okay.
Guys, I want to say thank you for everybody who's out there watching. We are going to be here live until 4 o'clock. Nancy, I know you got a scoop, but before you do, first of all, congratulations again on the ISTE cert, and tell us a little bit about what you're doing out there in California. You have a podcast that you've been doing, right?
I do have a podcast. It's I do it with my partner, Lisa Nowakowski, who is a brand new tech coach up in South Monterey County in California. So she and I have been doing this for about 3 years now. It's called TLC Ninja. It stands for Tech Learn Coffee. 15 minutes twice a month, because ain't nobody got more time than that. And we focus on easy ways teachers can innovate in their classroom. If you guys want to be a guest, tlc.ninja, there's a contact form. Tech coaches, if you know amazing teachers, we'd love to have anybody on.
That is awesome. And you can also find Nancy every single Wednesday at our Tech Coach Roundtables, 8:30 Eastern. If you join up with us on our Tech Coach, long day, Tech Coach Network, we'll certainly give you guys all the information. You can add it to your calendar. We have a great roundtable every single Wednesday and would love to have you guys on there. Nancy, I got to tell you, it's been great getting to know you, following you, all the great stuff. And thank you for all that you've been doing out there for the tech coaching world. And again, congratulations on the ISTE stuff.
Thank you.
Guys, you know, it has been a great conference. There's so much stuff that I'm learning about here. And the one thing is that I'm not alone, right? Like, we started off a couple of years ago saying, well, what happens if there's nobody else like me in that building? Let's see what happens. Who do I go to? Where do I turn to? All those different things. I want to bring in here a good friend of ours. She's been on the chat all day. Shannon Davenport. Shannon, how are you today?
Shannon.
Let's get your audio running. Audio? Okay.
There we go.
How are you today, Shannon?
I am great, and I'm just so proud of Jeff and Susan of all the wonderful shares on this broadcast. People are going to absolutely love it if they're not tuning in live when they get the recording. Just great tips. And Jeff and Susan, thank you for giving up time from your family to be able to host this, because I know Sadie and Jamie would agree. This is just great conversation.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. We appreciate everything.
Absolutely. We're having fun here. And, you know, so many times here people are asking, where can we go for great professional development? Where's the one place that we go? And, you know, we've been mentioning all day here some of the great things happening over at NCCE. Could you briefly tell us a little bit about what NCCE is? And I know there's this very special event coming up all around Google Classroom. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, certainly. And Jeff, you could even bring that up on your screen if you don't mind. But yeah, NCCE is a professional learning organization. Our specialty is Edtech. NCCE stands for the Northwest Council for Computer Education. And you can tell I'm definitely not from the Northwest based on my accent. So I work remotely from Tennessee. And so Susan, I was excited when you said that you had schools in Kentucky, because that's really close to me. I'm right on the border of Kentucky with Jamie. I'm from the same district as Jamie is in currently. And so anyway, NCC, we provide global professional learning, but we're just not professional learning providers. We're all educators. So think about all professional learning that is educator created and educator led. And we partner with Microsoft, Google, we partner with school districts individually. One of our biggest partners right now is Staples. And so people are buying devices and they need strong plans, gear plans, you know, and sometimes just in time learning. So we're super excited about that. And one of the biggest things that we see as a need is there's lots of districts that are going remotely right now, and Google Classroom happens to be their choice of tools. And so we have launched this fabulous Google Classroom Superstar class, and it has been tried in the state of Montana, and we're currently doing it nationwide right now. And so our next cohort, you can see, it's going to start on August 17th, and we just have districts and individuals jumping on this because it's a really great time to work synchronously and asynchronously over a 6-week period and kind of learn at your own pace and actually put yourself in the role of a student and actually get expert on doing all of it. So any kind of professional learning. Another thing, Jeff, you're on one of my favorite new pages. And so we actually have a new director of e-learning, and his name is Dr. Michael Higley. And you can see that we're developing lots of professional learning through our LMS here, and just offering just any way to help educators help their students right now.
There's certainly a lot of great stuff on here. We want to say thank you to Shannon and the entire NCCE team, not only for supporting us and creating graphics and social media and getting the buzz out and being here, helping us get some great presenters, but also for just, you know, going with this concept of, hey, you want to do some virtual conferences. Everybody here has been awesome to work with. And Shannon, please say thank you to Heidi and Michael and everybody here on the staff. These conferences have been great. They are now all up on our YouTube channel over at teachercast.net/YouTube. We have now, oh my goodness, what, 35 or 40 different presentations, going to be 60 by the time we're done today. All of our virtual conferences are free to watch, and you can check that out on this channel that you guys are watching right now. So check out our YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, click the bell, let us know. And thank you guys out there for making TeacherCast and NCCE your home for professional learning. Let's get on with our conference today. Shannon, thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Guys, today we're talking all about new teacher orientation. In the past, this was a multi-day event where teachers would come together and get bombarded with their new email accounts and their bloodborne pathogens and their who are these people and administrator after administrator.
Yeah.
I got to ask, what is new teacher orientation looking like for your school districts this year? How is it different? How is it the same? Sadie, what do you think? What's going on with you?
We are virtual. We're all virtual this year. And so all of our professional development, everything is going to be virtual, including new teacher orientation, which starts on Monday. And so we have 2 days of new teacher orientation. Our new teacher orientation is actually always 2 days. And then the teachers get like an extra couple of days just to get in their classrooms and start working or planning or, you know, whatever it is that they need to do. So with it being virtual, we have, I think, 50 new teachers, which is a pretty normal number for my district. And we really had to think about, so the topics that we typically do, the topics we typically cover, how much of that can be done almost like in a flipped model? Does everything have to be like taught by me live? Or are there some things that we can flip? And so that's actually what I've been doing over the last couple of weeks. We've gotten them all into a Google Classroom because we know if you can get into Google Classroom, that means you can access your email. So that check, that part's done. And so we just mass emailed all of their personal and school Gmails just to make sure they knew, right? And so we got them into Google Classroom, and I've just been posting like little pre-work assignments. So I created a 5-minute video on how to make sure you have your Gmail settings set up so that you're not accidentally hitting reply all, so that you know how to, that you have your signature set up the way, like that's something that I would typically like kind of just go over live, but why? Why do I need to go over that live? That's a video they can watch and just be done with it. We did a Flipgrid to get to know each other, because if you can imagine 60 people trying to introduce themselves on a Google Meet, well, there goes your morning. Like it's gone. And so we did a Flipgrid, and they've all been engaging and getting to know each other on Flipgrid. And then we used that to put them into their small groups for all of our cooperative learning activities that we're going to do. And we're flipping all of our cooperative learning to show them how it can be done using technology, Google Meet, templates, all of those things. And so they're going to walk away with all these templates from Monday morning that they can use with their kids. So some of it is still the things that we would typically do, going over curriculum and things like that, just in a virtual way. But other things we figured out what can be flipped and just given to them ahead of time, so that we can really maximize the amount of time we have them, and also not have them staring at a screen for 6 hours a day. So
tell me again about those templates. What were the templates that you're doing?
Oh, so we do a lot of like class building, team building, and just cooperative learning types of things in our district. It's a big, I don't want to say initiative, but several years ago it was. And so that's something that we really show them how to really do cooperative learning and collaboration in their classrooms. And we spend a lot of time. That's how we teach the content of new teacher orientation, is we teach it through these different collaboration models that we would show them that they could use in their classroom. So this year we've created just templates in Google Slides, so that when we send them out into breakout rooms, they're collaborating on a Google slide, summarizing information or doing, different things with the content that they're learning, like the HR stuff and the communication stuff and all that. But those templates can then be taken and used for collaborative learning in their classrooms, in their virtual classrooms with their kids. So just giving them as much, I think in the last session we were talking about transferability. So giving them as much stuff that they can take and use with their kids right away.
Mm-hmm. What does new teacher orientation look like for you and for your classrooms?
Me?
Yeah, sorry, Jamie.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I was assuming you mean me next, but it's Saturday and my brain's not working. So for us, it's a little bit different because we are doing some in-person training. So I'm from a fairly large district with nearly 40,000 students. So we have about 2,600 teachers, almost 3,000-ish school staff. So when we have a new teacher orientation, it can involve a few hundred people. So a lot of those pieces had to be taken virtually. So it was rethinking, how can we do those all? And our district has been using the platform Zoom quite a lot. So I was thinking, what pieces of that can we do with them virtually through Zoom and hold their attention? I know for me as a tech coach, I then go out to my buildings and I meet the new teachers every year. And while they're doing that in a small group setting, so it's safe, they can be nice and socially distant, everybody's masked up. I actually found that this year for me, even with the small groups meeting at the school, it was better for me to attend by that virtual platform the first time than to go out to the building. And I'll tell you why. Because of the way we're doing things, when I'm in the building with them for any period of time, because I do move building to building, I can never take my mask off because I'm a risk. So I'm only going to one building a day. I'm making sure I don't go anywhere else. I'm making sure I go straight to a location and I stay far away. So if they're going to get to know me, I wanted to do that masks off. So the virtual platform was actually the better setting for me to deliver my portion of new teacher training. And I think as a coach, one of the first meeting that I have with them, I keep it simple. I show them a picture of my family. I tell them who I am, how long I've been teaching. But then I spend the bulk of my time on what can I do for you? And that starts as a bulleted list, but then we talk through it. And my new teacher induction specialists in the buildings are really great about offering cheerleading moments for me during that. They'll say, oh yeah, you can have her. She mentioned she can come and teach a lesson. She can come in with you and teach. And that's been different to think about this year. Yes, I can come in and teach because I can be a co-teacher with you, a co-host with you in your Zoom room or in your Google Meet, or we sure can still teach together. So just encouraging all those things they heard about when they came to the district that they were going to get when they were hired last spring and we thought all this would be done and over with by now, making sure that they're reassured they're still getting that from me as a coach. So I think it's a balance. So for me, like I said, it looks a little different than Sadie. I'll be going out and doing my first in-person sessions with new teachers this week, my very first one. And I'm going to go in and walk them through some of the tech that they've been introduced to, make them feel a little more comfortable with it. But again, I'm going to do that from a distance at the front of a room. So I think it's just rethinking, how do we speak to those new teachers in a way that's engaging and makes them feel supported, because we want them to stick around and we want them to be successful.
Right.
Sue, what about your district? You're starting with students this week, so you've already had new teacher orientation. Tell us a little bit about it. Where was it? How did it look? And I think the one thing that we're struggling with is, where do you put the schedule? Like, do you front load the day with tech? Do you do a full day with tech? How did you guys set everything up to be successful?
Well, we actually approached it this year kind of how we have the last couple of years with the technology part. We have about 2 hours for the technology part. We did do our new teacher orientation face-to-face this year. We have a media center large enough, and we had a lower number of new teachers this year. So we were able to distance them around kind of table to table. We almost had one per table, which worked out nicely. So we had a small number. And we did all of our normal intro stuff. But for technology, the last 2 years, we have done a checklist approach, which I'm trying to share in the comments. So it'll show up in a few minutes. And instead of us standing there talking about, this is how you access your Gmail, this is how you use your Google Calendar, this is how you create Zoom, this is how you do your Canvas course, Google Classroom, and all of that, we talk to them for maybe 10 minutes tops. Then we turn them loose for the rest of the hour and a half, and they have to complete that checklist with us there available. And not only is it myself and my other tech coach coworker, it's the rest of our curriculum and academic services team who then offer their assistance in supporting me. And that way they get to develop a little bit of a relationship. They're trained in some of the technology. So it's them working independently or in small groups. Well, we have a social distance small groups, but we completed that checklist. And I'm going to share a link to that anyone out there viewing, it's just a copy. So you're welcome to use and make a copy for yourself and go with it.
One of the things that I'm worrying about this year is having the time to make relationships with people, new teachers in my building, new teachers in my district. We talked a little bit about this in previous segments, but I wanted to kind of bring it up here of, should we be looking at new teacher orientation to start making friends? Do we just get in and get out, knowing that the teachers are so frazzle-minded from all this stuff? Sadie, what's your recommendation on this?
So I think right now it's more important to use new teacher orientation as a relationship builder than ever before, because they're new to the district, right? Some of them are new to teaching, and they're probably feeling completely disconnected because they've never actually met any of these people in person. They're not going to they're going to meet them over a Zoom or a Google Meet. Right. But can you imagine going into a new building right now and not knowing anyone and not being able to actually meet people, or setting up a classroom and getting ready for kids, all those things that you typically do at the beginning of the school year, and then trying to do it in a new district. So I think new teacher orientation is more important than ever to build relationships with our new teachers. And that's why I thought that Flipgrid, so that we're starting to get to know each other. And I went in and recorded a video comment to all 50 of our new teachers to start getting to know them and start talking to them. And one of their assignments, their pre-work assignments, was, because in our district, we just have one of the district expectations is that you have an email signature. So I know who you are and where you work whenever you email me. And so that was one of their assignments, was an email Sadie, so that I can see that you have an email signature set up. And so for each one of them that emailed me, I sent something back and just made a comment like, oh, and I saw in your Flipgrid video that you're XYZ, or that you also have a puppy and I love, whatever. And so that they knew that I saw it and that I paid attention. And did that take a little bit of extra time to go through and find their Flipgrid video and rewatch it? Yes. But is it worth it? Because now those people already have an open email communication with me. Yeah. So if they have a question, they're just going to go back to that email that I responded and hit reply and be like, oh, and by the way, I have some questions, because they already have that open communication with me. And so I've been trying to get to know these new teachers, because I can't sit with them at new teacher orientation and talk to them like during breaks and stuff. I'm trying to communicate as much as I can.
You know, you said could you imagine? And the only thought I had was, I couldn't imagine being a new teacher in a district that's going to be completely virtual.
Mm-hmm.
And and there's a lot of teachers in here, right? You had a virtual interview. You've never physically met your boss, and suddenly you're given a schedule, kids you don't know, a system you've never been into, and
maybe never even physically stepped inside one of the district buildings. Because if you interviewed past mid-March, everything has been virtual. And so we have teachers that have been hired that are going to start teaching kids virtually who have never even stepped foot in one of our district buildings. And I think when we think about what we're teaching our teachers, whether it is for like our veteran teachers or these new ones, when you think about the cognitive load that they are under right now, when they show up to new teacher orientation or to PD, they're not just like, when they show up to normal new teacher orientation, there's that nervous, like first day of school, like who am I going to be friends with feeling? But then when you add on, is my Google Meet going to work the first time I try to go to new teacher orientation? Do I have the right technology?
Right.
And all of the added stresses that are already on them. Having to be really empathetic and aware that we are not also being like, and here is everything that you need to know about HR, communications, bloodborne pathogens, like.
Well, and then you take those teachers, and then let's just say that tomorrow the district goes, we're going back on Monday. Now these teachers that have never stepped foot into a district building have to build a life, environment, classroom, everything, all by tomorrow, and there's new students coming.
So our teachers do have, and this isn't necessarily a new teacher orientation specific thing, but our teachers do have the ability to work from their classrooms if they want. And so that is something that I hope our new teachers will start, if they're comfortable, will start going up and setting up their classrooms and just being able to like look down the hallway and say hi to their new coworkers, because they'll be the only one in their room. But I hope that that's something that will help build relationships within their buildings, but it's going to be hard. You're right. When we go back, having never been in a full staff meeting and actually seen some of these people face to face, and then all of a sudden, here, I work here now. Like, hi, I'm Sadie, and you've never met me in person, but I work down the hallway from you. Those are some things that we have to really think about and be really empathetic for those new teachers, because they're going through a lot right now. We all are, but they're a lot.
So let me ask you all a big question about new teacher orientation. And this is whether it's virtual or face-to-face. You know, everybody's excited, ourselves as presenters, but even as a new teacher, you're excited for new teacher orientation.
Mm-hmm.
And you go in there and you start the day, but then you walk away feeling overwhelmed and your head is spinning as if they didn't accomplish anything. You know, why do you think this is the case? And, you know, what can we as tech coaches to help alleviate that feeling?
I think the big thing is we don't overwhelm them more. We know we're going to give them a lot of information, but we need to give it in a way that reassures them. So one thing when I'm delivering a training to teachers, especially new teachers, and I've got to pump them with a ton of stuff because that's what I've been tasked to do. I have a website waiting in the background that I have built. And I'm like, hey guys, I don't need you to freak out while you're hearing this, because or a Google Classroom would work as well. I don't want you to freak out when you're hearing this, because at the end of this training, I'm going to give you everything I've told you, every video I've showed you, everything, so that you can take it back and review it. And the calming effect that has is pretty crazy. Just knowing, that's always the biggest comment at the end is I'm so thankful I have these, whether they think I did a good job or not, it's always, I'm so glad I can at least go back and review this later. Or, thanks for giving this to me. So, because my brain was too tired to pay attention. They put you at the end of the day. So, and I've got to circle back to something else, because otherwise I'm going to pop. When it really caught me when Jeff said, when you go into new orientation, do you just like go in, pop in, get your work done and get out? Or is this the time you build relationships? And Sadie did such a great job of emphasizing how important those relationships are. But I've got to say this to y'all as coaches. If we ever, especially in this day and age with new teachers, with what they're facing in an unprecedented time, they've never taught like this. If we go in and we model delivering professional development by popping in and giving them information and popping out without taking time to build those relationships, just show them what to do with their kids. Yeah. And our kids that are at home right now, if they feel like their teacher's just popping in to give them a bunch of stuff to do and not wanting to get to know them because they're not in front of them either, we're going to lose them and we're going to have major, major drop off with our kids and their learning. So it's so critical that you take the time, figure it out. If you need tips, email, hop on Twitter, ask questions. I don't know what to do to build relationships with my teachers. Let other tech coaches give you ideas to your professional learning network, because if you miss that piece, you're going to miss the staff and then they're going to miss the kids.
Yep. That is awesome. Mic drop, Jamie.
Right.
That's awesome.
Right. And I mean, that's, I think why, like, we've really stripped down new teacher orientation a lot this year, on like, what do they need to, and this just goes for everybody, I think, but like, what do they need to know on to be successful the first couple of days of school? You know, like, some of the other stuff can come later. Do we need to fill them full of all, like, do they need to know how to log in and do their professional growth plan, their educator growth plan right now? No. Why would we cover that right now? Like, their mentor or me or somebody can do that with them later, because that is not in order to be successful with you and your kids on day one. What is success on day one is knowing the basic tech that's going to get you through that day and knowing it well. Not just like, yeah, I kind of know how to use Google Meet. Like, no, like, I can use it. And then what am I going to do on those first couple of days to get to know my kids and let my kids get to know one another and help them understand like our virtual classroom norms and expectations and like all those things. Yeah, and everybody's, I think, is so focused on content right now. And, well, where do I find my curriculum, or how do I do like summative assessment and like all these things right now? And like, why? You going to do that on day one? No. Let's talk about what it's going to take to be successful. For us, we have a 4-day school week, the first day of school. So we start on a Tuesday. It's first 4 days. What do we need to do those first 4 days? What is our instructional plan for the first 4 days? And we're actually setting up instructional plan with activities and everything for 2nd grade, 5th grade, middle school, and high school, just because some people don't even know where to start. And so I've gotten together with some of our teachers, and they've basically just laid out all in the same template, but laid out, this is what my first 4 days would look like. Here's how I would structure all of my time. This is when my kids would go off and work independently, just to help people start to wrap their brain around those first 4 days.
We've been talking all about relationships. We've been talking all about making sure that those first couple days that we get introduced to our staffs are important and they're set up right. We started talking about making sure that those first times we're in our classroom are important. We just got done a great conversation all about new teacher orientation. And our next session is all about how do we help ease our staff into that year. I want to bring on our panelists for our next session, Miss Jen Marshall. Jen, how are you today? Welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Hello, I'm doing well. How are all of you?
Doing wonderful. Jen, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, yes, I am an educator, obviously, as all of you are, but I've been in education for about 16 years. I think this will be my 16th year, mostly elementary. I taught in the classroom for 10 years, and then the past 6 years, I've been at our district office as a digital integration specialist, somewhat divided by region, and so supporting teachers and our district staff all along the way, and a little crazy, of course, as everybody's experiencing these crazy times. Our jobs are all in hyperdrive, but having a good time with it, just trying to stay afloat. I have 3 children. My 2 oldest are in college, and then a high schooler. I actually just sent my son down the road with his car packed towards Arizona. We're in Idaho, so I sent him on his way to head towards college. We're going to meet up with him a couple days. So this is a good distraction for today to keep me off of that.
Very, very cool. Thank you so much for joining us today. And by the way, thank you all for out there for watching. This is Tech Coach Live. We've been here from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock. We've got some great sessions coming up. Today, we're going to be talking about how to ease into that new school year. At 1:30, we're talking about helping teachers focus and prioritize what's important in tech integration. 2 o'clock, we're going to be talking about effective communication with admins. And I have some admins coming on for that. So we're looking forward into that. And of course, as we go through 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing creative, awesome lessons, talking about how you guys can create stuff, not only physically, but virtually for your staff. But you know, Sue, I'm going to let you take this one over here because I'm interested in hearing this conversation. I want to hear it from the point of view of a tech coach because I want to learn a little bit more. So Sue, I'm going to give you the hot seat here and take it away.
All right, here we go. Welcome to our 1 o'clock session. We're going to talk about, easing into that school year. We just had an awesome conversation about new teacher orientation. So now let's, bring those new teachers in, join them with those veteran teachers and, get the school year started. So, Jennifer, start us out. First of all, what are you excited as a tech coach? First of all, what are you excited for this school year?
Well, I think one thing that's been exciting even since spring is all of these tools and applications that we know can enhance the teaching, the good teaching that's already happening. We've seen so many people kind of that light bulb moment that all of us as teachers enjoy and what we thrive off of. So seeing educators in that same way, just learning new tools. It's we always say, my little team, we're always saying it's happening, like or it's going to happen. It's happening, and now it's definitely happening. Much faster than I think we all expected. But just from that perspective of seeing, of course, there's frustrations and there's stress and there's all of that, but seeing the people that are turned on to something new and excited about how this is not only going to help them for whatever scenario all of us are starting in the fall, but what we keep saying is, how is this going to help you as you continue down the road, not just this current event or crisis, whatever you want to call it that we're in, but how can you keep all of this technology to enhance the traditional classroom? And I'm really excited to see where that will go, even, a couple years down the road.
Yeah, we were using the term transferability a while ago, and that's huge, and we'll talk more about that as we move along. We're excited to have Sadie and Jamie. They've just kind of stayed with us. Bless your hearts. They're, as Jeff told me, in our messaging, we're going to have the ladies show for just a few minutes, so it's all good. So Sadie and Jamie, Sadie, I'll start with you. Same question. What's something that you're most excited about for this school year?
Honestly, and it's kind of already started, I guess. So our school year doesn't start till the 25th, but we've been doing a lot of virtual PD and stuff like that. And so I'm most excited that teachers are, I think kind of like what Jen said, that those things that we know can really work and enhance learning and enhance teaching. Teachers are really learning it and embracing it now, and that maybe they wouldn't have in the past. And so something that I'm really excited for is, first, just getting to connect with so many teachers, because typically, I have 17 buildings. I can only be in one building at a time. So I can only connect with these 2 or 3, teachers in this building, or this handful of teachers in this building. And then I can't get over to the other high school until the next day. But now I can have teachers from every building. I can connect with every building all at one time, all in one session. And so that's something that I'm really excited about. And there's silver linings to everything, right? And my silver lining is that this has really broken down a lot of our those walls between buildings, and we've really started to see a lot of inter-building collaboration. Because if you're a 3rd grade teacher and I'm a 3rd grade teacher and we have the same curriculum and we've never really even talked about what we're doing across the district because we're so in our own little classroom silos, they're all sharing the work right now, because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't we all be talking about 3rd grade reading instruction? And so I'm excited about just getting to connect with so many teachers and teachers connecting with one another. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as you say that, and that's so illustrative of what we're trying to do here in the tech coach world. I said earlier, we've dreamed of this moment for years as tech coaches, of being able to go digitally and do this. And silver lining, here we are creating these global tech coach networks. Jamie, what are you excited about for this year?
Well, I'm hanging on with everything I've got to that silver lining, because let me just tell you, it's exciting because I feel very needed. Mm-hmm. And it's, the beginning of the year for a lot of times for us tech coaches can be a slow roll in. Yes, we're meeting with the admin team, and we are, we're pushing out the learning for the whole staff, the whole faculties at one time. But I've been able to just jump right in and build those relationships with teachers right off the bat, because they know what they need right off the bat. I've never been in this learning platform before. Help, what do I do? And so I think for me, it's been excited to be needed and to just rethink how I build relationships with teachers. I'm a people person. I don't know if that shows at all, but I love people.
No.
I know, it's weird. So So just finding new ways has gotten me real excited. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to connect with them in the same way, and having to rethink that and get out there as a coach virtually. I'm pumped about all the interaction that we've had so far.
Yeah, and I myself, I'm feeding on the excitement of our teachers who are excited to be back where we are in the building, trying to start face-to-face with all of the protocols. And I'm just feeding off that excitement of a lot of the elementary teachers I work with. They are so happy to be back. You know, even they're going to wear masks and the students are going to wear masks, but they're just excited to get to be there, whatever it takes. So Jennifer or Jen, I'm going to come to you and let's kind of talk about some of the tips and advice that you have for tech coaches as we do ease into this new school year. So share with us some of the things that you have for us today.
Well, I do think that's a tricky topic because there's so much out there in education as we speak anyway. But when we start talking about technology and integrating and all the things that people are feeling like they have to know, and I heard Sadie say on the last little session that this is not the time to necessarily bring in all that traditional information that you would provide to teachers as they're starting the year. But I do feel, there is definitely a balance. And what I'm starting to see a little bit of, and I think how my team, myself and I have 2 other members on my team, is helping people to identify that starting point. What is the one thing that you need to know to get started? You see all these different things connecting the technology to the instructional strategies and to the content, and that's completely important. I would never discredit, that sort of work, but I try to think from the perspective of a new teacher, or in essence, all of us are new to some degree because we're all starting school in some sort of different fashion. That what do they need to know to feel successful? So just identifying the main application for your district. We're a Microsoft district, so that's our focus right now. We're focusing on the basic Microsoft tools. We're using Teams to connect teachers with one another and to connect with students. And so what are the basics of just logging on? Where do you find the icon to get started on your district computer? How do you support families with how to log on and find that information? There's all this information that you can find on Twitter, and you can do a quick Google search or Bing search and find the latest and greatest tool. But what we're really trying to focus our teachers is, let's just start with the basics. Don't throw away all the strategies and the good teaching that you already have. Think about what you're used to doing in your classroom. And how do you just incorporate that in a little different environment? We're looking at starting in some sort of hybrid or fully remote situation. So what can you take from your file cabinet, so to speak, whether it's a physical file cabinet or it's already digital, but how do you now deliver that same good information to your students without overwhelming yourself and without overwhelming them? I think that's the other thing is teachers are, we want to be good at whatever it is we do. And so now that everybody's focused on the technology side of things, they're thinking, well, what tools do I need? And really trying to fill their toolbox. And we're trying to say, take out some of those extra things that are fluffy and maybe fun and will come down the road. But just get started with the basics and also allow, some grace for yourself, but grace for students. One thing we heard from we ran a fully remote summer school program, K-12, and one thing we heard is teachers underestimated the amount of time it was going to take just to get students logged on. And where do I find the link to join the live meeting? And so allow time for that. It's okay if you don't get to the content until a little while down the road, or the fancy stuff, the fluffy stuff.
And isn't that the case with our teachers and their students? You're not going to get to the content until a little while down the road, right? So you're not teaching 2-step equations on day 2. You're getting to know one another. And you're getting the kids comfortable with the tech, and you're helping the kids understand how to get back to that same Google Meet link every day, and how to always start your day on Google Classroom or always start your day on Seesaw. You're getting the kids used to that stuff first, and then getting to the content. And that's what I'm trying to model for my teachers is, we'll get to the we got to get the tools. We got to understand the tools. And I know that there's, I've you see it on education Twitter and all that about that just basic tech tool trainings aren't as valuable as we should just be focusing on how to use it, integration. And I always push back on that, because if you don't know how to use Google Meet, if you've never used Google Meet before and you don't know how any of the tools work, and I start talking at you, at you about here's how you do virtual instruction or through Google Meet, you're going to turn off because you don't even know what I'm like. You're not comfortable with the tool. So how to use it means nothing to you.
Yeah, at some point there has to be an awareness session.
Yeah, I mean, there really does.
We've got to model how to model.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more than we've ever modeled how to model.
Yep, process before content. Like if you're going to use a new tech tool with kids, you don't use it while you're trying to teach new content. It's too much. Learning process and learning content at the same time is not an instructional design best practice.
Right.
And like, yeah, modeling how to model. Yeah.
We really call it, and I don't know, I'm sure this terminology is out there somewhere, but we use the term lesson zero, that if you are introducing a new tool, you want the students to engage in some way, and certainly it can be tied to content in some way, so it can be considered educational, but make it really low stakes, just really what, as a teacher, what you're trying to do is set up an opportunity for yourself to use the tool live with students or whatever that looks like, and for students to work through those kinks so that you're not frustrated by the obstacles that you may run into on the technical side. But once they get used to that, then it's much easier to start introducing content in a smoother way. So that's key, I think, to any, and a lot of this translates, I think, to the physical classroom. We have to remember that too, right? And helping teachers remember that when you're introducing a new activity or a new format for meeting in small groups in person, you spend time teaching how to do that. And so allowing the same sort of opportunity online, and it may take longer, especially if you as a teacher, are feeling uncomfortable and need that interaction yourself just to walk through what does this actually look like. It may take twice as long as what you're used to in the teaching in the classroom, teaching those procedures, but that's okay. It'll pay off in the long run. I think that's a big key, is invest the time up front. Don't just jump into it and think it's going to be smooth. Invest the time up front to really practice it with students or colleagues or whatever that looks like, and that will pay big in the end.
Yeah, so Google Meet for us, I don't know, for every district did different things. We didn't require teachers to use Google Meet in the spring. So some did have live sessions with their kids every day and others did not. And so the ones that did not are the ones that they've never used it. And so they've been coming to a lot of my just very basic Google Meet PD. And I've been trying to set up, I said this in another session, tracks. And so if you're super comfortable with it, start here. But if you are brand new, start here. Because if you've never used it, don't also come to my using Google Meet to structure small group breakout rooms.
Right.
Because that's too much. That's too much right now. And so and I've been encouraging people, just reach out to your team. Everybody hop in a Google Meet and practice screen sharing. The first time that you share a screen in a Google Meet should not be live in front of 25 third graders.
Right.
The first time you share your screen in a Google Meet should be with me or with your team or with your principal or your friends, or have your husband hop in a Google Meet with you and try it and practice and just play with the tools. Cause I promise you're not going to break it. And I always say that you're not going to break it. Just close the tab and start over again.
Well,
Jamie, what are you thinking? Go ahead.
I'm going to add to that just by saying, I think this is, with what Sadie's talking about, this is where it also becomes critical to get to know your teachers. Because while I was listening to her, and I know through some of the PD we've delivered this week, we've given teachers a lot of new extensions to use and apps to use and things to try, right? So we all know our high flyer teachers. When you get to know your teachers, you know who your high flyers are. And I don't know if any of the rest of you have this experience, but I know which teachers I need to reach out to when I deliver a training.
Yeah.
Because the first email that's coming is I'm just going to use Flipgrid as an example again. When I introduced Flipgrid, I immediately got an email. Hey, I'm doing this tomorrow because we're reviewing this text, and I'm going to have the students respond to it as a closing activity. That's going to be their exit ticket. And I'm like, no,
wait,
no. So it's that's again, I think, where that relationship piece becomes critical, because you know who to reach out to and say, hey, I know what you're thinking. I know you're loving it. I could hear it now I can't hear it in their voice in a live training, but I'm like, I could see it in your comments in this session. I know you're pumped, but don't forget, we need to do a session with the kids where we teach them how to use it, and then you can use it for an exit ticket. Do you want me to sit in on that with you? There's my tech coach in, right?
Right.
Yes. So I think it really becomes important to encourage those that struggle to do exactly what Sadie says. Start with the basics, practice before you do, and then to rein in those teachers because I was one of those teachers. When you get excited about something, you just want to do it right now. and to kind of pull them back and remind them that our kids may never have done this.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are at home, especially for our young babies. They're at home with parents who definitely never done this. And they need us to slow it down a little.
So Jen, talk about one of your other points you have kind of, as we were preparing, you're talking about, the investment of time in all this and preparing teachers and starting the school year.
For sure. And I think along with that, part of that time is teaching your expectations, just like you would in the classroom. And that's going to look similar. I think as I've worked with teachers through the summer, identifying how to set students up for success and how to set yourself up for success, whether that's in a live meeting with students or just using a tool, is don't assume that your students know how to act and behave online or in a digital space. I sort of cringe at the term digital native because we hear that and people think, oh, that means these kids know what to do online. Well, they may know how to grab their mom's phone. My nephew does this. I mean, he's done it since he was 2, get his mom's phone and find things on YouTube, cartoons and things to watch. But that's very different than using technology as a student. And so, and I think this even covers K through 12. I think we can't assume even our high school students know what you want them to do or how to act appropriately online. And so really taking a look at whatever grade level or content you teach as a teacher, what are those rules and expectations that you have in your classroom? They might be posted on the wall. You certainly address them at the beginning of the year in a traditional sense. Well, what is that going to look like online? And really, it should be very similar, I think. One of my colleagues, he always had 2 rules. It was respect yourself and respect others. And then he had, some bullet points underneath each of those. I think he also included some responsibility, but adding those bullet points of what does that look like? He was able to just say, I would just add a couple more bullet points online about, engaging in that space and what does that look like to be respectful in an online space versus the physical space. It may look a little different, but the idea is there. And that also allows you, I think, as the teacher. So if a student is breaking a rule or doing something that they shouldn't be doing or not not locating the content like online, what would they do in person? They would come and ask the teacher, well, how did they contact you when they can't find something online or they're struggling with that component? So setting up those avenues for students to be able to get to that area, I think that's going to cover your bases as a teacher. So if something does happen and a parent's concerned or your admin's concerned, you can show them, these are the expectations I put in place. And now here's what we can do for consequences. Often, and I think this is changing a little bit, but when these tools were new and we were not in a remote learning situation, so in our district, when we started using some of these tools like Microsoft Teams 3-4 years ago, students would find things that, and using them inappropriate, like the chat space. And so instantly teachers wanted those sort of things shut off. And to be honest, we did shut those off 2 or 3 years ago. So we didn't have the understanding, the knowledge, and the need for those aspects to collaborate and communicate online as we do now. So now I'm seeing the shift of teachers wanting those things turned back on, and that's exciting, but there's still a learning component. So I think just it keeps going back to time, that investment of time for yourself to learn the tool, like Sadie's and Jamie are both saying, don't just jump in with some high stakes activity because you're excited about it. Give yourself time and your students time to learn those tools. But even before that, just weaving in that digital citizenship piece and expectations for your students and for parents to know what you're expecting of their students. I think that will help build those relationships as you continue throughout the school year.
So let's circle back to that. Sorry, Jamie, I'll get right back. But let's circle back to that concept of practice. How many of us were in a situation back in the spring when school shut down and, it was that first Zoom call as a tech coach and nobody knew what to do and sounds were going all over the place, or classroom teachers out there, the first time they met with their kids, dogs were barking in the background and nobody knew how to mute their mic. It's so important, whether we're in a virtual world or sitting at tables and desks in a classroom, giving that time to practice. I was in PD sessions with my staffs this week, and we gave them what we call a fluency binder to do their little fluency checks. And it was myself and my instructional coach colleague, and she was presenting about the fluency. And before she moved forward, she was like, wait. Take 5 minutes and look through your binder before we move forward, because they're just all flipping through and then they're turned off on what we're trying to present. So that is so important, whether it's virtual, whether it's physical, is giving that time to practice. Jamie, what do you have to add?
Oh, I can add to what you were saying. Actually, in the sessions, I was delivering 3-hour sessions this week. So just to piggyback off what you were saying, when teachers are getting that much information, it's just like when we give students that much information. It's important that we model what's best to do. And so in the middle of each of those sessions, I'm like, you know what, guys, I want you to set everything down. If you are the type of teacher who this is freaking you out and you need to ask me some questions before we go any further, hang out. The rest of you, I'm putting 10 minutes on my classroom screen inside Zoom. I want you to get up. I want you to walk away. I want you to go get a drink of water, stretch your legs, let your dogs out, whatever you've got to do, and then come back with your brain reset. You've got to accommodate your learners in a virtual setting in the same way that you accommodate them in the real world, where we would stop. And so it's important to remember not just to keep plowing. You got to take breaks, and you got to model that for your teachers so they know it's okay to do that with their kids too. And the only thing I was going to add previously is I would encourage you guys, when you're trying to decide how to set up all those norms and things for how you're going to operate with your kids, or how you're going to teach your teachers to operate with their kids, just my word of caution is make sure you really know everything your district says about what is the policy for what I can and can't do in a virtual environment. Do not get yourself in trouble. That is the road to dismissal. See you later. Know the district. We have a very specific internet usage policy and technology usage policy in our district. And I sent that to every teacher that took our courses this week. And I'm like, y'all, I know you just sign it and turn it back in, but please read it. And here's why I need you to read it. And here's the bullet points I pulled from to read it. Here's the ones you're going to see every time we talk from now on. So it's just, we have to think about things when we're educating our kids we've never had to think about before. When you're going into Google Meet and Zoom, you're going into their homes. So it's a lot. So pay attention to those things too, would be something also I'd encourage teachers.
And there's a question. Can I address a question in the chat?
Yes, please. I was getting ready to go there next. So whoever would like to go for it.
Eileen said that her school district, like mine, is wanting their teachers to record their live teaching lessons, and the teachers are anxious about it. We also are doing that because we cannot expect that every child can show up to class at 9 a.m. for instruction. So that's just not feasible for every family. And so we are also recording live lessons. We're not requiring them to record everything, but like they're big lessons. And so that seems like, oh yeah, just record it. But there's so much that goes into, just record it. Because we use Screencastify. So we have a Screencastify license district-wide. So that we have like unlimited recording and things like that. And it goes straight to your Google Drive. But okay, just record it. But what do I record? How do I record? Which recording option? Should I use system audio or not use system audio? Like,
where do I find it later?
Like, to ease teachers' minds, I have a whole video series on how to record your lessons. Step one is you got to know how to split your screen. That's step one, is can you split your screen so that your Google Meet is in one window, or your Zoom, whatever, and your lesson, so your PowerPoint, your slideshow, whatever it is in the other window. So whenever you go over and hit Screencastify in window 2, you're only recording that window. And that's also the window that you're sharing with your students. So that way your students, your Google Meet, aren't in the video. And that's like a 20-minute video series that I created step by step. First, here's how you split your screen. Second, here's how you share that screen with your students. Now that it's shared, here's how you record it. And so breaking it down and explaining why I would do it this way. So here's why I think you should split your screen. Here's how I think you should do this in order to keep your students' privacy safe. Here's why you should do it this way. So not just showing them how, but saying, and this is my advice, and this is how I would do it. Because that's what they always ask me. So Sadie, how would you do it? So I say, this is how I would do it if I was teaching. And so that little video series, it's only like 4 videos, but just breaking it down step by step has really helped a lot of teachers wrap their head around, oh, okay, now like I get how I would do this. And then like also, and then here's what to do with the video and how to post it and all of that stuff.
I think that's huge, chunking the information, whether it's teaching them about recording or whatever. I had to do a whole series on just using Zoom in general back in the spring, and just chunking it, 5 minutes about accessing it. How do I schedule a meeting? How do they record it? And so on. So yes, that's huge. Jen, anything you have to add on that question, relieving the anxiety of teachers, whether it be videoing or in general in easing into the first part of the school year?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything Jamie and Sadie said, and I think just providing them some guidance into what that looks like, because yes, there may be some district communication saying, like you said, Sadie, that you need to record your lessons, but if there's not follow up to that, that's very stressful for teachers. Probably number one is the how to, but then also just thinking of, like Jamie was saying, your district policy, state law. I know Idaho, where I am, has stricter laws against student privacy than even, what everybody else has. I think we're one of 3 states. And those are things that teachers are just not aware of necessarily. It's not the everyday knowledge. I know it wasn't when I went to school to be a teacher, right? Of all about student privacy. You listen to some of that and you think, well, yeah, I'm not going to do anything to hurt my students or put them in harm's way. But there's so much that can go into that. Like you were saying, you're essentially going into their homes. The camera is on in their homes. And so what does that mean? And some teachers are nervous about that, the camera being on, at their home or, just in their space. And so I don't know that anything will help completely ease a teacher into
All right. Jen, are you with us? You froze for a moment. Are you ladies with us?
Yeah, I think that's what I was wondering. Am I frozen or is she frozen?
So ladies, this stuff, you guys are awesome. I mean, this is great information, great advice, even as a veteran tech coach, trying to, just ease into this new school year and how it's going to look different. Great advice on your all's part. So thank you all. And real quick, before we transition into our next session, Sadie, Jamie, there's Jen back. I think you're unfrozen now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. So as we wrap up, I want you all to just share with us, where can we find the great things you guys are doing in your buildings and districts?
Well, am I pointing to my thing right now? Yeah. So here's my Twitter handle. That's where most of my stuff is at. That's where I'm most active, and share most of the stuff that I make for my district. I share it out because why wouldn't you? So most of it's out there, for anybody to access.
Great.
Right. And I have my Twitter handle there also. It's at Jen Marshall 0806. A lot of our things are kind of housed within our district website right now, but that's just because of the nature of getting it to the team we work with directly. But it's not to say any of it's secret. I'm happy to share anything that anybody's interested in. So thank you, ladies. It's been fun connecting with you this morning, or this afternoon, I should say.
Yeah. Yes, it has been great. Yes, Jamie, did you have something?
I was going to say I'm the same. You can find me on Twitter. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I do also run, if you're interested in accessibility or accommodations, I run, along with Shannon, a website called techforalllearners.weebly.com. You're welcome to check out. And I work for Clarkson Montgomery County Schools, so you're free to reach out to me there too at jamie.wright@cmcss.net too.
Thank you, Sadie. Thank you, Jamie. I think Jen might be staying with us for another few minutes. So as we continue to transition into our next area. So, one thing I want to remind everybody about is don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Our podcast episodes, our Ask the Tech Coach Twitter conversation, you can find us at Ask the Tech Coach, or even use the hashtag Ask the Tech Coach. And even if you're commenting about today's session, use that hashtag Tech Coach Live and let us know what you're learning today. I can't wait to read the Twitter feed later tonight after we wrap up the day. Jeff, what's going on next?
There's so much great happening on the chat boxes in both Facebook and in YouTube. I want to say thank you out there to everybody who is contributing. We have some people who started with us at 9 o'clock and they're still commenting. So I want to say one big time, thank you guys so much. Don't forget to share this out with everybody. And you know what? We are here till 4 o'clock, but not only 4 o'clock today, we are here every single Monday over on the Tech Coach Network. Don't forget to subscribe to our podcast over at askthetechcoach.com. So there's a lot of great stuff. And I got to tell you, I'm getting a lot of ideas for some important session topics and a lot of great podcast topics.
And some great guests.
Absolutely. And I hope a lot of them come back. Well, I hope all of them come back on. I need it that way. But If you have any ideas for what our next Tech Coach Conference can be, please leave that in our chat. We would love to do that. We're going to be checking out all the stuff as we go backwards here. And also to answer some of your questions, the hope and the goal is that this entire conference is going to get broken down tonight and hopefully up on our YouTube channel by tomorrow, if not Monday morning. So stick around on everything happening here on the Tech Coach Network. There's a lot of great things happening here. There are so many great resources. I got to tell you, I'm looking forward to checking out all of Sadie's stuff on Streamcastify. That sounded really, really important and really, really awesome.
Very much.
So our next topic that we're going to have on here is all about making sure that we are helping our teachers prioritize what's important. We've talked about this a little bit in other things of it's not the technology, it's how you use it. And I love that whole opinion of don't just say, here's Flipgrid, I'm going to use it tomorrow. Have those important sessions. So if you guys have any questions about how to make sure that we're prioritizing technology, especially in this time of year, please leave those in the comments. We would love to have all of that stuff here. And once again, I want to say welcome to everybody. This is the Tech Coach Live virtual conference. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and I'm here as always with my co-host from Ask the Tech Coach, Susan Vincent. And we are joined today with Jennifer Marshall, and we're expecting a few other presenters as we are here. Jen, I got to ask you, you have an opportunity to work with several tech coaches around the country. When you're talking to tech coaches, what are you hearing the questions at? What are tech coaches asking for, and what do you see the tech coach role evolving into now that we're moving into this whole COVID system where we're half on, half off, all hybrid?
Well, I think, we think we're different because we're in different states and different districts. And I know I was kind of walled in. I went to school in my same district, taught in the same district. And then when I started working for NCCE and traveling with the MIE expert program, I realized we're really not that different. Everybody's obstacles, their questions are very similar. So I think the biggest question is wanting some direction, from their districts, and hopefully they're getting that at this point, that they're getting some direction of tools to use and expectations and those sort of things. But then the next question is, where do I start? And I think the last couple of sessions lead into that. I know this one, helping teachers prioritize and focus, I think it's just a continuation in some ways of those conversations we've had earlier, but just helping teachers to find that one thing that they're going to start with. For some people, maybe they're already comfortable with the tool. They did a little experience that in the spring or the summer. And so what are they going to do with it now? What's going to be your starting point? That's something in my district that we've tried to incorporate into any of our trainings is what's one thing that you can take away from whatever it is, where are you going to start with your students? And hopefully something not too big, but just what's the one tool you're going to grasp onto it and really become best friends with before you start looking for the next tool. It's okay. Less is more, I think, in this situation.
Let me throw this one at you here because look, we're all hybrid. At some point, every teacher basically has a Chromebook or a laptop or something connected to them to reach students. I'm hoping that teachers are still keeping in mind that it's not about the technology. It's really first about that interaction with the student, that social emotional aspect. We keep talking about using the tool, not teaching the tool. But as a tech coach, how do we help our students and teachers get away from technology, at least for the first few weeks, and just focus on reconnecting as a classroom, as a school district, trying to feel out what a hybrid learning environment is? I know in my district, we're in that situation where a teacher will have both physical and virtual at the same time. I don't care about Flipgrid at that point. I just care about building a family unit with everybody who's been away since March. What advice do you guys have for teachers and tech coaches out there for just getting the band back together?
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. And definitely, I think it's always important to build culture and that community in your classroom. It's definitely going to be a little trickier this year. But I think our students and our teachers, they need it more than ever because school ended so abruptly and unexpectedly at the end of last year that I think for a lot of students that left them feeling anxious. And so I totally agree that we need to spend those first couple of weeks just connecting with students. And of course, you're going to be using some tools for that, but really it's more about the connection, making sure students are engaging in that online environment, whether that's a live meeting or using, the online platform, independently, just really kind of keeping a list of who's engaging, how are they engaging? Do you need to reach out to certain students or families separately? Maybe a phone call, old school phone call, right? It doesn't have to be a video call. Just trying to reach them and see how things are going, or what kind of supports do they need, and utilizing the resources in your district. I know this situation has really brought a lot of administrators and leaders and just district staff, if you will, together. I see people helping out in areas that they never tried to help with before, not because they weren't helpful. It just, there wasn't the opportunity. People don't know how to help. But now we had emails, who can help hand out devices to students for an hour, in front of the district office. We've got families coming to pick up devices, and all kinds of people were helping with that sort of thing. So I think utilizing the resources in your district to help reach out to those students and do some fun stuff first. I think that will build the relationship with the teacher, so that students feel comfortable in this space. It's going to be new for so many of us, but really keeping students at the forefront.
The whole social emotional aspect of things is something I'm happy to see a lot of companies start focusing on with their applications. And you and I both have something in common. We're both Microsoft Innovative Educators. I know Microsoft is doing an awful lot of work to try to bring in those SEL components. I saw the other day, Mike Tolfson put out a wonderful video on a new app
Reflect
in Teams. Tell us a little bit about that. That was awesome that they're doing these things.
Well, I only know this much. I think I probably saw the same Twitter post from Mike that you did. But yes, I think that's a formal, look to me like it's a formal application for students and teachers to just check in. How are you feeling about, your day? How are you feeling about that activity? But before that tool is even out there, and there's other tools, I think those are just questions you can post in the chat space of how you're communicating with students, or use a Flipgrid, use whatever to just check in. So it's not so much, what have you learned, but how are you feeling about it? What do you need help with, or what could you help others with? What are you feeling comfortable with that maybe you could support other students? And I think for our staff too, I heard somebody mention connecting educators across your building. We developed a team, Microsoft team in our district, really as a professional learning network, to just say, hey, teachers, our digital integration team, there's 3 of us. We don't have all the answers, and we certainly can't support all 4,000 staff and 40,000 students in our district. So use each other. There are a lot of smart people in our district. And so ask for strategies, support one another. And we've seen some amazing things happen with there. And I really hope that continues through the year. So as we all start engaging in this space in a more formal manner with our students, that continues to help support that.
So it's not only about connecting with your staff members, it's about the teachers also doing that check with their students.
Yes.
If you're going through in the first week or two and you're starting to feel something, I think it's totally okay to have a conversation with your students to go, is this working for us?
Yes.
How can we change? What can we do? Whether you're comfortable or you're not comfortable, students and teachers are equal when it comes to this. This is all brand new to us. So what do we need to do to make them feel part of the learning process?
Absolutely. Bringing them in as a student, just like as the tech coaches, we try to bring in the teachers to, figure out what works for you, and what's going to work in my classroom is not going to work the same in Jeff's classroom. We're going to figure out what works for us and have those conversations and prioritization, if I can get my words out today, prioritizing what's important. As we integrate technology, is this working for our classroom? Is this an effective communication tool amongst us? Or is it not? Should we try something different? What can we do as a group, as a tech coach to teachers or teachers to students? How can we prioritize our needs to make it work for us and the environments they are? If you're on remote learning and they have all these different environments at home, what's going to be the best tool for the job? And that's what we want to kind of continue to talk about throughout this session here.
Talking today about helping teachers focus what the important tech integration pieces are. We want to welcome back onto a program here, Greg Bagby. Greg, when we're looking at the different technologies and we're trying to create, what is that first thing that we want to introduce? What is that first thing that we want to bring into our kids? I see answers like Flipgrid because it's a great video application. It's a great way to get the feet wet. What advice do you have as far as those first couple things, just to kind of, again, build a family support around the classroom? Is it Flipgrid? Is it a Nearpod? Is it something else? How do we start getting to know each other so that way technology just enhances those conversations?
I think you said it best a few minutes ago. I don't care about Flipgrid. I care about building those relationships. So focus on what we can do in order to build those relationships, how we can maybe even leverage some of the technology tools to build those relationships. I know earlier today there were folks talking about their Bitmojis. And I know, Susan, I think you said you're not into the Bitmoji classroom and all that, but it's been a couple hours, so it's okay. Jess, I was working with a group just the other day, and I said, why don't you have the kids create their own Bitmojis? It was high school kids, so they already had them, and add them to the group and let them explain why they chose the different stickers to go on their pictures, or using other tools that the kids already know. Yes, even things like Snapchat. I know, bad words, but allowing the kids to use the tools that they're already engaged in and introduce themselves that way. Give them a little bit of ownership in the classroom, even in the digital hybrid environment. And then after they've delivered their tools or themselves on those tools, ask, how can we use this in our classroom? How can we use, I know, asking kids, student voice, who knew? But yes, I suggested to the teachers that they talk to the kids about what they can do and how they can bring in different aspects so that they can leverage the technology they're already using to enhance their learning and their school. I know that's a little bit different. It's not a Flipgrid, it's not a Nearpod, but
well, I think that's valuable. I think that's one thing we've had some conversation with teachers, that you can still use the technology, but you can also use low tech situations. Take a picture of a piece of paper and upload it to Seesaw or Teams or Google or whatever it is. Like, even as some teachers have said, they prefer to just turn the camera on and they're still writing on a physical whiteboard. They're just videoing themselves. It doesn't have to necessarily be a digital whiteboard and everything in that digital space. It's okay to start that way. And in some instances, I think it's going to be even more important that we do a blend of, you know, you still may be virtual, you still may be online, but you can still bring in physical manipulatives or whatever it is when you're working with your students. It doesn't have to all be something that's 100% digital, and allow students that space too. So if they're struggling with, you know, maybe doing their math in OneNote, they could just do it on a piece of paper and take a picture and upload it, you know, in some way. I think as long as teachers are open to that and are willing to be flexible in how students are delivering the information, students are going to be good with that. And then, you know, maybe provide some support if the goal is really to help them use a specific tool with that. But what's more important, the students learning and their content and the connection with the teacher versus being an expert at a certain tool. And, you know, I think somebody mentioned we have to also recognize that students are going to be working from home, and every student's going to have different support if you're in that sort of situation. And so we don't want to mark a student down or put them in a situation where it's really the tool is the obstacle to communicating their learning. It's not the learning that might be missing, but in order to get the learning from the student delivered to the teacher might look different. And I think we just need to be flexible with that, and we're going to have to work through that.
Jen,
you know, go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, Jen, that was something that I emphasized just in a training a little while ago when I was showing the teachers, kids, whatever, how to use immersive reader with their students. And they were like, but no, we want the kids to be able to do this on their own. They don't need immersive reader. They don't need tools like this. And I said, are we grading the kids on how well they use the tools? Or are we wanting to see what we've actually taught them? And even in this COVID era, we need to still meet the students at their point of need, whatever that may be, and then grow them to their potential. And it's always the tool. The tools are always secondary to the learning. We need to make sure that the learning takes place first, or that's our focus. And the tools are helping us maybe enhance, not necessarily teaching, unless you have a class that's teaching tools, which I did, but that's neither here nor there.
So, you know, a piece of advice I like to give to tech coaches, and I'll be the first one to admit this, it's not always about the technology, because, you know, as one commenter said below, you know, unfortunately, there's things that districts block and do not allow us to use. So sometimes you have to reprioritize and figure out something different. And as a tech coach, we need to model that behavior to our teachers of if something's blocked and it's beyond our control, then what else is out there that we can do to make this project work?
Yes, and that's one of the things I would do every now and then, just because to show off, so to speak. I would fail in front of the teachers when I was working with them, so I could show them, oh, I forgot, the district has blocked this. We can't do that. So we need to figure out another idea. Maybe we can do this, because yes, at home, everything's open and I can get on, and some tools are blocked. And of course, there are times where I knew things were blocked, but I want the teachers to see that it's okay to fail. And it's, well, I know we talked about fail forward and all that. Well, not we, another group this morning. Yeah, it's okay to fail. And we need to be able to get teachers in the mindset that it's okay to try something. And if it doesn't work, it's okay to drop back. And like the CEO of Microsoft, he said he wrote a book on it, hitting refresh. There you go. Just hit refresh and let's try it again.
So as tech coaches, okay.
No, I was just gonna say that, and like you're saying, Greg, I agree. It's good for students to see that even teachers might, stumble here and there, and ask your kids to help you. How, they might have answers for you, but then also just to learn from that, right? We all learn from mistakes. Yes. And I think that's one thing. If you have an online meeting with students and there's some things that are a little chaotic, hopefully that drives them to figure out how to solve that piece of it. Now, maybe they know how to at least join with their kids online, but what are those components to help manage that space a little bit better? And so sometimes, it's not that we would ever want to set our teachers up to have an experience that they feel is chaotic. We want to try to start them off with what the information they need to be successful. But having that experience, if something is not working well, will hopefully drive them to figure out, well, what can I do to fix this? And honestly, in my role, that's how we oftentimes will work with our IT department. Are there certain things that we can control on the back end, so to speak, to make something smoother? And if that's agreed upon, then we can work through that. But we're not necessarily experts at any of the tools that are approved. It doesn't necessarily mean we know all the ins and outs. We got to see, what's happening when you're actually using that with students, or how can we make it better for everybody?
Yes.
So in our coaching role, our job is, of course, to be the advocate for what's happening in our classrooms. How do we use technology to move everybody forward? I'm assuming that just like last year, we have our go-getters and we have our resistors. I'm assuming we have that right now, whereas somebody who, even though they might have to be teaching in a hybrid or 100% virtual, you are going to have those teachers that are trying to do 9 million apps in a week. And you're going to have those people that are going, you really still can't make me do more than just the bare minimum with technology. Clearly, we're not in a situation where we can just walk into somebody's room who we know is a resistor. How do we really reach both of these types of people to say, no, don't go 900 miles an hour, because we might not be in their classroom realizing that that's happened. But at the same time, how do we then reach out to those people that are pushing back, don't get it, don't understand, and are still sitting here going, you can't make me? How do we handle both of these situations this year when it's going to be crazy?
It's a great question, Jeff. I think just doing our best to meet teachers where they are, spotlighting teachers who are maybe somewhat successful, but not in an overwhelming manner. And I say that because I know we've all worked with these sort of teachers who are awesome, but most of those teachers have spent time the past couple of years. They've taken time to get to where they are. And sometimes that can be overwhelming for a new teacher to see an example of a teacher who's really kind of, like you said, going 100 miles an hour and doing lots of things, but they've probably spent some time that we don't recognize, learning the tools themselves, integrating them with students, walking through all those ups and downs that are happening. And so one thing we've tried to do through some of those aspects I mentioned of how we're trying to connect teachers with one another is spotlighting and encouraging teachers in that space. They're asking questions, and my team will purposely sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes we'll purposely not answer because we want to see if another teacher is able to support it and help them. And then I might chime in and say, thank you so much, Sue, for answering. Those are great ideas. I hope, you two will continue to connect. But I think that helps to build a different library, if you will, for teachers to see examples of colleagues across their buildings, all across our districts, of different levels. Because I think prior to this situation that we're in, it often, just because of the nature of how things went, those teachers who were that advanced level, and sort of, it was maybe their hobby. They just love learning about these things on the weekends. And so they had a lot of knowledge about digital integration and were already doing that in their classroom. Those were the ones that were easy to point out. And those, everybody has them in their district where kind of everybody knows who they are because they're the techie ones and they've been doing these things for years. But I think now's the time to really highlight those that maybe aren't so techie, but they did something amazing. They learned a new tool. They learned how to set the meeting options when they're meeting online. And so now they're able to run a much smoother meeting. Highlight those teachers and help them connect with one another.
Yes. And one of the things that I love doing as an administrator is being able to see teachers, the high flyers, and having them not only connect maybe with some of the resistors, or I would have them work together and create a model or a module for the resistors using specific tech, some tech that I saw that the resistors could grab onto easily. And I would just say, hey, why don't y'all work together on this project? Or why don't you work together on this? And I always let the high flyers present at faculty meetings, just because if they're going 100 miles an hour, I wanted others to appreciate what they were doing. And when the resistors figured one thing out, I would highlight it. I would make a big deal out of it. Hey, y'all, Miss Earhart finally used, well, I wouldn't say finally, but I would say Miss Earhart did a great job today when she was using this tool in the classroom. And I always started my faculty meetings with accolades. And that was one of the places where I could put in, hey, this person, not saying this resistor who was stubborn, I finally got her to do this, but no, I would make them feel good about themselves and using the tech. Just this summer, I worked with a group of teachers and I said, okay, so this is Basic Computing 101 for teachers. And the teacher was like, so what does this mean? It's like, we're going to start with turning your computer on, okay? Is that okay? Can you do that? And they're like, I can do that. So I may actually learn something in this one. So yeah, I started with just, this is our browser. This is what we click on. And I showed one lady how to copy and paste, and she said, you've changed my life. I was like,
it's the small victories. Yeah.
Small things.
we had that in our last district. And this is one of my victory stories of somebody who was very, very resistant to having a tech coach in, thought I was going to come in, rat her out because she didn't know how to do things. Had a wonderful conversation, but basically I had to take her level all the way down to, she whispered in my ear and she goes, I don't know how to share a Google Doc. I don't know what I'm doing. As soon as we hit that eye to eye, then we started a good, like 4 years, like BFFs after that, right? but we had to get down to I'm nervous that you as the tech coach are here because I know I have limitations. Admitting it is the first step. Can you help me?
Yes.
And then we move forward. And if you've had that as a tech coach, please let us know in the comments. We would love to hear from you guys. And you can comment on Facebook, you can comment on YouTube. Tell us those stories, those memorable things, those teachable moments that you've had with your tech coaches and teachers. We would love to hear from you guys. Let us know that you're out there. Also tell us your Twitters. We would love to keep in touch with you guys. We've got a lot of great things happening here. And the most important thing I think we can do is to make sure that we're starting on the right track. Greg, as we're going through here, what advice do you have to teachers who are tech coaches that are trying to figure out the game of being a tech coach? In our next section, we're going to talk to some long day, guys. In our next section, we're going to be talking to some administrators about those tech coaching administrative relations. To preview that, what advice do you have, Greg, when you're trying to play that fence between being a teacher advocate and being an administrative helper person? How do you handle the administrative relationships and conversations?
I try to let the administrators know, well, for both of them, I let them know that I'm there for them and ultimately for the kids. But because of the work that I'm going to do with your teachers, I believe that we can move the needle on your whatever scores, be it ELA, math, whichever scores are needed. And I want to work with you so that we can make your school look better. And that's the conversation I have with principals. I always tell them I want to make their schools look better. And with the teachers, I want to make their scores look better, their students look better. But ultimately, I'm in it for the kids. And after a while, they understand that, oh, wait, he just really wants all of our kids to rise. That's all I want. So I try to go in and let them think that I'm on their team solely for their benefit, and yet it's all about the kids.
And is that a conversation? Is that a Google form? Do you like what does that look like?
I always have to have a conversation with the principals. I want to sit down and speak face to face with the administrators. I think I do a pretty good job of convincing folks of things when I can sit down and have a conversation with them. I usually try to do some recon and figure out what they need, and I try to play on their needs in the sense of, I can feel your need. This is how I'm going to feel your need. This is how we're going to make this relationship work in a good way. But it's not a Vito Corleone type of thing. It's just I'm working with them to. My bad. I'm just trying to.
There's not going to be a horse head in the principal's.
No, nothing like that. But yeah, it's just basically I want them to know that I am there to help them, and I will do what's needed in my job to help them better their school or better their teachers, all, of course, for the kids.
Jen, what advice do you have as far as building relationships, keeping relationships, and getting started with those, what can I do for you kind of conversations?
Yeah, I think it's very similar to how we build relationship with teachers, is meeting them where they are. I think that's one thing I've recognized in working with our administrators. A couple things I should say is we recognized early on that in order to make change in a building, it had to come from the top. Teachers needed to see their administrators integrating some of these tools for whatever way, to help build, whether it's student scores or just build communication and collaboration within a building. They needed to recognize that their principals were doing the same thing that we were essentially asking students to do. And so just starting where they are, I've sat with many principals and just helped them with putting their file structure, moving them into the cloud, off of a flash drive and into the cloud. And oftentimes they are embarrassed to admit that, right? They think, I'm a principal, I should be doing these big grand things in my building, but if they can recognize where they need to start, where their weakness is in order to move forward and being honest, and just building that relationship with them. I've, like I said, sat next to many of those administrators, helped them with that step. And then once we get past a few of the basics, we're able to really start saying, well, how does that, what are your goals for your building? What do you want to do for your building? What do you want your teachers to be able to do? And so we actually had built out we called it an implementation plan. And it started with working with administrators and then moving down to including what we called a support team or a leadership team, kind of who are those high flyers, who are your strong educators or staff in your building. And it didn't have to be the most techie. We were just looking for leaders in the building. Who do you want to bring on that can help support the goals of the principal? Incorporated with digital integration, that's my lens of that. And then we moved on to teachers. What does the teacher training look like? And through all of that, we were always talking about how do you build sustainability in a building? Again, there's 3 of us, and we have 56 buildings. So I'm not going to be able to be in all 18 of my buildings, even, within a month. I'm not necessarily going to be there for a whole day. And of course, that looks different now, much easier to pop in virtually, but really building that capacity in a building so that recognizing teachers will go and talk to an admin, or they'll walk across the hall and ask a question when they all start to realize that we're all in the same boat together. Our principal wants us to do A, B, or C. Maybe they're changing how they're communicating with their staff and requiring a few more things digital than just placing it in an inbox. And so recognizing that those teachers may not know how to do all of that, but building capacity in a building ties that in. And it takes a while. It's not something that happens overnight, but building that relationship with the small steps, and the more comfortable they are to pick up the phone and ask the silly question. I mean, no question is silly, but the small things to help them move forward really pays off in the long run.
Jen, I think you hit on something great that I forgot. One of the things I like to do as well is make the principal look good in the sense of letting them use some new technology in front of the teachers that the teachers have never had before or never used, and sharing that with the principal so they could share it with their group. And I may have to go and show them how to use it, the ins and out, as in with the faculty, but giving principals a little bit of power, empowering them to have something that they can model to their teachers is huge. I actually do it with district leaders and district, what is she? Middle school. She's in charge of all the middle schools in the district. I'll give her some tools. Say, hey, why don't you use this? And same thing with our lead interpreter. Hey, why don't you use this? and show your folks how to use it. And it just empowers them and makes them look so much better, I think. And it makes them feel good about themselves.
Well, and I think it just shows too, you know, if a teacher sees, we've been doing the same thing with some of our district leadership. We're actually trying to work with a few of them to just create a short little Flipgrid video that we can send out to staff where they can see the superintendent's face and the assistant superintendent's face, not just an email, you know, kind of more formal, but make it a little fun. But I think if teachers can say, hey, they can use that tool, you know, they must have had some training. So if they can use it, I can use it, and builds that community. I think it builds a community within the district that we're all on the same page. We're using the same tools, maybe for different purposes.
Yes.
But starts to show that, yes, it's expected that we're doing this with our students, and you're able to also see that from your building principal, but also district leadership. That's awesome.
Well, guys, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time today and being panelists here on Tech Coach Live. Sue, it has been a great day of learning for tech coaches, hasn't it?
Very much. Great stuff, great sharing. I've learned some new things along the way. It's been awesome.
Jen, where can we find out about the great stuff that you're doing?
My Twitter handle is @JenMarshall0806. So that would be the best place to connect with me. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here, Jen. And Greg, where can we find out more about the great things that you're doing?
At Greg Bagby. I'm on the Twitters, and I try to keep up and drop things in on there. Yes, I am on Facebook, but that's more for, actually, I do a lot of tech stuff on Facebook, but Twitter is where I usually give things away. And yes, and I share anything from slides or PowerPoint presentations to web links and other things. And it's just, yeah.
Now, Greg, before I let you go, we're going to be talking on our next half an hour all about administrators.
Ooh.
Those crazy people that are up there, right?
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to having it. In fact, I want to bring on our next panelist here. Tyler, welcome back to the show. All is awesome. Now, Tyler is going to be a new tech coach. Susan here has been tech coaching for a few years, and I've been tech coaching for a few years. And you know, you've had the opportunity here to be putting together a pretty awesome administration series. Talk to us a little bit about what you're working on.
So what I'm doing is I'm building out a series for administrators using the Google tools. First, it will start with just a basic understanding of the Google tools and the things that Google Apps or Google Education allows for not just schools or teachers, but for administrators, and the way they can leverage those tools. And from there, I'm going to show them how they can use even Google Classroom and tools that teachers can use, not only to model, but to use them for their benefit inside of their building, school building. And then, of course, it's going to go from, these are the tools, here are ways you can use it, let's build our own. So it's going to be like just a line of, here we are, I do, we do, you do, of course. But with administrators, showing them how to leverage the Google tools for themselves and for their building. And it's a mammoth of a undertaking in a sense, but yet it's Google, so it's easily shareable across the country, so everyone will have access to it at some point, or we'll figure something out.
Well, we would certainly love to learn more about that and feature that, because, you know, as we go through here, it is all about professional development, not just for our teachers, not just for our classrooms, but really for that whole district. Our role as tech coaches is to be that conduit for what's going on and how we can bring that to everybody.
Yes.
First of all, I want to say thank you guys out there for being here today. This is Tech Coach Live. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and I am so thrilled that you guys are here today. We've been broadcasting live on Facebook, on Twitter, on Periscope, on YouTube, all throughout the day. And all of the archives for these great shows are going to be found on our website over at askthetechcoach.com. And, you know, Sue, we also are very excited that we're opening up the brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network.
Yes.
All of the archives are going to be over there, so that way you can check it out. It's going to be organized. Everything we have is going to be right here on the brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network. And the way that you can find that out is by going over to teachercast.net/TCN, filling out our registration form. And you know what? We've already signed up 40 new tech coaches this morning by doing it. I am so excited to be working with everybody. There's a lot of great things happening here. And I want to bring on our next presenter panelist today. He is a good friend of ours from the great state of Pennsylvania, Mr. James Beagley. James, how are you today?
Good morning, Jeff. Sorry, I'm running a little late.
Hey, you
Not
made it.
a problem. Jim, how are things out with you?
Not too bad. Getting ready for the start of school here in a week.
And you've got a lot going on. And let's just introduce, first of all, you are not a tech coach, correct?
I am not. I'm director of technology.
I am so glad you're here because as a tech coach, one of our roles is to not only have great relations with our staff members, but having great relations with our, what we call our uppers. And in many situations, there is a philosophy that tech coaches have, which is, can we, this is cool, this is fun. Whereas the tech director is, yes, that's great, but we have safety, security, Active Directory, all of these things. Jim, you're going to be on the hot spot today.
Chief, thanks.
And you're also going to be representing every tech director. So I don't feel
no
bad.
pressure.
You're not on the spot.
What does the tech director feel, think, fill in the blanks about the tech coach position? Sometimes I see them as buddy. Sometimes I see them as mortal enemies. Where do you land on this?
I am an advocate, a longtime advocate, and because I want to say it takes some of the work off of us, as tech directors, but because sometimes we're left to training, support, and those types of things. So if we can, those tech directors they can help meet some of those in between, kind of be that go-between. It really helps cut down on a lot of the calls and or questions that we receive. So, like I can go out and fix something for somebody, and sometimes if I have to do a longer repair or something like that, or they say, hey, I don't know how to work with Google Classroom or Microsoft Office, I could always say, well, you could go to a tech coach for that kind of thing. So I find them more helpful. And so I've changed my philosophy on like you mentioned about open and being secure and Active Directory and those kind of things. I let teachers run with just about whatever they want. I'm more of an open, only block what's necessary kind of thing, rather than being more restrictive, because it creates more headaches.
Talk about these relationships, because I know a lot of school districts, the tech coach works under the tech director. There are some tech coaches that are teachers that have this stipend as tech coach, so they're not really working for a tech director. They're still under the building principal. And then there's some tech coaches that are under curriculum. And then there's some tech coaches that kind of by contract go between the tech director with the curriculum person. Where do you see the tech coaching position? Where is it best to fit in? How do school districts properly create a successful technology integration program that fits everybody's needs?
Most cases, I guess most cases, I need to speak with specifically I'm familiar with Pennsylvania, and I don't know how it works in other states, but like I can't supervise a teacher because I don't have that supervisory certificate. So, and I can't speak for other states. So unless I had that teacher could not report to me. So it has to report to a principal. I think the best place for that tech coach is that area. There's a great book about leading from the middle, and that's where I see tech coaches. So they lead from that. They're not really fully administration. They're not really teachers, but they lie in that area between. And I think, again, they serve that great purpose between a principal and a technology director. Now, I don't say unique. I speak both sides. I can speak geek, so I can sit with you and talk about TCP/IP and pings and packets and Active Directory, but I can also talk about lesson planning and curriculum development and those kind of things. So, that's where that technology coach needs to fall. They need to have some knowledge of the technology so they can say, hey, my principal really wants to do live streaming because of the COVID thing. What can you do? I know our network bandwidth might not be, significant enough or whatever. So you need to have that bridge so that they can like break it down into terms that the principal or the other administration can understand sometimes.
So I have a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as a tech
Since
director,
I'm speaking for all technology directors.
Exactly.
All of them. Yes.
All of them.
Everyone.
So as a technology director, as the technology director, I apologize.
I should take the doctor out of my name.
Do you find yourself working with like the folks from accountability as well as teaching and learning or instructional, or as in, I would assume that the technology director would have to work with all of those different departments, understanding that the coaches may fall under him or fall under a principal, but as a director yourself, do you get to work with, or do you have to work with the folks in accountability and the folks with teaching and learning or instruction, depending on your district? How does that work?
Yeah, I work at a really small school, so I mean, we have I work at a single high school. It's a single, but I've worked at other schools. So what's the unique about the technology director position in general is that it does get to touch. It's sort of like maintenance. It gets to touch every aspect of a building or a district. So I get to work with the finance office and their accounting, down how that works. And I get to work with, guidance counseling, and I get to work with, all different areas of the building because of the nature of the job, because you have to be in every classroom and you have to be in every office. So you get to see different parts and pieces that are moving around. So, you can see that. So one of the things I have a friend in Kansas, Ginger Lumen, who talks about things being in silos. And hold on, I'm sorry. Things being in silos. Well, the being a technology director, you get between all the silos. So my wife is calling me. Hold on, I need to 1 second.
So as we're going through here, I'll pull him back in just a second. I want to make sure that everybody's comfortable here. Tyler, when you're listening to somebody like Jim, who of course, again, is speaking for all tech directors, you're coming into this tech coaching position really for the first time. Talk to us a little bit about what your chain looks like. Are you reporting to a principal? Are you reporting to a tech director? How does that look for you?
So I report directly to the principal in my building, and over him we've had a NAMPA personalized learning, so NPL is what we call it, where they are kind of head of the tech coaches in a way, who then reports to the head of instruction and the head of the technology side. So there is that hierarchy, but also it's been awesome about my district is we can still have that direct link between the teacher to the tech director, go through the tech coach to get to them. And that part is key because a lot of times, I'm sure this will come up is when we have a question of, well, I want to do this, but I can't, why? And they're willing to say, well, okay, well, I see what you're saying, but these are the reasons why. It's a privacy issue. It's not an issue of capability. And hearing that, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then we try to find something else that'll do the same thing that falls under those privacy guides.
Makes sense.
Very much. That's a great point. And, being that liaison between the tech coach and the teachers, is a huge role. And I find myself in that role. I like Jim's, I haven't read that book, but just that term leading in the middle, I feel like that's where I kind of stand. I'm not really an admin, kind of, sort of. I don't have an admin certificate, but, I'm under the assistant superintendent. I'm over K-12 technology integration, and, I have to make sure everything runs seamlessly in the area of integration, as well as doing my tech coaching duties and, taking my coworkers under my wing and making sure they're on track. So, good stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was reading some of the comments during Jen talking just now, which, side note, it's kind of funny. I used to work with Jen just right down the road, and Meridian. But this person said that their school district will not let the teachers and students use Flipgrid, which is unfortunate. And for me, looking at that from a teacher standpoint, from a tech coach standpoint now, we see everybody using it and people want to. So I guess my question to you, Jim, is when you run into situations like that where everybody's using a tool and they're being told that they can't, how do you approach that with getting the message back as to the why?
Well, who's telling them they can't?
They're just saying that their school district will not let teachers use Flipgrid, for example. Okay, so again, I'm very open, and my question, my comment back to that is, tell me why. So, if it's the technology director, I know technology directors that block YouTube, and they block, because of whatever reason, or but to me, it comes back to classroom management. So you can work with the tech coaches on how they can use technology and how teachers can manage a classroom that's full of technology. So, I want reasons why, and then we can fight those reasons. For 9 times out of 10, I approve whatever requests the teachers have. Now, one thing I don't want to say we standardized on, like I had some teachers using Zoom and I had some teachers using Google Meet. We finally said, we're all going to use Google Meet. That was just more of we're just going to standardize, I guess is the right word. So, we'll get a lot of that, like I'm using this extension to edit PDFs, or I'm using this app, or I'm using this thing. Like, let's get a couple of teachers together and let's standardize on something rather than me, or we don't have a true tech coach, but we have a lady teacher, that helps a lot of professional development, does a lot of the technology training, or does some of the technology training. So let's standardize on one of them, so that's sort of like the things. So we had teachers using Screencastify, or we had them using Loom or something like that. So we just said, let's standardize now that Screencastify is no longer free. We're going to standardize on Loom. So how would a tech coach or teacher share that start the conversation? So just walk up to me personally. I'm very open, and if you want something and it's being blocked, tell me why you need it, or that sort of thing. I'm very open to those types of conversations. I'm not in your classroom. I don't know why you may or may not need that application or that. If you can show me that it's, as long as it doesn't violate our school AUP kind of thing, as long as it does, I'm open for it, because you can use it in your curriculum.
So Tyler, you're the new tech coach on the road, so we're kind of using you as that example. So
no, he's the only tech coach, right?
He is
the only
tech coach. He's speaking for mom. So obviously you're coming in with not necessarily an agenda, but a vision of how you want to reach your teachers. How do you share your vision with your administrators and not step on the toes of the vision that already exists?
Yeah, and that's a good question. It goes back to the central theme of what has been discussed all day. It goes back to those relationships. Is you have to build that relationship so that they can understand where you're coming from. Because if one example, we use DAC at our school. We have 10 TVs mounted around the building, and we can post messages, pictures. It's an amazing tool. And when I brought that up to my principal, he sat there and listened. He chewed on it for a second, and he goes, "You know what? That is awesome to be able to put kids' pictures up in real time." Then he's like, "Let's do it. Let's go. What do you need?" And we were able to do that. And this was a year and a half ago. And previous admins that I've worked for in various districts and schools would have been like, "Yeah, no." But it's because of the relationship I had, I was able to explain the vision. And then that first day when we had, a kid, I'll just use a generic name, when we had Billy walking down the hall, sees the TV on, and he stopped. He goes, "That is me. I'm on TV." And he would not leave until his picture cycled through again. And this is a kid who, was always in trouble, always in the office. And now he started to take pride in what he was doing just because of that simple little thing. Whereas previous admins, wherever at, might have been like, well, that's okay, I get it, but where's the value? But that first kid, I saw it and I'm like, okay, yes. And we've since then it's actually bled into multiple schools around our district has taken that idea, and I'm turning into the DAC board guy.
That's awesome.
It's fun, but it's kind of consuming. But it's awesome to see where one little thing, because of a relationship with my principal, is now impacting a lot of people, but more importantly, it's impacting the kids.
Yeah, and I was thinking about what Jim said about his smaller district and how he's always asking about the why. And that in my district, we only have, I don't know, I have friends that work in New York public schools, so their district is really big, but we only have 45,000 students in my district. And, yeah.
Only.
But, okay, so we have 45,000 students in our district. And so we have, 4,000 teachers. And of course, teachers find tools all the time and they want to use different tools. And we do have some of them block. And our process is a little bit more closed, I guess. The tech director, not tech director, IT director and I, we have a great relationship, and I can go to him and ask him about different tools. And he'll say, yeah, that sounds fun. We'll open it up. Let's do that. And usually it's a parent will call the super or call the school board and say, do you know that the kids are allowed to do this and this and this online? They don't ask why they're doing it or why they have the access or anything. And then I'll get an email, hey, Greg, we have to block that. And I'm like, but why? So even though we're a big district, we get a lot of political stuff going on inside of our district. And I try to leverage my relationships with those folks in command, so to speak, the director of IT versus the assistant superintendents. And I try not to have conversation with school board members because that's not my duty, but just getting them to be able to go to bat for whatever application or whatever tools that I think will help the teachers. And we always start with the why. So Jim, that was great when you say, ask them why. We always start with the why. Why do we want to do this? Why? With everything, why? So
my question, I'm sorry, Jeff.
Go ahead.
No, so you also have different layers of, again, I'm a one-man show, into IT. So, 45,000 students and however many thousand teachers you had, it's like, it's not just one IT director. You've got a network administrator in there, and you've got help desk people. So at what level at some of these school districts is someone saying no? So you might have a tech director who's very open, but his network administrator might be very closed-minded, because it's one more thing they have to support and a little bit more overhead.
Yes.
So when you start talking about this, you have to look at scope as well. So I'm very fortunate in that it is just me, but it's also just me. Yeah. So it's a blessing and a curse, if you will. So those conversations don't always necessarily have to happen at the top. They can happen in between, or those the relationships.
Yes.
Sometimes it's like better to have a great relationship with the principal's secretary than it is to have with the principal, because they can get things done a little bit sometimes.
Yes.
It's things like that you have to know where to do it. And the role of technology, again, allows you to enter all of these areas. So, and even to me, a tech coach can help a secretary. They use Google apps or they use Microsoft products. And, I get secretaries asking me all the time, hey, how do I set a red receipt? I just had one, Friday or Saturday or Thursday. How do I do a red receipt? Those little things, those little conversations are all opportunities to improve the way that we do things, or have conversations about how we can improve the school regardless of size.
We have a few minutes left here, and I want to make sure that I pick Jim's brain enough to make sure that I get all the frustrations out here. Here's the question for you, Jim. A lot of times a tech director has an agenda. He's got his method. He knows where he wants to move the district. sometimes that clashes with what a instructional technology coach or specialist or the curricular side works. How do you successfully form these relationships and try to move some of these chess pieces around?
Well, why would a technology director have a plan that wouldn't include input from their teachers or the tech coaches?
That's usually the question that most tech coaches are asking.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know why that would happen. And there should, if you do a plan, right, you need to have those types of people. Now there's always bumps in the road or modifications based on funding and things like that. But I get those types of things, but I don't know. I don't see it happening without it.
Let me throw a situation at you. You hire a tech coach that's very, very Google. Your tech director is Microsoft focused. Two totally different philosophies on how to achieve the same goal, but you both know where the goal is.
Right. So what aspects of it? No. So I'm okay. So what you need to do is, what is the best tool for our school? So, and if one of them has to adapt, then that's what it has to be. So, I'm Google certified, I'm a Google certified trainer. So those types of things, that doesn't impact my decision if I found out that Microsoft has a better tool. And like Jeff, you introduced me to Microsoft Teams. And I sort of like that, and I've been exploring that. And with our subscription to Microsoft Office, which we have to, I'm playing around with Microsoft Teams a little bit. So if we have to use, it's to me, and I think that technology directors always have to be open. It's the right tool for the job. So, you can use a pencil to teach writing, or you can use Microsoft Word, or I always say that I grew up learning how to word process on an Apple IIe computer on a green screen. You know what I mean? So, but I can still do word processing. So you got to find the right tool. But those conversations have to happen. And yes, there has to be, in any negotiation, there has to be there has to be, give and take. We could probably live in both worlds. We still have to have Microsoft, but, because we're teaching that in our curriculum, is that the best tool for everybody? I don't. In my school, we're a Google school, but we still have Microsoft Office on everybody's desktop.
Well, Jim, we certainly want to say thank you for being on the hot seat here. I appreciate it. And more importantly, I also appreciate the fact that every Wednesday you make the time out of your schedule to join us on the Tech Coach Roundtable meetings. We've been doing that every single Wednesday since going back to March when the whole COVID thing hit. And, if you guys are interested in joining us every single Wednesday at 8:30, we are here for our roundtables. It is a great group of tech coaches and tech directors that are here to support each other. You can head on over to teachercast.net/TCN form, teachercast.net/TCN form. Fill out a little registration form. We will get you in. We've had over 40 tech coaches already sign up today. I feel like a telethon saying this stuff. But the point is, there's a lot of great stuff here. And, I've been asking all day to tech coaches, what advice do you have for other tech coaches? Jim, let me put you back on the spot here and go, as a tech director, what advice do you have for tech coaches who are going to be working with teachers who are comfortable, scared, nervous, skittish, unsure, overwhelmed, tired, exhausted, and that just happens before lunchtime? What advice do you have for tech coaches as we go into a new school year?
So one of the things that I've always strived for is find something for that teacher that can be an immediate win and an immediate use in their classroom. And, it's whatever that may be. And so that they can take that one little piece of information that makes their life in their classroom easier and let them run with that, and then check in on them. Hey, how did that little tip or that little app or that little thing that I showed you how to do work in your classroom? But that all goes back to what you've been talking about, is just these conversations. So you have to sit and listen to that stressed out person, because they're going to say, that's what they're going through right now. I can't teach live. How do I stand in front of a computer, watch this Google Meet, and I've got 10 kids in my classroom, and I've got to deal with the 10 kids that are online at home, and I've got to do a new curriculum because I'm a brand new teacher. So, that sort of thing. So have those conversations. They're going to be nervous, especially new teachers. They're completely overwhelmed. I mean, Jeff, you know my daughter. She's starting a new class next week. She's a brand new, just out of college teacher.
Has she been in the classroom yet?
Yes, that's who was calling me a little bit ago.
We just did a session on new teacher orientation where we were talking about people who are starting with students who have never met their principals, been in their buildings, had a classroom.
Yeah, so they've had online meetings, so which is great. Her principal is amazing, reaching out to the teachers. But again, she doesn't know what kind of grade book they use or what kind of the student information system that they use. Do they use PowerSchool or something like that? So those all of that, along with her lesson planning and streaming and now dealing with you must be 6 feet apart, is all stressful.
Guys, it certainly is a wonderfully weird time. We are here to support you guys as we are every single Monday on Ask the Tech Coach. We have our great Tech Coach network that we're building, and we want to say thank you guys all for joining us. We are not done yet. We still have another hour and a half to go of 3 amazing sessions. Jim, I know things are going crazy. I'll let you get back to wrestling. Active Directory. What are you up to these days, my friend?
I'm actually my son's getting ready to go to college, and he asked me to take him fishing one more time. So we're gonna.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you being the guinea pig administrator. If anybody has any questions they'd like to grill Jim on, you can find him at Beagley Tech, BEEGHLEY Tech. Jim, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on our Wednesday meetings. I appreciate your time, my friend.
All right, Jeff. I'll talk to you later.
Tyler, I hope that as a new tech coach, you're able to get something out of these conferences, right? Like when we're looking at this, we have a lot of tech coaches out there who are new that have questions. I know you've been on the panel here. I know you've been following us for the last few hours. What are you getting out of a conference like this? And I got to ask, what are you looking to learn for when we put together our next conference?
So yeah, listening to everything as much as I can between mowing the lawn, dealing with my son, all that stuff. The biggest thing that I've heard everybody saying is build those relationships. And I've been preaching that too. Build the relationships, connect. But also we need to be a listening ear and just kind of sit back and listen. And so what I'm getting out of this is the interpersonal stuff, less about what tech tools we're using, which is awesome. And what I'm hoping to learn in the future is just a better way to incorporate those kinds of things in my work, but also in everybody's classrooms, because we all need to remember and go back to our why. Why are we doing this to begin with? What is the reason? And we cannot lose sight of that because it's all about the kids.
It is all about the kids. And that is a great segue here. I want to bring in our next panelist here, Sandy Bensel. Sandy, how are you today?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Hey, Sandy. Thank you so much for being here. Sandy, tell us a little bit about yourself.
An educator for over 20 years. I've been teaching computer science. So those days when the computers were like the size of a house, maybe, to now where, they're very thin. Teaching in England, Sweden, and Italy.
Wow. Where are you right now?
Sweden.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. What time is it for you?
Oh, no, it's not too late. It's 8:30 here in the evening.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And if you're out there live on YouTube and Facebook, please leave a comment. We just talked a little bit about the weather. Please let us know what time it is where you are, and also leave your Twitter address. We would love to hear from you guys. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We just hit 14,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I absolutely love the fact that we've got a great tech coaching network that we're building here. Today, we're going to be talking all about student professional development. Can tech coaches teach students? Can tech coaches be creating PD opportunities for students, or does it have to just go through the teacher? What does all of this stuff look like? I'm asking you guys, can tech coaches be effective working with students? Greg, what do you think?
Oh, definitely. That's actually was my favorite part of being a tech coach, is working with students, showing the teachers the tools and then asking, hey, is it okay if I come in and show the students how to use these tools? And it's amazing how in some schools you could leverage that relationship as you're training students and then say, I need a IT team of students to come do some of the work for me so they can help other teachers when they're having issues. And the tech coach can build those relationships with those students and then have their own group of students that will help work with the teachers on their devices. It was kind of cool.
Now, the problem with that is for many situations, a tech coach goes in and works with the students. And if you're not paying attention, the teacher goes in the back of the room. So we've talked about this a lot,
Yes.
this whole coaching model, role model. It's okay to work with students, but you got to include this.
We have to be careful.
How do you do this?
Yeah, it's such a fine line of don't become the tech teacher for your teachers. Don't become another special area teacher. This is where Greg mentioned a great model that I love to use too. The I do, we do, you do, where you're coaching the teachers, but you're bringing the students in alongside. You might show them as the tech coach how to do it first, then you do it together with the teacher co-teaching, and then, as in you do, as in the teacher then moves on, flies with their wings and does it themselves.
I want to jump in on there. One cool thing that we have at my school is we actually have me being the technology coach, but then we also have an academic coach. And we are in the same room together, and we're the Sherman Gators. So our room, we're calling it the Swamp. And what's going to be awesome is when we can be back physically, we're going to bring in a full classroom of kids as much as we can. And I will be there to help teach the kids how to do it, while the teacher is watching me teach the kids. So the teacher is then going to get some PD watching me, but then also our academic coach is going to be in the room talking with them to be like, okay, how can you incorporate this in math or ELA? So it's really a unique situation, but I'm extremely, extremely excited about what's going to come out of the Swamp this year.
That is awesome. I love that concept. And, students, I think that engages students when they see two teachers working together, with the tech coach, instructional coach, and the classroom teacher, all bringing forth those, talents that you have, and the students seeing that makes for an awesome strategy there. Sandy, tell us about some of your experience in the area of working with students. How have you incorporated that with tech coaching?
So I definitely think so. Here, the curriculum is very much like the kids don't need the skills. So from a very young age until they leave middle school, they don't gain any skills. So I think it's very important that students learn the simple skills, because when I start teaching them, they don't know how to do simple things, and then they hate technology. So I try and promote a lot of technology to girls, because it's the girls I find that take a back seat, because the boys can do it all. So I think if the kids can get skills from an early age, then, like as you said, integrating that when they get to high school, they know that knowledge, and then they can pass it on to other teachers. They can pass it on to other students, parents as well. I still find in my line of work, and it's probably with you guys as well, there are some people who just don't get on with technology. Regardless of age, they just don't get on with it.
And Sandy, I love that you brought parents even into this. We're talking about students here, but during this time of the virus and schools being shut down in the spring, I found myself working with parents, on the phone of, I don't understand how to access this lesson on Google Classroom, or I don't understand how to submit this Canvas assignment. Bringing parents into the fray, that's been huge.
Yeah. I think there is, or especially in the last 6 months, technology has come a long way. You know, it's like everyone needs to know everything. Keeping up with the pace of these new skills that we're all learning is a lot of work.
Yes, we start, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say we started school. Yes, we started school already this past Wednesday, and I've been amazed by the comments of, well, all the things that the parents want to know now, things that we tried to help them with prior to, but now they want it. So this afternoon, I'll be making different videos, some of those 5-minute chunks for parents so they can understand different tools that we're using throughout the classroom, be it Google Classroom or how to be an observer in a Canvas class, or how to help their kids when they're getting on their device and going into ClassLink and using the Flipgrid or whatever. So I have a list of tools that I'm going to be just filming different modules just for parents so they'll know.
Yeah.
And one other thing that you brought up about the kids and their devices and not wanting the technology and the boys versus the girls, I said this earlier, who knows when, but I think they are all digital natives, like we call them, but they're not necessarily digital learners. And we've had, well, as a principal, I was able to bring in kids doing lunch and learns. We did lunch and learns for parents to show them how to use the different tools. And we'd bring parents in, we teach them about digital citizenship, bring parents in, we teach them about different things. They could bring a sack lunch and that would be great. And then we started doing it with the students as well, having kids come in and just talking about the different, if they needed to know about the different tools. We were mostly Chromebooks, and it was with the grade 5 students, but we would bring them in and say, okay, so what do you need to know? Just to help them get a greater understanding of the basics before we release them to class and have the teachers say, okay, we need to do this and this and this and this. And that helped us a lot.
Because it's a future of our students, right? Regardless of what career they have, they need the skills.
Yes, and you also, I saw you dropped in applied digital skills from Google.
Yeah.
What do you do with that in your situation, if you don't mind me asking?
So what I did is I used to, so I've just come out of, just left Italy. So I was sort of like for about 15, 20 weeks in lockdown.
Oh.
So one of the best things was before that, I started teaching the kids for about half an hour to an hour a week about different skills, how to use Google Docs or Sheets, how to do a slide presentation. And while we were online, I kept referring back to, oh, so remember when we did this? How can you now put this into your English assignment or your maths assignment? What tools can you use? How can you write a document now with a footnote underneath it? So it really has helped, and I think it's those digital skills that the kids need.
So Sandy, can I ask a quick question? And it goes back to where you've physically been, teaching here recently, and what you were saying about the kids not having much technology. Do you find that that's a cultural thing where here in Little Idaho, not cool, anywhere play school where you're at, but we're pushing it in kindergarten with 1-to-1 iPads. Do you think it's more of a cultural thing where some countries are not pushing the technology as hard?
Yeah, I did a survey, and the girls said it's not cool to do technology because girls get pregnant, females get pregnant, so nobody wants to hire us. So and when I've been talking to parents and say, oh, by the way, your daughter said this, they were like, yeah, unfortunately, it's true.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
I sent my wife went to Finland when she was working on her PhD stuff. And of course, as a tech person, I was like, okay, you got to ask them about their technology. You got to ask them what they're doing with technology because it's Finland. And she sent me a quote back when she was there from a student. And I was curious as to what kind of technology they use there in the class that she was visiting. And the student said, why should I want a device when I have a teacher? I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
It's amazing when we've got this education for all. But I've seen it. The boys run in front and say, no, it's okay, I do it. And the girls take the step back. So, yes, I'm trying to promote that here and say, nope, it's all for one for all. Right, Susan?
That's right. Let's do it. So, Sandy, share with us some things like what are some activities? I know you're big into the STEM related issues with the female learners. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're doing to promote this student professional development and getting the females involved.
Well, first, I mean, I'm not doing anything at the moment because I'm trying to enjoy freedom in Sweden.
Yes.
But I have run STEM clubs. You know, let's make a volcano erupt, or
nice.
Let's do catapults. So anything along the line, so the girls can get stimulated and say, "Oh, this is fun."
That is awesome. Very good stuff.
Is that curriculum shifting at all due to modern health conditions? How are things in Sweden where you are?
Right, so we started school last week, so my students are back, and I think schools never closed for middle school and lower school, only high school. So, but the kids are excited; they're back into school, enjoying the school environment. Social distancing, kids I don't think understand that at the moment. But we have a lot of, alcohol gels, these wipes, wash your hands. We keep practicing that. We just wait and see what happens. But I think the kids are ready to learn.
And so you've had students back in the classrooms already?
Yes.
And so as a tech coach, you're already where we've been talking about all day. I mean, we've been spending all day going, when class starts, when we have new teacher orientation. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing, coaches, and the role of the technology support. What is that in Sweden? What can we be looking forward to over the next couple of weeks as we're getting our teachers involved?
So, I mean, first of all, they're telling students not to use public transport if they can avoid it.
Wow.
So either walk or cycle to school. And then they're doing a lot of smaller classes. So the students feel like, I don't know. So I think the teachers and the students feel reassured that there is some kind of social distancing happening in classes. Classes are not overcrowded. Hand sanitizers are everywhere. They're saying the same thing, wash your hands, don't rub your eyes. Also, if the students want to wear a mask, because it's not compulsory in classrooms, it's up to them.
So it's not mandatory for having students in the room covered up.
Yeah. And I mean, my school, for example, our students have one-to-one devices, all of them, and everything is online. So we are now, again, it's that quick pace learning. The teachers are learning, the students are learning, assessments are all online, assignments online, communication online. We're doing a lot of less touching with the students, don't want to touch their devices. So it's very less contact if we can have that in schools.
Yeah, I'm finding, we have one of our campuses in class already for the last 3 weeks. I'm finding a new phrase as a tech coach of looking at the student and having to say, do you mind if I touch your device? That's like the new question of tech coaches of, do you mind if I touch your, even a teacher, we had new teacher orientation the other day, and sometimes I always try to let the teacher do the driving, but there's times when we need to touch them and show them something. I'm like, do you mind if I touch your screen? And, it's those kinds of things that, we're, living in that new normal, whatever that looks like.
You find yourself washing your hands a lot more.
Very much, yes. So, as we talk about continuing to train students and coming in there as a tech coach. You know, we're doing a lot of great things with the applied digital skills, the STEM clubs, but then how do we stop ourselves from becoming just another tech teacher? How do we approach that? Tyler, Greg, Sandy, whoever, jump in.
Well, I think we hit on this earlier in the conversation with the I do, you do, I do, you do, we do, I do, we do, you do. Just making sure that when you're in the classroom training the students, yes, you get your time together with those kids. Well, I always enjoy that. But you're modeling for the teacher and allow the teacher to work with the kids as well. Do a side-by-side training so that they will see that, oh, so you are here working with us, working with not only us, but also the teacher using the tech so that the tech will be delivered. I guess a lot of the instruction can be delivered by their teacher, but knowing that you're the coach of the teacher, because we have academic coaches in our buildings as well. We have somebody for ELA, we have somebody for math. Why not have someone for technology and let them see us in the same role, because they do a lot of the same things that we do, tech folks, with the I do, we do, you do thing.
So what do you think as tech coaches? Isn't it fun though, giving this PD to students, teaching them new stuff, and isn't it? I mean, I get excited, and I think that when the kids see and feel that excitement, they get it. And then when a teacher, and it happens if a teacher is stuck, and they can show those skills, that's a +1 on us, right?
You're making me excited, Sam.
I mean, anytime that we can get our kids excited about something is a plus. Anytime that we can see our students start to make content on their own based off of lessons that we've done is a plus. I mean, last year when I was teaching in the middle school, last year, I had a kid that went into my broadcasting class, and a few weeks later, after the semester was over, he pulls me in. He's like, "Look, I just started a YouTube channel. Can you help me get this thing started?" And it was all based off the fact that he was in broadcasting, learned a little bit about WeVideo, learned a little bit about editing, and really wanted to build something for himself. I think that's really cool. A few weeks ago on TeacherCast, we did a whole a podcast all about student tech squads, student genius bars and stuff like that. Greg, you correct me, are a principal, were a principal.
I used to be a principal. Yes, I had to think about that. What am I doing now? Yeah.
Yes. So talk to me a little bit about concepts such as that. Would you encourage students learning how to do this to then turnkey that back to the teachers? Because in the show, I mean, it was a tech coach that came on, but basically he took 10 students, taught them how to do all the Chromebooks, make it work, and then basically at lunchtime they had students stationed outside of the student cafeteria, and they had students stationed outside the teacher's faculty room, so that way a teacher could go in on their way to lunch, meet with a student, learn something, get something fixed, and then by the time they were done lunch, the Chromebook would be finished. I loved that idea.
Yes. So I was an administrator for 10 years, but even before that, when I was just doing the tech classes, when I was just a regular computer teacher / music teacher, I had a group of students that during my classes, I would send out to go help teachers. And it was long before there was a Genius Bar, but it was just, I knew that the students had the skills to go help we had a teacher who, of course, it was when we had those big Macs and there were one monitor and they'd pull it forward and something would happen. 90% of the times they would unplug the machines. But I showed the students the different tools or tricks they could do to figure out what was going on with the machines. And that was about 15 years ago. And since then, yes, I love having student tech teams. There are several schools in my district that have student tech teams or tech squads. And a couple of different ways. We have some that have the Genius Bar inside the library where teachers or students can drop off devices and let the kids look over them and fix them up, and they'll get it back. Or we have the ones that are a roaming group that would go in, and a teacher would put in a ticket and say, I don't know what's going on with my smart board. And we'd send a group of kids in and they'd look at it and figure it out. I saw this working even at an elementary school where kids went in and help the teachers connect their projector to their smart board. And these were 5th graders. And that wasn't my school. I didn't do it, but tech coach really close to me, she took a video of it. She's like, watch this, watch this. And it was amazing watching these little kids go in and help the teacher. And the teacher's happy, the kids are happy. I think it's a great thing if you can get the right group of kids, making sure that you're doing the right thing for the kids and not just making them cheap labor.
So Tyler, I know you're just starting off your tech coach journey, but on behalf of all tech coaches, here's our expectations for you. We would like to see, by the time you're back on the podcast in November, we'll give you a month or so. We would love to see the Tyler Tech Coach Juniors, if you can. If we can start building a blog for that or a group for that, would that be possible? And they're all podcasters too, by the way.
So expand on that. What do you have the kids be the podcasters?
I love how he didn't say no. This is great.
No, I love a good challenge.
We would like to see your student tech squad.
Oh, make some little gators.
Yeah,
little gator bites.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Bites, yes.
I think Jeff missed that conversation.
Oh,
I probably did.
You'll have to go back, but basically my school were the Sherman Gators. And
Makes
so
more sense now.
we gatorize everything we possibly can.
Got it. Now that makes total sense. Go Crickets. I get the concept. We're all there. Go Gators. I know you got to go, Tyler, but briefly, as you're going through here, we've gone through a lot, and tech coaches out there who have been watching us have gone through a lot. What are you going to do next week? How are you going to prepare? How are you going to attack? Give us that rundown of here's the first thing that we're going to be working on in order to get successful for the school year.
Well, I had an idea, and now it's been completely shifted, but not because of the last thing, but just as I've been listening to a bunch of people on here, it's really going to shift towards, instead of the how to, it's going to shift to the why and what is the most important things that we can do with our students as people. Not just as little robots, not just as people clicking on an iPad, but what can we do to just help their social economic situations, to help their social emotional learning? How can we just help them be kids in this situation?
And that's the ticket, right? So like, it's not it's what would you like to do with this and why? What is the reason why you want a Flipgrid or an Evernote or whatever it could be? What is that reason? Tyler, we would love to have you keep in contact with the show and let us know how you're doing. We certainly would like to see what your little Gators are doing over the next couple weeks.
Will do. No, I appreciate being on, even though this one went longer, but that was an awesome conversation. I'm like, nope, I got to stay on. So appreciate it. And yes, I will jump back on when I can.
Well, thank you so much for that. And one more time, Tyler, where's that podcast?
I don't have a podcast yet. It's coming, but the best way to reach me is on Twitter at Keef67.
Excellent. Tyler, thank you so much. As we go through here, we have 2 more great sessions coming up. Sandy, I want to say thank you so much for coming to us from Sweden. I got to say, I'm learning a lot about how tech coaching is around the world. You representing Sweden. Earlier in the day, we had somebody representing a man, Jordan. And it's great to see how other countries are taking this concept of technology integration and just knowing that, look, even more, we are not alone here as tech coaches. There's so many things that we can do to reach out and build that PLN. Sandy, where do we get in touch with you, and how do we keep in touch with you throughout the year?
So my Twitter handle is at Sandy0512. But otherwise, whoops. Yep. And then, I'll be keeping in touch with you as well. Lovely, just being part of the show. It's good to see and listen to all the discussions. I have been following it. I think these are great topics that have been coming up throughout the day.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I will let you get to sleep, I think, at this point. It's almost 9 o'clock for you over there. But thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you guys out there for being a part of Tech Coach Live. Greg, where can we get a hold of you and helping you continue to share your passions?
Of course, you can find me on the Twitters at Greg Bagby. I try to share lots on there. And also, I guess I should think about this before I spill everything out. The Google admin thing that I'm creating, it's actually a part of NCCE. I do a lot of work with NCCE as a professional learning specialist. And the Google admin, I guess, guide that I'm creating is a part of NCCE, and you'll be able to find it at ncce.org, hopefully when I have completed it. And of course, NCCE, they are professional learning specialists of teachers that go all over the nation, training in lots of different tools. So there you go.
And check out all the great stuff over at ncce.org. There's a lot of great sessions out there. And we want to say one more time, thank you to everybody at NCCE for supporting all of our virtual conferences. And we want to bring on another NCCE member today, Miss Carrie Philbrick. Carrie, how are you today? Welcome to Tech Coach Live.
Hi, welcome. Thank
Carrie.
you. Thank you for having me.
I am so excited to have you here. Greg, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for sticking around and jumping on, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Carrie, we've been having a great opportunity here to meet and talk to so many amazing tech coaches. Since 9 a.m. this morning, we are almost at the finish line. I can see it here. And when it comes down to everything, I think we can wrap up this whole entire conference on two concepts. It's all about relationships, and it's all about making sure that we are creating engaging and entertaining lessons, activities for our adult learners. You've got a lot of experience creating great stuff. Tell us a little bit about yourself, maybe some of the things you've done on your own for NCCE. Who is Carrie?
So I work for Wichita Public Schools in Wichita, Kansas. We are the biggest school district in Wichita. I have to say, so the position I have been in, I've been in this position about 3.5 years. And at first it started out very small, last year we gained new leadership, and that new leadership came in like a bolt of lightning, and he turned us all the way around. And I have to say, I am so excited for this year. I know that we have a lot of nervous teachers. We have a lot of nervous students, but we have created some amazing PD, professional development, for our teachers for the month of August. So I join, we're joining that together. And right now we are looking at deploying, we have a district about 53,000 students. Wow. And then we probably have about 9,000 teachers, something like that. So since quarantine, I have been working nonstop. I have not stopped working. That's one thing. But so right after quarantine, we did training. And then starting in June, we did a Surface deployment. So we have been deploying Surfaces to our teachers. And I'm continually doing that. And then we will be deploying a one-to-one to our students, all within 30 days. That's what we're doing.
Let's take a deep breath on that.
I know, right?
And I'm glad that we have you here. I'm glad that I have you, on this. And, I'm going to try to keep this conversational for everybody. But I ever since our last virtual conference, and we had Rob Dixon on, talking about first virtual school, you're bringing Microsoft in. Can I ask you a couple of questions about how and some of the inner workings of this? Because there's a lot in here that I think as tech coaches, we need to learn from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just dive in here. Your students are receiving Surface devices.
No, so they're going to be receiving, it depends on their grade level.
Okay.
So for our high school kiddos, they're going to get a laptop. And then middle school students will also get a laptop. And then we have 3 through 5th grade. They will also receive a laptop, but then our pre-K through 2 are getting iPads.
So the laptops, And this is the Microsoft question. Are they clamshell and thank you, or are they pen devices with touch? What do these devices look like? Because you guys are fully integrated at Microsoft.
Yes, we are absolutely. I mean, ever since Rob came on, it was like full force. We're going Office 365, and I so much appreciate that because that's where all my qualifications come from. So they are going to be just standard laptops. They're not touch screen, but all of our students have Office 365. And another great thing is all of our students now have email. We took a lot. I mean, there was a lot that went behind that. And I don't know what Rob did on his end. He worked his magic, making sure that our students stay safe with having that ability. But especially our high school students, wow. I mean, it's going to be amazing because now they're able to email colleges and get some applications out there with that email address. So it's been amazing. Our teachers, on the other hand, they will receive a Surface device.
Now, when we're looking at that, training on a Surface device is different than training on a laptop. You're not only training for applications, you're training for inking, and it's a different way of presenting, of teaching, of everything.
Right.
You said there's 9,000 staff members. How many coaches, you call them coaches, right? How many people are supporting in a coaching professional development role to access 53,000 kids and 9,000 teachers?
Oh, let me see. There's me and about 4 to 5 others. That's about it. And we have been working nonstop. I mean, ever since quarantine, it has been full force going, training. We have me and 3 others working on the Surface deployment, getting those out, training our teachers. So that's one of the biggest things that we want to do is that when we deploy this machine to our staff members, we want to make sure that they know how to use it. So we show them tricks, we show them tips, how to connect, how to do all these things, how to use your pen. During mine, I make them take their keyboard off and I say, this keyboard's a crutch because we don't really need it. This device does everything it needs to do without the keyboard. So then I show them how to use their pen. I show them how to use their keyboard on the device. So, and then our other half of our tech team, they're working on PD throughout the whole month of August.
When you're looking at this, and I was thinking about this earlier when I think it was John who was dealing with Florida and a huge district, and what does this training look like? Is it all being created for you behind a screen they watch, or I'll just come right out and ask, do you have a really, really killer Tech Coach PD website that's got tons of stuff?
So, well, I have to say, I mean, I'm a little biased, but we have a really killer website.
Oh, drop your link in, please, because that's where I'm going with this. Because
it
was a roundabout way just to get your links.
I will definitely have to get it for you. So let me kind of explain how we're doing this. First things first is the reason I'm excited about this is because we are so tech heavy, and we didn't used to be very tech heavy. Okay, so we have to be tech heavy. I mean, that's where we're going, right? That's the time we're living in. So how do we accomplish that with our teachers that maybe are a little hesitant in using technology in the classroom, because it didn't used to be. So they used to use it as almost like an extra instead of like incorporating it into their lesson plans. But now we've moved away from that. So what we do is our tech planning is more of the first week it was the why. Why are we doing this? And then it's the how. And then it's the application. So in the morning, they get an instruction and some professional development. They can either do self-paced learning. So we have some stuff out there for self-paced learning, or we have live events. We use Teams. Teams is our standard ecosystem that we use. And there's a reason we use Teams. And the reason is because of the analytics behind it. We're able to track, time, things like that. So they get that in the morning, and then in the afternoon, they're able to work with their teachers in their building on application. So that's kind of how we're doing it. So we're scaffolding our PDs, and then a lot of pivoting. So I hear those words a lot, scaffolding, pivoting, because if something doesn't work correctly, what do we have to do? We have to pivot, right?
Talk to me a little bit about Teams, because my district has 13,000 students, 1,200 or so staff members. We're moving into teams, and we're looking here at how to create the PD, and how to organize many tech coaches all together. Talk to us a little bit about how you started this. Maybe how do you organize this? Everybody have staff notebooks on top of staff notebooks. How do you train staff members? Sue, I'm sorry, I could just have these questions come out forever because this is, I'm really
Awesome
fascinated
stuff.
about this, right?
I'm loving this,
right?
Carrie.
Because
I'm feeding off of that.
I'm in a situation right now where I'm trying to figure out how do you start this culture change as a macro level and also at the tech coach level to then go smaller to the classroom level to then bounce it back.
Right. Absolutely. I completely understand that. So I've been training on teams for a year now. I mean, ever since Rob came on August 1, and it's been full force teams training. Now, it wasn't everyone on teams at first, of course. So there was a little bit here, a little bit there. But as soon as that spring break hit, I mean, we didn't even have a spring break. I was nervous all spring break. But that was full force teams training. And so how we kind of did it was we kept it simple. I mean, we had bullet points, we're going to cover this and this and this in teams 1 training. And then in teams 2 training, we're going to cover this and this and this. And then the availability to have people be able to go back and rewatch it. So that was done district-wide. I mean, we had that available district-wide. And then we did Teams Live is what we did. So then we could have, a number of people join us. And then we had a moderator. So we had a presenter and then a moderator. The moderator was taking care of questions. And then we had those links available for people to go back and rewatch them. And we just didn't train on teams. I mean, we trained on all different kinds of stuff.
I would assume that your stream is pretty well organized with all the different channels and all that great stuff.
Well, I hope so.
What are some of the hurdles that you had? I mean, again, I'm pushing the conference aside for just a couple seconds as I pick your brain on this. But as somebody who's helping a district to take these steps, what were some of the big challenges?
Well, one of the biggest challenges is that before Rob came, there wasn't really a plan to have almost like a device turnover. So we had elementary school teachers who haven't had a new device in 7-8 years. I mean, their devices, it took forever for them to start. So that's one of the biggest things. When Rob was able to come in and he was able to get a plan in place to have these teachers kind of have a device rotation type plan. So that has truly tremendously helped. The other hurdle is really, you've got, and I've been listening to some of the tech conference this morning, a lot of hesitation, especially with teachers that they're not used to tech. They're not comfortable. And so I always think we have to empower those people. We have to give them the confidence because we have the confidence. I mean, we have the ability to do it. We just have to build their confidence to allow them to realize, hey, I got this.
Now, was your district Microsoft before Rob came, or was it Google, or was it something else?
It was actually Google. I was the only one in the district at the time that was Microsoft certified. And go ahead.
Tell me I've got 1,000 questions. I'm sorry. Tell me about the moment when you guys said we are leaving Google Classroom and we are going to jump to OneNote class notebooks. And what was that like?
So when Rob came, I think I knew Rob for about a week before he pulled me aside and said, hey, we're going to Office 365. And I was like, yes, we still have Google Classroom in our school buildings. However, just probably within the last week, that's when it really kind of was issued that we're going to go more of a standard with Microsoft and Microsoft Teams. And again, the reason behind that is, we are responsible to report minutes to the state. And so we can do that with Teams if we happen to go remote. That's something that we have behind the scenes. So that's really kind of where we're at. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes too to do the student sync where it throws them into a team with the teacher.
Mhm.
So we have that also incorporated with our student system.
Talk to us a little bit about the trainings, because are you mostly looking at doing virtual? Are you mostly looking at using what is? Give me the typical day of a tech coach now, especially moving into this whole hybrid thing.
For me personally, I have been on Surface deployment for the whole month of, well, I will be for the whole month of August and into a little bit of September, because we have all elementary schools and then our high school staff, and then as well as our middle schools. So that's what I'll be doing. So I've been hitting 3 schools a day. Of course, social distancing, using masks, all that, what we need to do to stay safe. But as far as our PD sessions that we've been doing, like I said, a lot of it in the morning has been kind of that training, and then in the afternoon, teachers, and they're all at their building. So this is all remote. Okay, so they're at their buildings, and then our tech team is either at the main building or wherever they're presenting. And then in the afternoon, that's when the teachers can get together and they have that opportunity to apply whatever they've learned that morning.
I assume that when you're making this shift, this is all coinciding with strategic plans. I'm assuming that this is all going into where do we want to see things, not just, hey, Rob's here, we're going Microsoft. Talk to us a little bit about that process that you went through last year, how the decision, I don't want to say how Microsoft, but how does the decision to go 365 get wrapped into your strategic plan, and how does all of that support you as a tech coach to help you move your district forward?
That was really, we had a lot of limitations prior, because we didn't use OneDrive, and we had network drives basically. And so we weren't able to really share and collaborate, with using OneDrive and Office 365, because it wasn't open in our tenant just yet. So that's why a lot of our tech team had gone to Google, because Google, they were able to use those. So of course, this is a whole different mind shift from where we went Google to Microsoft. But I have to say that it's been a pretty seamless transition, in my opinion. It's been a pretty seamless transition, since majority of Google and Microsoft are very similar in their ways.
Talk to us a little bit about the admins, because I know a lot of times when a district makes that transition, it's not about teachers, it's not about classrooms, it's building the philosophy, building the capacity. No, you can't do this, you should be doing this, or even more so, this is the right way of this. Talk to us a little bit about, you've got a Microsoft background, you've got a tech coaching background. How are you changing the culture as you're also changing the applications?
So I remember when Rob first came on, and he said, and this is not meant in any way bad, but there's a reason he said it, is principals are your number one person, because that leadership, it always starts at the top, right? And then it flows down. So we've done extensive work with not only our district leadership team, our academic leadership team, as well as principals across the board. We've trained them on how to use, their Surface whenever they're using it in their building, to get them to kind of, model that in front of their teachers, showing them. I just had a session, like 2 weeks ago, where I did all secondary principals, showing them how to use their device. And you wouldn't believe, I wasn't collecting their old devices, but they were just handing them to me. Like, here you go. I want this, And so it's been really impressive that our administration has really taken hold of this, because I think that they know that we need this. That's kind of where we're headed. We're headed very tech heavy, and so we need to really have that in place.
So let me interject here, you tech coaches out there that are listening, whether you're a Surface and a Microsoft district or a Google and a Chromebook and an iPad district, what Carrie is telling you is golden just in your approach to PD and what's working and what's not and how to approach it. So if you're a new tech coach out there, I hope you're taking notes or rewatch this video because this is just great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I am full force on helping my principals do whatever they can. And then that way they have the tools and the training needed to help their staff as well.
How often do you get a chance to meet with administrators? I mean, there's, okay, let's just back up for a second. How many buildings, how many principals? How often do you get a chance to work with them? What does that look like?
Well, okay, so 3 years ago when I started in this position, it was very kind of limited, I want to say, to who I trained. And now it's like I don't even have a standard of who I train. It's across the board pretty much. I mean, I've trained everywhere from, our administration to I've done PDs for our custodial staff, which I tell you are probably one of the most important people as well in our school buildings. Love our custodial staff. So it's really about kind of the tools and giving them the ability and techniques to not only save time, but learn new things and really kind of embrace this. So how often do I work with them? All the time. I mean, I have principals reaching out.
And what?
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, and what does that look like? And this is coming from the we're new to teams. Do you have a team set up and then the principals just ping you back and forth? Are you constantly meeting, teamsing back and forth? I mean, we're trying to figure out right now what other than Teams does meeting. We get that, but how is the communication tool? How do we train people to not do email, but to just use it as a communication tool? Could you talk a little bit about how did you, again, that culture shift? This is what Teams is for. Just use this. Stop emailing. Just use this because it's all here, and there's a record of it. And how is that communication worked out?
So one of the best things I love about Teams is that I'm able to just send a chat. It's just instant message. I can send a chat to a principal or whoever. Not only that, if someone pings me and I don't know the answer, I can add somebody on that chat and say, hey, do you mind helping them? Then I'm able to also call them and they can share their screen. I can share their screen or my screen, and then I can also remote in. All of this without using our VPN system, which has been fabulous because sometimes VPN doesn't always work that well. So it's a lot of communication. It's a lot of organization. It's like when I need to speak to a principal, if they call me or whatever, I can answer right there, and then I can take over. If they're having an issue or they need help on something, I can have them share their screen real quick with me, and then I can look and tell them kind of how to do it and where to go and whatever. So it has been probably one of the most useful tools we've used in our district.
We've got a very active audience out here on both Facebook and YouTube. I want to bring up a question here from Eric. He says, your principal sounds amazing. He is. What was his strategy to get everybody to buy into this technology? You said you came in 1 year. Before I let Carrie take that question, Eric, if you go on to our TeacherCast YouTube channel, 4 weeks ago when we did our Microsoft show, Rob Dixon, who's awesome, MIE, NCCE trainer, all those great things, did an entire presentation of how the district did this. So first I want to introduce you to that. I'll even give you guys the link. I'll send it to you later, my friend. But Carrie, can you give the story from your point of view? How did this person come in? How did it work? Was it scary? How did he introduce himself to get buy-in from the district, from the stakeholders, etc.?
And also there's an addition to that now. How did he empower you to be able to do your job as a tech coach better?
Okay, so, wow, how did he do it? That's a good question. I have no idea.
Rob's awesome.
No, actually, Rob has a very extensive background in technology, of course. So he came in very confident. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he saw the needs of our district. Not only did he see the needs of our district, but he devised a plan to change that. Is what he ended up doing. A device rotation strategy. I mean, it's been life-changing, honestly. And I remember him telling me, like, you're a rock star. You're a rock star. You're going to be able to do this. And that empowered me enough to know, like, okay, he has my back. He understands that I love training. I love coaching our staff, our administrators, whoever. I love that. I love to empower them. And he gives me the freedom to do so. I mean, he trusts that I'm going to do what I need to do to help our staff and to really invest in them. So I would definitely, though, go back and look at his video on how he really devised that plan. I was involved, but I wasn't fully immersed inside of that plan.
Yeah, definitely check that out. Again, I'll send that to you, Eric. It was an amazing presentation that he did. And I'm just sitting there. I remember watching and just going, oh, yeah. Total everything. Even with esports, I mean, wow. That's all I got to say. Wow. If you haven't heard of esports, you gotta check it out. What are you looking forward to this year? What are you looking forward to when it comes to working with staff, maybe getting into schools, if that's even possible? What do you got going in the first couple weeks here after you just take a breath? Oh, wow. Do I get a breath? I wasn't told I got a breath. No. So what do I expect? I really honestly expect to continually build our learning library on the different tools that we'll be using. To keep building that PD. Not only that, I'm sure that I'm going to be, I'm actually new to the MIE expert community this year. So this is my first year. Congratulations. Thank you. My first year joining that. There's 5 from our district that got in. And so definitely learning more about that and then using those tools to bring to our staff, to be able to empower them, teach them how to use these different things, and then giving them the resources. I really think that, and that's one of the biggest things that I like to do. So during a PD session or any type of training that I do with our staff, I like to not only keep it simple, I like to empower them, but I also like to give them resources because I'm not going to always be available. And so I have places that I'll send them that I'm like, hey, check these out. And then that way they can do that kind of intrinsic learning, that they have. So that's kind of where I go with that. But it's going to be a lot of tech heavy type, probably PD sessions, all kinds of stuff. Who knows what this year holds? Who sets that curriculum? Do you have a group that says we're doing Teams training and these are the things for step 1? Is that on the tech coaches? Is that on a committee? At what point does somebody say we need Teams training, and then how does it get broken down and how does it get organized across 9,000 teachers? And sure, yeah, absolutely. So when quarantine hit, of course, it was literally Rob and I doing training for the district. Like the second day after quarantine, we had other tech coaches come on. So it was pure training then. So how it has worked this year through the month of August is my teammates work with curriculum and they work with learning services, a department in our district. And so they kind of determine, what do we need? What does our staff need? What kind of tools do they need to kind of help? If we go remote, this is really going to help them and build them up. One of the things that I know that you guys have had over the last year and a half with Rob is not just a great team internally, but I know you've had a great team externally. Talk to us a little bit about the support, the help, the partnership that you guys have had from great companies such as Microsoft and especially from NCCE. Yeah, I mean, like Microsoft has been amazing with us. I mean, they've worked with us. We have a weekly call with them that we get on and we address any sort of, if we have any issues or anything, they help us figure those out. One of the things that
I hear a lot of is give your feedback to Microsoft, because they do listen. And so I definitely encourage our staff that if they see something that can be improved on, to definitely give that feedback to them, because they are constantly working. I just don't even know the amount of upgrades and things that they have done since March. The other partnership we had was with NCCE. And so I was able to meet Shannon and have her group come out and kind of help assist us in training and planning. And they have been a huge part also of this, professional development planning for the month of August as well. Because to be honest, there's how many, 5 of us, to train a whole district, that's a lot. That is a lot. And then you take half of us out of that equation because we're also doing deployment. So we have a great partnership with NCCE. They've been able to come in and really help us and, get that training out.
And what does that look like? Does that look like building lessons? Does that look like ordering a lesson that a group like NCCE already has? Is that just is it a phone call? What does it look like when you work with a great company like an NCCE, Microsoft, etc.?
So a lot of it is, okay, this is kind of what we need type thing, because we know our district best, right? So we would go to them, here's kind of what we're looking for. And then they are able to kind of come in and accommodate as far as, okay, this person knows this product best or this tool best. And they're able to kind of give those sessions to someone who is an expert in that realm.
Nice.
Yeah.
As we move forward, Sue, it's great to know that there's amazing stuff out there. And
Yes.
it's great to know, I've been saying this all day, as a tech coach, I'm not alone, but right now, just listening to Carrie's story, knowing that my district is not alone and that there's others out there who have made this journey and made this trek. And there are the Microsofts, the NCCEs, the Google applications. And our next session is all about how do we get support? Where do we get support? How do we build this PLN, not only for ourselves, but for our districts? Carrie, I know you didn't sign up for the interrogation here, but thank you so much. I am looking forward to learning so much from you over the next little bit. Please, please, please. If you can do us a favor, please come back on the show. We would love to have you guys share everything that's going on here.
Yes, I would too. I'm completely proud of really where my district is going. And I definitely look forward to this year, even though I know that there's a lot of hesitation and reservation, but I look forward to it because this is really where I thrive, is in that tech world.
If you have any questions about Wichita or anything, I did put the link in the chat, but it'll certainly be over on TeacherCast. You can head on over to our YouTube channel and look for a video called Forming Partnerships with Your Educational Community. The session that Rob did a few weeks ago at Live from NCCE was absolutely awesome, and I would encourage anybody to check it out on our YouTube channell. Carrie, say hello to Rob for us. And thank you so much for coming on. Where can we go to learn more about you? Give us your links and give us your Twitters there.
So my Twitters is it is at Miss Carrie 21, MISCARRIE. I think I have it on the screen there. And I just kind of use that for a lot of, hey, this is what we're doing in our district. So there's a lot of information that we post out on there. But that's kind of the main one I use. And then also my LinkedIn, which is Carrie Philbrick. And I can get you the link on that one.
Excellent.
I can post it in the chat for you.
Excellent. And we would love to keep in touch and see how things are doing. There's so many different school districts out there that are looking to see model schools just like yours and to learn from them. I know I'm one of them too. I'm looking for this stuff. And Carrie, thank you so much for taking the time and sharing your passions with us today. I'll let you go as we make that transition, but thank you so much for your time today, Carrie.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sue, here we are.
Wow.
All day. Long sessions. We've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tech coaches checking out. We've had hundreds of tech coaches on our chats. We've gone from what does a tech coach do? How do you interact with students? How do you get professional development? How do you handle administrators? And now I'm looking forward to this session so much.
Oh, me too.
It is about what is coming next for us as tech coaches. How do we make sure that we're not only providing the right support, the right strategies, but we're also preparing our districts for the future?
Yes. How are we going to get ready for the future? Future ready.
And so I want to bring on, without further ado, my good friend Brianna Hodges and Dana. Ladies, how are you today? Welcome to the last amazing session here of Tech Coach Live. Are you ready to bring the energy?
Oh my goodness, I want some, like, I need a theme song, like, are you ready? Yes, we are super excited to be here. So
I was
excited.
thinking a little more like Rocky might be appropriate. I don't know.
Let me see. How about this one? No, that's not the right one. Okay. Welcome everybody to yeah, that's what happens when you give a podcaster a beatbox. Guys, welcome so much to Tech Coach Live. My name is Jeff, and of course with me for the entire duration of this is Susan Vincent. Today we are talking about the Future Ready Tech Coaches, the Future Ready Coaching Program. Brianna, thank you so much for coming on today. Talk to us a little bit about Future Ready, and then we'll dive into the coaching applications and processes and all that great stuff that you guys going on here. What is Future Ready?
So Future Ready is a project of the Alliance for Excellent Education, and it is a nonprofit. One of the great things about it is that it is completely practitioner-based. And so our main goal is to learn from others across the country what people are doing, what you're finding success with, and being able to amplify that so that we can truly achieve equitable learning opportunities for all students. So that's kind of the main idea of Future Ready. A few years ago, we went through the Future Ready coaching, the Future Ready framework, and decided to look at that through a couple different lenses. 5 lenses to be exact. So we have Future Ready librarians, Future Ready principals, Future Ready district leaders, Future Ready instructional coaches, and Future Ready tech leaders. That was a pop quiz moment for me to remember all of those. So the great thing about that is that we look through, our frameworks are not different. We look at the same gears, which we have 7 gears plus collaborative leadership. And those are kind of those main elements, like robust infrastructure and personalized professional learning and curriculum instruction and assessment, just different ones that are core to the educational process. And then we look through the lens of what's important as a principal to when we're considering robust infrastructure, right? So the great thing about it is that no group was allowed to say, data and privacy, that's not my thing. So everybody had to look at it to say, this is what our role as coaches, this is how we're going to address that gear. So it's a lot of fun, and it's, again, like I said, a huge collaborative opportunity.
Talk to us a little bit about the Alliance. We've seen the group, we've seen the Twitter. What is the Alliance for Excellence in Education? Am I saying that right?
Yes. So it is a nonprofit based in out of Washington, D.C. It is not is nonpartisan. It is not affiliated with any specific groups or anything like that. It's truly an opportunity for, there's lots of different pieces that come through that. Like I said, Future Ready is the main project that Dana and I work with through that. But there's also, it's a huge focus for equitable educational opportunities. So leading through a lot of the conversations around digital equity, as well as educational equity, different types of explorations around learning sciences. I honestly, there's so many different projects that they're working on that it's kind of hard for me to rattle all of them off. But it's a really cool thing to look at to understand that there are so many people that are looking for ways to be able to promote equitable education and find ways for us to achieve that all across the country.
I love the fact that your website over at futureready.org has stuff for everybody. As you said, no matter what the strand is, it's all focused on the same thing. Throughout this entire conference, we didn't really want to talk about it, but you can't help but talk about the whole concept of being a tech coach in today's world. Talk to us a little bit about this first graphic here about the video series on coaching through COVID. This is so important for us.
So, I'll kick it off a bit, and I'm going to toss it over to Dana because I know y'all don't want to just hear my twang the whole time. So, one of the things that we did
all day.
that one of the things that we really felt was super important when we were talking about, really kind of processing what all was going on with the uncertain times that we're living through right now was, what does that mean for coaches, and how can we really support the learning that's happening, and what does that look like? Because it's not always, and I know this has been a topic of conversation throughout the day, that it's not just supporting the technology, it's supporting the learning, it's supporting the social emotional learning, it's supporting the administrators, it's supporting the teachers and the parents and the students, and on and on and on and on. And with that, that's a huge opportunity, and it's also a very heavy, I'm not going to say burden, because it's not a burden. It's just a lot to shoulder. It's a lot to say, okay, where do I start, and how can I handle all of this? Because you don't necessarily know where to look. And so Dana and I reached out to some really great people and said, hey, what are you guys doing? What does this look like? Because we know that our ideas are not just the only ones that are out there. We really wanted to tap into that PLN and get some suggestions of what people were doing across the country. Dr. Joe Sanfilippo is on there, Matt Miller out of Lakota, Ohio, Tom Murray. We had just lots of conversations around, what are you doing at your districts and how does this work? So Dana, fill in the blanks where I'm sure I left off.
I think that the idea was actually born through a conversation we had, and we really wanted to help people, and we really wanted to help people make a difference in what it is that they were doing. And the conversation, at least in my school district, I have a very small team, was definitely, this is our time to shine, when so many people were overwhelmed by what it is we were doing and what was going to happen and how are we going to get through all of this. We really did focus on what are the essentials and what can we do to try to help people. And embedded in a lot of that was self-care and making sure that people were taking care of themselves. So you'll see a little bit on that piece as well. But one of the things that we found in doing a series like this was that, and I know that this was a theme webbed through the fabric of the day today, is so many people are in the same boat. So many people have the same experiences, not only in the United States, but all over the world. So to get those messages out for people to know and understand early on that they were not in this by themselves, that we are all in this together, was really important to both Bree and myself. So I think that was one of the reasons why we actually started to kick off the series. It was very rewarding. Definitely people made connections through that. And we did get quite a few people that reached out, and it was really embedded in the Future Ready idea of how is it that we can help each other, whether I'm in New York or whether you're in California or you're in another country and beyond. So it was cool. It was very exciting.
Talk to us a little bit about the feedback that you've gotten from this series. I'm assuming that this is something that everybody right now is clearly talking about and needs to be talking about as we move into the school year.
I think one of the big pieces of it is really truly understanding what we mean by coach. And, for me, when I was still in the classroom, or when I was still on campuses every day working side by side with teachers, as a coach, you're constantly reminding teachers, hey, I'm in this with you. You're not by yourself. I promise, just, trust me. We're going to do this together. And a pandemic definitely tests that, right? And all of a sudden you're sheltered in place and you've just got your computer, and maybe you're not necessarily up on being as familiar with it as you thought you were, or it's just a totally different setup. And so reminding coaches that we're not necessarily looking at the training aspect of this, and I want to circle back to that here in a minute, but instead we're talking about truly that relationship of, I promise you, I've got you 100% of the way. I will support you, get through this. This is going to be a teamwork opportunity if you need it. If I will help you with whatever you need. And just reminding teachers that we're in this together to support that learning environment was a really big thing that kept coming out over and over again. That's a lot of the feedback that we've received, was that nobody had, like, we did not intend this video series to be, hey, watch this and you're going to have a little manual that you're going to be able to take into the next pandemic and you're going to have this all figured out. Like, that, we all know that that doesn't exist, and we know that that doesn't work. And so instead, it was a lot of focus on those characteristics, those, you know, where do you need to be putting your focus when it comes to building those relationships, when it comes to creating that trust, when it comes to filling your cup with self-care, so that way you can handle all of these pieces. So it became that's one of the pieces that I know I heard a lot of. Dana, how about you?
I would have to say I'm going to go back pre-pandemic, which seems like it was, I don't even know how long ago, years ago, right? Where
that way.
we had professional learning and teachers really had the opportunity to choose. Oh, I think I'm going to go attend that, you know, that hour session after school, or I'm going to log on and I want to learn a little bit about this. It was really a choice. And I would say after March, there were not so many choices. We were really heroes. So some of the feedback that I got was, it was a little email from a colleague, a local colleague, and it said, and I quote it, "Who would have known for all these years you were actually preparing us for a pandemic?" Which, you know, I found that to be very interesting, because we, in our district and, you know, through Future Ready, there's lots of opportunities for learning. And again, all of those opportunities were choices. I would say earlier this summer, we held a summit for instructional leaders, and it was extremely well attended. And again, through that experience, we had a lot of feedback, specifically on, we're all in this together, that many people are experiencing the same types of challenges and also some celebrations throughout the United States. So that was very rewarding in the feedback received, that people were thankful for the position. They understood the position a little bit better. And not only that, but we were like heroes. You know, I always tell people, I got my cape on, it's under my clothes today. So
let's talk a little bit about Future Ready here. I remember a couple years ago, my district and I set off to become a Future Ready school. And we did the survey. And that told us an awful lot about where we are, where we were, where we want to go. If I'm a tech coach, is there such a survey? Is there such a self-reflection that I can take? And if I want to figure out if I'm a Future Ready tech coach, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I join this community?
So great question. First and foremost, there is not a separate self-evaluation at this time for each one of the strands. I know the librarians have kind of been, they're testing one, but we have not created specific self-assessment, self-reflection type situations for the strands. And there's kind of a reason in my mind behind that. And it's because what again, going back to when it was contrived, it was, the idea was that we're all in this together. And so you take that assessment as a group, as a district, as a campus, whoever you're working with, and say, okay, this is our main priority. This is where we want to go. And then we start to break that apart. Okay, now how does this come together, right? I always say there's more than one person that's employed by a school district. That's because everybody has roles that's in there. And so you want to start to break that apart, and you want to say, okay, how am I, considering this? What does this look like? That said, if you go to futureready.org/instructional or /coaches, the framework is there, and it will allow you to look at each one of the gears. And that's underneath the gears, there are certain bullet points that we've kind of pulled out that are those characteristics of what the mindsets that we hope that you're going to have when you're looking at that through a Future Ready lens. And so it's things like, understanding that personalized professional learning doesn't mean standing in front of a group and saying, I'm going to show you how to turn on your computer, right? That's the culture of training. And we really want to move that into a culture of personalized learning, right? So keeping that learning at the goal, that allows us to talk about really what coaching is. And so one of the ways that I think about that is that training is truly when you're talking about fluency and understanding of a very specific piece. And that's important. There are definitely times, I was in a school district where we went from a Windows-based to a to an Apple-based environment. And so I spent a lot of time talking about where's the right click? How do I do this? What does this look like? So that that said, when we talk about coaching, there is a huge difference between training and coaching. And coaching is more about understanding the context. It's about learning insight, right? Like I can know every single thing that there is to know about baseball, and I could be a terrible baseball coach. I can be a terrible player and an amazing coach. I can be an amazing coach and a terrible player. And so it's a different mindset that we have to kind of shift into. And so I think that's, kind of piggybacking from what Dana was talking about, our virtual summit with the instructional leaders. That's been one of the things that I think has really kind of fleshed out of this pandemic, and it makes my heart so very happy, is that in a lot of situations, you see conversations around tech coaches and ed techs, or however we want to silo that situation, that those initiatives, those one-to-one initiatives, those types of things become very attached to a tech coach or very attached to a technology department. And so it kind of almost becomes, well, that's their thing. I'm not going to get involved in that. They know better than me. But instead of looking at this from this perspective, this pandemic really brought in all of that reflection of like, okay, so how does learning really connect into EdTech? How does this really happen? What does instruction have to do with this? How can assessment really, can be pulled in? Looking at it from that equity standpoint. Oh, we were one-to-one. We thought we were totally fine. Oh, we really didn't understand that we weren't getting enough questions out there about Wi-Fi and internet at home. We didn't, so it really brought in that that entire team standpoint to really look at that through the coaching lens and figure out where we could sorry, I'm stumbling over my words right now, but really where we could improve our movement in order to grow things.
Brianna, we're looking here at the website under the coaching framework here, and I love the fact that at the bottom of the framework says community partnerships. This is something that is so important to every school district, is to have a great relationship with their community, both in a partnership realm, in a teaching, learning, building this together. Talk to us a little bit about why tech coaches need to be outstanding members of the entire learning community.
Well, I'll give you an example from a previous situation, and that
it's definitely one of the most important roles.
It is. Go for it, Dana. You tell, and then I'll follow up.
It truly does. It helps keep all the fabric together in anything that you're looking to do in a school building. Instructional coaches or coaches don't only help teachers; they help administrators. They help, librarians. That role is embedded in so many different places within a school building or even a school district that, once COVID hit and we were home and we had those stay-at-home orders, we were a huge part of that community that was built, where we, in our district, we pulled in another school district and we worked together to provide professional learning and embedded social, emotional health into that. And so I think when it comes to community, like I said, the coaching piece is definitely a really, really important pinnacle in making any type of initiative work, whether it has to do with technology or not.
Awesome. And I'm going to brag on Dana. She's not going to say it for herself, but their school district also did, you created a site for parents, right, to help parents understand what all this technology is. And now that's kind of one of those things. I'll tell my story really quick, but I want to wrap it back over to Dana because it kind of connects. When we were first becoming one-to-one in my school district a few years ago, one of the things that we realized was, and this was kind of in the early days of the Google suite, right? And so we were a Google school, and we had everything was in Google Docs and Google Classroom and Google Drive. And I spent a lot of time, obviously with the community as the director and kind of walking through all of this stuff. And I kept getting all of these parents who were, quote unquote, big deals in the community. They were bank presidents. They were, professors in the university. They were all this kind of stuff. And they came to me and they were like, we are super embarrassed. We don't know how to do this stuff. right? And so my kids are going into the 6th grade and going into the 3rd grade. And so this hasn't happened yet, but I always hear about, when your kids come home with homework and you don't remember how to do that. And all of a sudden they're asking you how to do something and you're like, oh gosh, let me go and figure this out. And so this was what was going on with our parents. And they felt like they could not, they didn't know how to do this, and they felt really, really ridiculous standing in front of their kids and all of this stuff. And so I realized, oh my goodness, we need to give back to this. And so as a Google trainer, I went and created partnerships with with a bunch of different community members. And so like with the bank, they used G Suite, they had Google Mail and all of this kind of stuff, but they didn't know what they were doing with it. So then I would go into their business and train all of their people on how do you use Google Drive, how do you use Google Docs, how to, so that it was familiar to the parents and it didn't cost them anything. It was a huge way for them to recognize like, oh, wow, the school is able to connect me, they were able to help us. And then the parents were then able to support their kids and kind of go through those situations. And so this was, of course, pre-pandemic. So that's why I want to wrap it back over to Dana, because Dana brought that training, that opportunity full circle by creating this site. So Dana, you want to share a little bit about that?
Sure. So pre-pandemic, after we attended one of the institutes late in the fall, we started an initiative with equity and really looked at connectivity in our school district. We're a fully one-to-one district with Chromebooks, pre-K all the way up through 12th grade. And we knew we needed to do that because we tried a bring your own device initiative, and we found that there's a pecking order in a family. In other words, everyone has 8 devices. However, the youngest child gets to use one of those 8 devices when no one else is using it because someone has to write a paper, someone has work to do, there's research. So we started on this initiative to see where we were struggling a bit with connectivity in our community. That opened up a huge opportunity for us. We were able to provide some hotspots to families. That said, we also realized going through this process that there were some challenges with parents perhaps not really understanding exactly the tools that we had in our district, and also some of our faculty and staff where, you could repeat at a faculty meeting, 80 times and send emails out, but not everyone has time to read them. And, it's the end of the day during meetings. So sometimes people don't always have an opportunity to even listen. So we built this website prior to quarantine that had many different aspects associated to it. One of those areas was an IT help form. Basically, if you needed assistance, if there was something wrong with one of your devices, you filled out a Google form and we were able to contact families and help remedy some of those situations. We're a very small department. It's myself and one other person, and we have a population of about 800 students, and we literally completed 400 of those requests during the time, from let's say March until June. So we did all sorts of delivery. We did home deliveries, home pickups, whatever needed to be done to make sure that the students that we serve were not going to go missing because they didn't have what they needed. Especially for our teachers too, that they had what they needed as well. So we did whatever we could, and part of that was in this website.
Is that website link public? Is that available to share with everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. I could put it in the chat.
Sure. If you can stick it in the chat, we'll make sure that it gets available to our audience out there live on YouTube and Facebook. Guys, we only have a few more minutes. I want to say thank you so much for sharing this. Everybody out there is loving this session. And of course, the website is futureready.org. We'll get you the exact website that Dana's talking about here. But Brianna, where is the future? When do we? Here's the question, right? When do we stop being future ready, and when do we just have to go? Because we were all future ready, and then boom, pandemic hits.
So a couple of things. Like one of the things that I like to say, because we hear it, well, in Texas, we say this all the time. I'm not sure everybody else, but that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? So several of us in the tech world definitely felt that way. I know that I would be kind of sarcastic and say, I bet some of y'all are wishing you'd paid a little bit more attention in that opportunity that we had to learn Google Classroom or whatever. But that said, I've also had the opportunity to learn calculus and it's never clicked for me, right? But it's only in that moment when you need it to work that you have that investment and that you have that interest in understanding it. So I do think that so many of us, and Jeff, you had mentioned the Future Ready assessment. That is not meant to be a one and done. That's meant to be continually take that, look at that. It's meant to, really kind of focus on where are our priorities, where do we want our priorities, and then what do we need to do that. So, we love to say that we are lifelong learners, and that's really truly, again, to kind of go back to my point over training. Training often means like, if you'll just memorize these steps, then you're going to be good and you've mastered it and you can go forward. But learning, you're never done learning. You're always finding something new, and we should never be done, right? We're never actually going to get to the future because the future is always moving forward. So even if you're completely and totally, absolutely at the golden edge of future ready situations, you should always be finding and pushing for a new situation, simply because our kids are changing every single day. Our technologies are changing every single day. So how can we improve that? And I think that that's really truly where we're at. Like, that's the thing that I love about Future Ready. It's not future done. It's not just future. It's you're constantly ready. You're constantly looking for those things. One of my friends, a superintendent friend, a few years ago, talked about how, on your stock list, whenever you open up that pamphlet from your financial investor or whatever, your stock report, at the bottom it says current market does not predict future success, right? Or like current situation. And so I think that that's one of the challenges that we have often is we rest on our laurels, right? Like we think like, okay, yes, I've done this. Check, we've achieved this. Check, we went 1-to-1. All right, but 1-to-1 doesn't mean that you're really future ready unless you're actually incorporating it into the instruction and really kind of coming at it through that way. So I love that. I think that that's one of the most important pieces of being future ready is truly constantly reflecting and constantly seeking ways to improve and remembering that it's all about that kid. It's all about the learning. And there's no such thing as 100% for everybody all the time. So find a way to change it up and meet each one of those kids. I often say, focus on the heartbreak instead of on the thing that makes you the most happy. And what I mean by that is it's really easy for us to identify the things that we've done really, really good and to focus on that and to say, yes, we're meeting all the needs. But we kind of need to step back sometimes and say, this is where we're not meeting it. And let's change this so that those kids get to have the same experience as the ones who are really, having that full opportunity.
And I could say that being future ready means never being finished. Because it's hard work. And Bree, you say this all the time, and I quote you all the time. So I'm going to go there. It's hard work because it's heart work. And if you think you have it all figured out, then it might be time to say it's the R word. The retirement might come into play. So,
guys, I want to say thank you. It has been a long day. It has been a long conference, and I'm so excited that we had the chance to connect this week and have you guys on. The website, of course, is futureready.org. You can check everything out. Let me just pull it up here one last time. There are wrong picture. There you go. There's a ton of resources out there. Definitely check out that framework. I'm sitting here studying it going, okay, that. Okay, I want to work on this. How do we work on this? And guys, please come on the show. We'd love to continue these conversations, love to continue working with you guys. And if anybody out there has any information or has looking for information, Brianna, where can we go to find you guys?
So you can find me personally at bhodges.edu on pretty much any platform. And I can other than LinkedIn, and I'm Brianna Hodges at that. They wouldn't let me do bhodges.edu, but otherwise I've got all the rest of them are bhodges.edu. We would love for you to join and follow Future Ready, of course, on Twitter and Instagram, Future Ready Schools. On Facebook, the instructional coaches, we have our own Facebook group. So search us out, Future Ready Instructional Coaches. Lots of opportunity for us to have conversations in there and big things brewing. We have a Future Ready Instagram account for coaches, so FR Coaches on Instagram. And Dana, tell them where they can find you.
Nope, I'm easy. Dana Castine. You can find me anywhere with my first and last name. And definitely check out those social media accounts for Future Ready instructional coaches. We won't talk about what surprises we might have brewing a bit, but we are brewing quite a bit. So inquiring minds want to know, so definitely follow us.
Yes, big announcements to be coming in the next 2-ish weeks. So just be ready.
Very, very cool. We will be happy to help announce and share all those great things as we go through here. Ladies, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the weekend. And thank you so much for stopping by Tech Coach Live.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So here we are, 7 hours later. We have just completed an entire marathon of tech coaching. We have had a steady audience the entire time. I want to say thank you to you who has been sticking with me throughout this entire day. What an amazing opportunity. Can you give me one thing other than, what are you taking away from today?
I don't know. I've been inspired and just a light, like a fire lit, just ready to be motivated for the new year. Relationships and new PD approaches. It's just been great.
There's a lot of great things that are going on. And just to wrap up, I want to bring in our friend Shannon today. Shannon, 7 hours ago, we started this process not knowing what to expect. And I got to tell you, I'm exhausted, but I feel just so energized and ready to go for this school year.
Yes.
I agree 100%. And I love what Dana and Brianna just said. It's hard work because it's hard work. I think that sums it up. And especially this year. Mm-hmm. So great job. Thank you guys again for just taking time away from your family and friends just to share and make everyone so much better. Every time I can never get away from these. I start out and think I'm going to take a little break, but I don't want to miss a minute. It's so fabulous.
And I also want to say thank you to all the little guys here who have let Daddy do this. This is our third one. And, who knows? We'll probably be back in a few weeks to do the next one, whether it be another Microsoft, Google video conference. Who knows? There's a lot of these that we're planning in the future time here. And I thank you guys so much for being on with this. Anyway, as I go, I want to say thank you to NCCE. They've been a great partnership. This is also being produced with our Global Google Educators group. Don't forget to check that out. Hi. 1 second. Sue, take over.
Thank you, NCCE, for this opportunity, and the Google Educator Group, if I'm getting my terminology right. Just an awesome opportunity. It's been my pleasure to be a part of this podcast, Ask the Tech Coach with Jeff, and just having the opportunity to, collaborate with colleagues across the world. We had people from India, Sweden, everywhere. It's just been awesome.
And as that, we're going to sign off. We are going to be taking this session and breaking it all down. And we're also going to be doing a wrap-up show, which you're going to see live on AskTheTechCoach.com over on Monday. So don't forget to subscribe to that stuff. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Check out that bell. Let us know that you're out there. And one more time, you can, of course, go on over to teachercast.net/TCN forum for Tech Coach Network forum. Join our brand new TeacherCast Tech Coaches Network. We would love to have you guys be a part of it. We do our roundtables every single Wednesday night. And of course, this is a great forum for tech coaches. I can't believe how many tech coaches have signed up for this. We are looking forward to a great time. And as always, Sue, thank you. Shannon, thank you. And to everybody out there, my name is Jeff Bradbury, reminding you guys to keep up the great work in your classrooms and continue sharing your passions